Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ekamra Season 7. I'm your host Yashika Gupta, and it's truly an honor to host this beautiful celebration with all of you today. Reaching a seventh season is no small milestone, especially for a festival dedicated entirely to sports writing. What began actually as a small idea between a handful of authors and sports lovers has grown into Asia's only platform where athletes, writers, analysts, and fans meet to talk about sport beyond the scoreline. Well, we have with us from Cuba the greatest high jumper in history, Javier Sotomayor, a world record holder for more than 3 decades. A huge round of applause for him. From Palestine, an Olympian who has carried hope on his shoulder, Mohammad Yahya Suleiman Davidar. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए थोड़ी जोर से. And from Italy, one of motorsport most authoritative voices, Franco Nunez, who has chronicled Formula One for over 40 years. A big round of applause for him also. May I invite on stage Javier Sotomayor, Mohammad Davidar, and Franco Nunez to please join us on stage for the lamp lighting. Lovely. Well, I would really like to thank all our guests for lighting the lamp and making the start of our event truly, truly special. We have our special guests here, and we all are eagerly waiting for the sessions to start. But first, the lamp lighting. Well, we couldn't ask for a more beautiful setting than the Bikaner House of Delhi. And the sun is out today. So let's just hope the conversations become more interesting session by session. And we all are looking forward to this event. Well, they've come from like really far, from Cuba, from Palestine, from Italy. And you all are gathered here to witness what actually brews here, the conversations that we want to hear. Well, lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming here. And we'll start with the sessions. Thank you so much for making the start of our event truly, truly special. So all of you gathered here, are you all F1 fans? I can't hear you guys. Yes? Okay. Because the first session is going to be really, really special for all the F1 fans. Senna. Speed, spirit, and the myth that endures. That's the name of our first session. Author Franco Nunez joins us all the way from Italy. He brings unmatched depth on F1 legend Ayrton Senna, drawn from decades inside the paddock and a lifetime covering global motorsport. Anchor Sandeep Sikdar has spent 15 years reporting across sports with motorsport always at the center. And helping bridge languages and cultures is translator P.V. Prasad Rao. A session that explores why Senna remains a benchmark for every generation. Can I please invite on stage author Franco Nunez and our anchor of the session, Sandeep Sikdar, and also P.V. Prasad Rao. A huge round of applause.
Check. Can you hear me? All right. Morning, everyone. We are here starting off our engines with a session on Formula One. First of all, welcome Franco Nunez. Franco has covered Formula One and other forms of motorsport for about 4 decades, if I'm not wrong.
I'm old.
And obviously, when you talk of motorsport, when you talk of Formula One, probably the first name that comes to your mind is Ayrton Senna. His book, Ayrton Senna, La Verita, in Italian, which was published last year and then translated into English this year, delves into his life, but also his death. And the politics and the investigations that followed on. We all have seen movies, documentaries, and also read books, and there's vast amounts of literature on Senna's life and his exploits on track, but very little evidence when it comes to his death and the following investigations. Senna was one of the most charismatic and enigmatic characters in motorsport, if not the most charismatic. When you think of Senna and his charisma, you think of Donington Park, 1993, and that amazing first lap where he overtook everyone and then won the race in extreme rain in downpour. You think of the 1988 Monaco Grand Prix qualifying, where he finished 1.427 seconds ahead of Alan Prost, his teammate, and then the benchmark in Formula One in the same machinery. But when you think of the enigma of Ayrton Senna, you also think of when he crashed into Alan Prost at the 1990 Japanese Grand Prix, also at 89, in 89, and where he was willing to put his life on the line to win the title, also endangering the life of another driver. But at the same time, he was, if you think of, say, the 1992 Belgian Grand Prix, where he risked his own life to save Eric Comas at one of the fastest corners on the circuit, Blanchimont. So talking of Senna, Franco, what made you, decide to write this book, and what was the motivation behind it?
I'm Italian. I don't speak very well the language. I'm very worst in English, so I have an help. Sorry, guys, but I prefer have an help. Fammi la domanda.
Asking the question.
So I asked, so Prasad will be translating Franco. So what was the motivation behind writing this book? What made him write this book? Who was the force that was pushing him?
Sì, sì, I understand. Per 30 anni non ho voluto scriverlo perché avevo seguito per Autosprint l'inchiesta penale.
For 30 years he didn't want to write on that. He followed the investigations that were going on.
E avevo seguito tutto il caso per il giornale, trovando le varie situazioni che avevano portato alla rottura del piantone dello sterzo.
And he followed the investigation that were, and then he understood, he came to know about the breakage of the steering column. Okay.
Ero convinto che quello che avevo scritto su Autosprint, il giornale, il magazine italiano che segue la Formula 1, fosse tutto quello che era necessario. E invece dopo 30 anni ho capito che certe storie, perché non vadano perse, devono essere raccontate, scritte.
Un attimo, così se no perdo la
Vai, vai.
catena. He followed the news and magazines what was happening, because he being in his profession is journalist, so he was following what was happening and all that, so he didn't give that much attention. But after 30 years of that, he wanted to know what happened and what were the circumstances that led to the tragic death. So he then thought of thinking that way. See.
E allora ho ritirato fuori la scatola che avevo di tutti i documenti e le fotografie dell'inchiesta e quando ho dato l'ok all'editore mi sono reso conto, ma io scriverò le stesse cose che avevo già raccontato su Autosprint, non va bene.
Then he has collected the box containing all the documents, photographs, etc. And then he spoke to the management that he has already read those articles, etc. Then with their permission, he started doing his research, we will say. See.
E allora è nata l'idea di sentire tutte le persone che conoscevo, ma che in qualche modo in quel maledetto weekend di Imola avevano incrociato la loro esistenza con Ayrton, e li ho richiamati dopo 30 anni. E credo che la forza del libro sia che abbiano accettato di parlare con me tirando fuori dei lati di Ayrton che non avevano mai raccontato in quel periodo.
Then he started investigating in a way, finding out the reasons, talking to the people, trying to take out what happened behind the Ayrton's demise.
E quindi sono venute fuori delle esperienze estremamente...
Ok. Mi hanno detto se lei vorrà parlare in inglese va bene.
No, ma il mio è un disastro l'inglese.
Allora Franco, prego di fare corti in modo che io traduco così simultaneamente,
va bene,
senza perdere un filo.
Ok, quindi quello che vi voglio trasferire è che Ayrton è stato un grandissimo campione, forse il miglior pilota di Formula 1.
Yeah. What he wanted to convey to all of us is that Ayrton had been a great come ha detto,
miglior pilota di Formula 1.
Best Formula 1 pilot.
Però io sono convinto che Ayrton sarebbe diventato un personaggio straordinario anche al di fuori del mondo delle corse e del mondo dello sport.
He's very much convinced that Ayrton would have become a great personality even outside the sports circuit, even in his normal life.
L'ingegnere Ascanelli, che è stato un suo ingegnere di pista alla McLaren,
si chiama Ascanelli.
Ascanelli
is the engineer of the track on which Ayrton was.
Mi ha raccontato che è rimasto colpito non dal campione, ma dall'essere umano con la più alta capacità di mantenere la concentrazione per un lunghissimo tempo.
Okay. This engineer told him that he had known him as the best pilot, but beyond that he had understood, he noticed Ayrton's capability of a great personality beyond the track.
Ed era capace di mantenere l'attenzione nelle 2 ore di gara del Gran Premio, ma era in grado di essere altrettanto attento nelle riunioni con gli ingegneri, ma in qualunque cosa volesse cominciare nella vita.
Okay. And even that during those 2 hours of Grand Prix race, Ayrton Senna was concentrating much on his work, as well as he was also concentrating on the engineers, advisors of the engineers and all.
One thing that struck me when I was reading your book was that you've spoken to his friends, his managers, his doctor, his relatives,
policemen,
everyone, policemen, magistrate, lawyers. How difficult was it to bring everyone together after 30 years and make them recollect the memories of Imola 1994 on that fateful day on May 1st when he passed away. And also, which kind of memory sticks out or made you emotional or moved you during those interactions?
Capito la domanda?
Fammela breve.
Che difficoltà ha riscontrato dopo 30 anni dell'incidente ad intervistare le persone adesso, che quanto loro si ricordavano e quanto era difficile per lei per mettere tutto insieme?
È stata un'esperienza professionale straordinaria.
It had been a professional experience, very extraordinary professional experience.
Erano tutte persone che conoscevo molto bene
He knew all those people very well.
ed è stato relativamente facile ritrovare un contatto umano con ciascun testimone di questa storia.
And so it was relatively very easy to, with each person, to collect the answers.
Sparito l'effetto negativo della tragedia,
The negative effect of the tragedy has disappeared.
è rimasto il ricordo positivo di un grande campione che abbiamo conosciuto.
And the positive, the entire negative aspect of the unfortunate incident disappeared while doing these interviews, etc. And the positive side of the events, how they opened, has taken. He could get those positive sides.
E così è nata con praticamente tutti una complicità nel tirare fuori aspetti del racconto che non avevano raccontato in precedenza.
That way by having the, as he said before, he knew all of them, so the negative aspect is gone away. So having conversations positively, he could bring out the aspects, human aspect, positive aspects of the unfortunate event.
Vi faccio un esempio.
He will make an example.
Il pilota della safety car,
Safety car.
the driver of a safety car, was an Italian driver, Maximiliano Angelelli, and parlando con lui, mi ha raccontato che c'è stato l'incidente al primo giro.
Okay. He spoke to this gentleman. Speaking to them, he said there had been a small incident before. See,
At the first laps there
First,
was an
a
incident,
small-
and when the race necessary to restart, he had the Ayrton Senna car's rear.
it was behind his.
Yes.
The
No, Angelelli was in the safety car, and Senna was the first car in the
okay,
group. Okay.
The first car was Angelina,
Yeah.
safety car, and immediately behind him was Senna's car.
Yes. La safety car era una macchina troppo lenta,
The safety car was a very slow vehicle,
ma la Opel aveva pagato una sponsorizzazione.
but Opel has made a sponsorization of that, sponsored that.
E allora non poteva essere sostituita la vettura,
Because of the sponsor, it was not possible to substitute the vehicle, even though it is slow.
allora Angelelli si rendeva conto che la macchina era troppo lenta e le gomme delle monoposto di Formula 1 rischiavano di raffreddarsi, diventando la situazione pericolosa.
Non ho capito, raffreddarsi?
Raffreddarsi.
Ma non si bruciano?
No, 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 no.
Quindi cosa dico?
Che rischiava di abbassarsi la pressione delle gomme andando piano.
Ok, so, come si chiama?
Angelelli
Angelelli understood that being very slow, the tires would have, with less pressure, the tires would have got
pressure.
tire pressure being low, they would have gone cold.
And Ayrton allora, dopo il secondo, after the second lap,
Lap.
si era affiancato alla macchina della
The
safety
safety.
car
and in the second lap, Ayrton has just come next to the safety car. See?
E si era girato facendo dei gesti ad Angelelli perché andasse
Why?
più veloce.
He came next to the Angelelli's car and then made him a sign saying that why he is going so slow. Kind of. See.
Questo è successo anche al terzo giro.
This happened even on the third lap.
In quel momento gli sguardi di Angelelli in macchina e di Senna dal casco si sono guardati di
Direttamente
lato.
davanti.
Yes.
In the third lap, when the same situation, both of them had a interlock of their eyes. You know, in the second lap, he said why he is going slow. In the third lap, they were looking at each other.
Mi vengono i brividi anche oggi, a distanza di 30 anni,
After 30 years, even now, he has these feelings, brevely, cioè emozioni.
perché Angelelli mi ha raccontato: sono stato l'ultimo uomo che ha visto negli occhi vivo Ayrton Senna.
He is so emotional of this thing because Angelelli told him that he happens to be the last person who could look straight into the eyes of Senna.
Understood.
So even after 30 years of that, he had personally these emotions coming up.
Qual è stato il problema? Che Angelelli, dopo l'incidente, ha pensato che uno dei motivi del crash fosse proprio che si era abbassata la temperatura delle gomme e la macchina era diventata pericolosa e quindi si sentiva parzialmente colpevole.
Angelelli was feeling emotionally bad, guilty, because of this slow speed and the tires not becoming warm enough. So in a way, he would have been the reason for the crash. Angelello felt that way.
È stato sentito dal giudice e dalla parte inglese della accusa della Williams avevano fatto anche delle accuse dicendo che quello era uno dei possibili motivi dell'incidente.
So in the inquiry, in the investigations, the judges heard him all this, and they said probably this may be could be a possibility that this could be one of the reasons.
Sentendosi complice, colpevole, lui per 2 anni, alle 2:02 di ogni notte, si svegliava con un incubo perché sognava Ayrton e vedeva gli occhi che aveva visto di quell'ultimo momento in cui l'aveva visto vivo.
Angelelli, for 2 years continuously, he used to get up at 2:20 in the morning, and he used to see Senna, and he used to go back to the memory of looking at his eyes in that third lap, fourth lap. So he was so, what could I say, that
È un incubo, it's a trouble.
it's an incube. It troubled him a lot.
È un incubo che è durato 2 anni.
That has continued for 2 years.
Non ne ha mai parlato né con la moglie né con i parenti. È una cosa che si è sentito dentro.
Angelello, for 2 years, he didn't speak to anybody. He wasn't, in touch with people because he was inside. He was having this heaviness that made him not even to speak to his wife. And all.
Sandeep, may I just here in front of you? May I just butt in and ask? There's a question for Franco. We have seen the Senna documentary, which is so well known all over the world. So my question to Franco is that what makes Senna great was his ability to take those great risks as a racing driver, his sudden death, and how people were completely shattered and they loved Senna. So in your words, sir, what makes Senna such a great driver? He became immortal after that race, and also a lot of safety regulations, I believe, were taken. You are the expert, if you can enlighten us, please.
Quindi lui chiede, secondo lei, che cosa potrebbe essere il motivo per fare Senna il personaggio così cioè, e poi la morte all'improvviso, tutte queste cose, cioè che cosa mi danno?
La cosa, io penso che un personaggio come Senna vada studiato alle università.
He feels that a persons like Senna should be made a syllabus for university studies.
Perché è un personaggio che a distanza di 30 anni
Ancora?
eh, le nuove generazioni di appassionati, i giovanissimi, lo stanno scoprendo attraverso YouTube.
That is because even after 30 years, the young generation, which hasn't seen him, which was never there, are still finding it interesting.
Ed è un fenomeno straordinario
An extraordinary phenomenon.
perché il personaggio simbolo di Senna era Juan Manuel Fangio, 5 volte campione del mondo.
He was 5 times world champion.
And,
5 volte ha detto ma 3.
yes, no, 5.
5 times.
I'm speaking about Juan Manuel Fangio, who winning
Manuel
before
Fangio.
five title of Formula One,
Yeah.
and he was il mito di Ayrton Senna.
Ok. Un attimo, spiego così. These 5 titles not of Senna, he is speaking of Fangio.
Fangio.
And
Sandeep
Fangio, he
Sikdar, I have a question for you, please. There's a lot of buzz with Franco coming in here on his book Senna and the F1.
Yes.
You are one of those very few journalists in India who covers and writes on Formula One. My specific question to you is that there was a buzz a couple of years ago with people like Mr. Vijay Mallya, with Subrata Roy of Sahara, all coming together. Then suddenly there's a complete wipeout. What has gone wrong? Why has it fallen off the grid?
Sorry, I couldn't follow. Could you repeat your question?
My question to you is that why has F1 fallen off the grid in India despite a pretty significant start when Mr. Vijay Mallya and Mr. Subrata Roy of Sahara India Parivar, they got together and they gave a push, but over a period of time one doesn't hear anything.
Yes, the main reason is that Formula One, to host a race, you need a promoter, and so in India we had a promoter which was JP back in 2011 to 2013, and the race hosting fees for every year is quite steep. And eventually it is a business at the end of the day. To make that business work, to see some sort of revenue has to kind of be visible, which wasn't the case at the end of 2013, which then slowly died down and never really took off after that. But I'll come back to Senna. Is that you've met Ayrton many times. You said that he was a friend of Angelo Orsi, who was a journalist who was also your friend. How was he when he came to meet you? How was he when he spoke to the media? Was he any different than we know him as in public life?
Cioè, lei chiede Angelo quando lei ha visto, cioè, what was the question he said? How was
I mean, he knew Senna. How was he like with the media? How was it like to meet him in person? We all know a very public image of him, but how was he in person?
Era com'è differente dall'aspetto media.
Sì.
Ayrton era una persona straordinaria, divisiva.
Senna was an extraordinary person, very divisive, yes. I mean in this sense.
Il mondo veniva spaccato in due, fra chi era con lui e chi era contro di lui.
So he had seen it in a division that the world with him, the world without, I mean opposite to him. He was seeing it in that way. See.
Non riusciva a piacere a tutti,
He wasn't able to please everyone.
però piaceva in modo particolare alle donne e ci tengo a dire che è stato forse il pilota che aveva più fascino sul sesso femminile.
But he impressed women folk a lot, girls, because yeah, he was he impressed them in this sense. There were many followers, women.
Yes.
Non aveva bisogno di cercare, ma veniva cercato.
He wasn't having the necessity to go look for a girlfriend, but they were coming, they were searching for him, that kind of thing.
L'aspetto particolare è che l'uomo che parlava ai giornalisti era la stessa figura che parlava con gli amici. Non aveva una seconda faccia.
So he was the same person that the way he was speaking to the journalists, other people, also the same way he was speaking to the. I mean, here he doesn't have different faces. I mean, he had the same personality in both sides. So,
Understood.
though he was seeing the world in two divisions, kind of thing.
I also want you to bring, when you think of Italy, you think of Italian motorsport, you think of Ferrari. Most great drivers, take it Michael Schumacher, Lewis Hamilton, Niki Lauda, Fangio, everyone has driven for Ferrari. There were talks between Senna and Ferrari. It never went through. Could you throw some light on why probably the greatest driver of in Formula One history has never driven for the most iconic and marquee team in Formula 1?
Era una storia che si sarebbe dovuta compiere Ayrton alla Ferrari.
Compiere nel
È una
storia da
farsi.
Ancora, he says it's a history that is yet to be explored.
There was 4 contact with Ayrton and Ferrari.
Yes.
The last one was on
91.
Tuesday. No. Tuesday in 44.
Okay.
4 days before the crash, and Ayrton will meet Luca di Montezemolo, the president of Ferrari, and ask to him to go to his home because he want to request to Luca to have a Ferrari for the next year. It was not normal because Ayrton was a driver of a Williams and he have a contract for 2 years. But Ayrton goes to Luca and Luca aveva mandato via da casa praticamente famiglia e tutti quelli che erano a servizio.
But this Luca has sent all the people away from his home.
They remain alone
They were
to speak
person to
one-to-one, yes, because Ayrton request to Luca a Ferrari for the year 95. Luca says, okay, I can speak with you, but I don't want problem with Frank Williams. It's my friend. I don't want a loyal situation. If you can broke the contract with Williams, in the summer we can speak again, and I offer you a Ferrari for the next year.
Clear?
And 4 days later,
Of course,
we have seen
of course, Senna
what-
died. When you think of Senna, you also another name which has to come into the picture is Alan Prost, and that iconic rivalry and all that ensued. As a journalist, how did you view the rivalry back then? We have seen the rivalry in movies, in literature, but how did journalists of that period see that rivalry, especially when both of them were in McLaren?
Rivalry in journalists?
No, I'm asking him about the rivalry Ayrton Senna had with Alan Prost, and
both.
especially when both the drivers were in McLaren. It was Alan Prost who actually convinced Ron Dennis to bring Ayrton Senna into McLaren if they wanted to move
the
forward.
2 best driver in
Yeah.
the same team.
Two numero unos in one team.
Yeah.
So how did the journalists of that period view that rivalry of that time?
Senna divided the journalist. half was with Alain Prost, half was
with Senna.
with Ayrton. And there are very, very interesting stories. Senna non ha mai chiamato Alain Prost, ma lo definiva l'altro.
He had never called the Alain Prost,
Okay.
but it was from the other side. Yeah.
L'altro, another one.
Okay.
Uh,
The Frenchman.
Yes, but Frenchman, it's appellative. Other,
The other driver.
the rival. But it was very interesting because in reality there was a great respect. But two stars can't remain in the same team. Ayrton aveva un grandissimo rispetto per le capacità di messa a punto della macchina che aveva Alain.
So Ayrton was respecting a great for the entrance his car,
For the setup of the car.
the setup and all.
And consider the French a great political capacity to use all the rules for
In his
have
favor.
the opportunity to win. The president of the federation was a French,
Balestre.
Jean-Marie Balestre, and he took all the opportunity to have an help from the federation, and he see the great position of the problem in Suzuka when Balestre aveva disqualified
Senna.
Ayrton Senna for the crash.
Sandeep, Rajaraman on this side, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I want to know from Franco how difficult it was not to sensationalize an investigation nearly 3 decades later. It would have been the easiest of things to sensationalize the book, but it stuck to the truth. It must have been very difficult. I just want to know from him the whole process of the investigation and what impact it had on Franco himself.
Ha detto dopo 30 anni dopo questa inchiesta da lei personalmente quanto era difficile di non sensitivizzare, cioè sensitivizzare e quanto era la difficoltà di portare avanti questa inchiesta personale, nel senso.
Il momento è stato, da un punto di vista umano, molto duro, soprattutto all'inizio, perché non si riusciva a capire quale potesse essere stata la causa dell'incidente.
In the initial stages it was very difficult because what happened wasn't known very clearly, so it was very difficult in the initial stages while he was doing interviews and talking to the police. As he said before, he took out his box of documents and all that, and he met people, started talking with them and all that. So in the initial stages it was very difficult because his idea of bringing out the facts is not on the negative side but on the positive side. So it was a bit very difficult in the beginning to get those replies from the people.
A follow-up question on the same. Criminal proceedings were initiated against you and your former boss, Carlo Cavecci. How did you handle that? Especially, I mean, when you remove the hat of a journalist and don the hat of an investigator?
Si è capito anche dopo, hanno stato un'inchiesta contro di lei, inchiesta criminale, e come ha incontrato, cioè come ha affrontato questa procedura criminale?
Noi ad Autosprint avevamo un obiettivo in quel periodo.
During that time, Autosprint has got only one objective.
Trovare il vero motivo della morte di Ayrton. Il campione del mondo, il pilota più grande, non poteva aver commesso un errore.
Yeah. Their objective was only to find out the truth, because such a great pilot would not have made any mistake. So what could have been the reason for what has happened? So their intention was only to find out the truth.
Io ho avuto l'opportunità di vedere la macchina rotta.
He had the opportunity to go and see the broken
Steering column.
broken vehicle, broken car and all. Yeah.
Perché il direttore dell'autodromo di Imola mi aveva chiamato a dare una mano alla polizia per ricostruire.
The director of that track
Yes.
called him and said, give them a hand to reconstruct the vehicle and I mean to help them in the investigation.
E la cosa peggiore è stata che sì, ho visto il piantone rotto, quindi ho avuto l'indicazione di quello che poteva essere successo, ho fatto delle fotografie e per quello sono stato inquisito dai magistrati.
He had he had gone there, seen and made some photographs, and making those photographs was the reason for which they asked.
I'll open the floor for
Sandeep,
a couple
I have a
of
question here.
questions. Yes, please.
In today's day and age, of course, we know through social media about our favorite sports persons. For example, for a Virat Kohli, that we know that he would go to a Mahakal, and about their mental health and everything. Back then, because there was no social media, what I read about Senna, that he was deeply spiritual. If you could throw some light on that how he has seen Senna as a person who was deeply spiritual, because in today's day and age, it's really, really important for all of us.
Very religious also.
La domanda è, allora non c'era questi contatti sociali e quindi ha voluto sapere, questo Senna è un personaggio anche molto spirituale, come faceva, cioè, affrontare...
La ragione è molto semplice,
The reason is very simple.
perché Senna da giovane, quando ha lasciato il Brasile per venire a correre in karting in Italia,
When he left Brazil very young and came to Italy,
non era un personaggio particolarmente sociale, era dedicato esclusivamente a correre e vincere.
and he wasn't a person socially. His aim was only to concentrate to win.
E la sua idea era la ricerca della perfezione.
The idea was only to make a research on the perfection, to make the perfection.
Quando pioveva sul circuito di Parma, gli altri piloti italiani
Yes,
andavano al bar e si bevevano una Coca-Cola,
Yeah.
lui prendeva le gomme da bagnato e continuava a girare per migliorare.
In the Parma circuit, when it was raining, in Italy it rains often. So when the other drivers used to take rest, go inside and escape from the rain, he used to take the vehicle and test it even on the wet circuit.
E la ricerca del miglioramento, lui riteneva in pista, c'è la frase celebre, non esiste curva dove non si può fare un sorpasso.
Non c'è curva, cioè
Non c'è
La
bend.
sì, la pista non aveva la curva, cioè
No,
come è
non
diretta.
esistono
Non
curve di una pista dove
Fanno-
non è possibile
Ah.
fare un sorpasso.
See, that track where they do this doesn't have curves, so there is no possibility of overtaking.
Yeah. He is thinking taking in every part of a circuit. Ma il concetto importante di Ayrton è che la ricerca della perfezione lo portava a un miglioramento che era tecnico nel parlare con gli ingegneri, era sportivo nel mantenere la lucidità per fare l'ultimo sorpasso e vincere la gara.
So Ayrton's technique was to concentrate on such technical aspects, and as I said, his intention was to the idea is to win the.
Però, per chiudere il concetto, la cosa fondamentale per rispondere a chi ha fatto la domanda è che La ricerca della perfezione spinge a un qualcosa che poi è inevitabile che diventa trascendente e quindi diventa la perfezione la ricerca di Dio.
Non ho capito bene, cioè la sua ricerca.
La ricerca della
I'll
perfezione.
just interject and say that,
Yeah.
I mean, the question that she asked, I mean, if you go to the cemetery in Sao Paulo where Ayrton Senna is buried, in fact, the words that are written there are, nothing can separate me from the love of God. And yeah, from
Spiritual.
that, any other last question from the audience?
Ok.
All right. I'll just end with the statement that, you know, I love this one particular line about Senna. I mean, obviously he passed away 31 years ago in 94. But you've written that that even though Ayrton Senna passed away on May 1, 1994, he never really died. So he's, yeah, still among us in our memories. Thank
Okay.
you. Grazie,
Grazie.
Franco. Thank you, Prasadji.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A huge round of applause for our wonderful guest, and it was indeed a very, very insightful session on the legend himself. We'll take a very, very short break here, just a 5-minute break. Please help yourself with tea and coffee, and we'll come back with another exciting session. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
At Nimatran, dine above Puri's blue wave, where every meal is a memory in the making. When dusk falls, Orissa awakens. Music, art, innovation, woven into one. A land where past and future dance as one. Where every festival is a celebration of life. Feel the rush. Hear the roll. In India's sports capital, where legends rise and the world watches. From heritage trails to adventure gateways, wellness retreat to ecotourism, Orissa is ready to redefine the travel experience.
भारत को समझने के लिए ओडिशा एक बेहतरीन डेस्टिनेशन है। यहां हजारों वर्ष की हमारी हेरिटेज है, हिस्ट्री है। आस्था, आध्यात्म, घने जंगल, पहाड़, समंदर, हर चीज के दर्शन एक ही जगह पर होते हैं। ये राज्य विकास और विरासत का अद्भुत मॉडल है। यहां की 500 किलोमीटर से लंबी कोस्टलाइन, 33% से ज्यादा का फॉरेस्ट कवर, इको टूरिज्म, एडवेंचर टूरिज्म की अनंत संभावनाएं आपका इंतजार कर रही है।
Some places you visit, others change you forever. Odisha calls. Will you answer?
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോയി. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഇമ്പോസിബിൾ.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before, and no car has ever dared to. Until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക്
Can I request everyone to please take your seats because we'll be starting with our next session shortly. If you could please come back to your seats with your tea and coffee and enjoy the next session because it's going to be very, very exciting. Because this session is also about speed, running for hope. Mohammad Yahya Suleiman Davedar. Mohammad Davedar has traveled all the way from Palestine. He's not just an Olympian, he represents what it means to train and compete when the world around you is in turmoil. His 800-meter journey is a story of grit against impossible odds. And this conversation is anchored by Shireen Sethi, media entrepreneur and co-founder of Ekamra. Please welcome on stage Mohammad Davedar, who's come all the way from Palestine, and of course our very beautiful and charismatic Shireen Sethi.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to. I think your mic is not working.
Okay.
Is it working?
Okay.
I think they want us to switch sides.
I'm sorry.
Is that better? This is a very, very special session because our guest is very special. So we're going to start, and I would like to make this a bit of an interactive session. I'd actually like the students to ask what it's like for someone to become an athlete, to compete at the world stage when you come from a war-torn country. So I'm going to start. Sulaiman, thank you so much for being with us. My first question is, what made you take to running and athletics?
The first time I need to say thank you for inviting me. Thank you for everyone to come to here to listen me. I'm sorry about I want to talk in English language, but because I don't understand, I don't know how to India language to talk. I'm so sorry about this. I am athletic, not work anything, just athletic for national team Palestinian. I'm aged 24 years. You all know what name. I am Mohammad Davedar from Palestinian in Jericho.
Mohammad, when was the first time you decided that you're going to run for a profession? When did you think that this is what I want to do?
I am starting begin at in the years 2011. I am starting in school, running without shoes. I am running in the races in the school, and I love this space because this is my base. When I'm running, I am feeling comfort a lot of. I am feeling, oh, this is my this is my way. I need to do something for my country, for my people, help support me, for my family, for my neighbors. I need to do something for that.
Sometimes, as I have read, you are the only one from your country who's on a world stage. What does it feel like to be representing Palestine at the world stage, especially the Olympics?
Representing Palestinian on the Olympic stage, it's both honor and a responsibility. It means carry a story that the world often hears only thought conflict. For me, stepping onto the track with Palestine on my chest is a reminder that our identity, it's not only struggle, it's also perseverance, ambition, and the pursuit of excellence.
When you say pursuit of excellence, when you go to the Olympics, there are going to be athletes who've trained in the best of facilities, with the best of infrastructure, and then it's you. How do you mentally tell yourself that I will give my best, even though all the other athletes have come from very normal and very privileged backgrounds? Tell me from your heart. Leave the questions. Tell me what happens when you walk into a city. What happens?
When I need to say something. I am training before all the years. I'm training in street. I don't have any track in my country. I don't have any maybe professional gym, physiotherapies, and naturalist. I don't have it. Just I am training with my street. I need to, when I'm go to Olympic Paris, and when we went to Olympic Paris, I'm so happy, and this is my dream. This is my dream, and when I'm youngest, this is my dream. I am so happy for represent one athletic to represent Palestinian in 800 meters.
The only one?
The only in the men.
In the men's section, right. So tell us, what does your family feel? Who all are there in your family? And when you are going out of the country, do they get worried?
My family helped me a lot. This is play the biggest role for this way. Help me a lot and protect me for training, for everything. I have my coach trust me a lot. I can running, I can do everything for my country, for my community, for my neighbors, for my friends, for my late father. That's I can do it because my father helped me a lot before he died.
Was your father also an athlete?
No, just me and my family. I am an athlete.
Tell us a little bit about your training. You said you train in the streets because there are no tracks in your country and there's no proper facility. So where do you go and what time do you start, for example, in the morning?
Start in the morning?
Mm-hmm. What time do you start your training?
I'm started maybe 5 a.m., 6 a.m. because the situation in my country, it's so crazy, not good, not safety, but we need to train, we need to do something for Palestine, for people, for Palestine from Gaza, to send me a lot of message to needed to do like you are very very amazing. I need to send message for these people. Keep dreaming, keep fighting, keep running. We can do it.
When you meet athletes from other countries, what is their reaction to meeting you?
A lot of reaction because when I see the athletics and other athletics, you have a lot of coaches, you have a lot of maybe
Facilities?
Yeah, facilities, a lot of maybe I think tracks, not one tracks, a lot of track in the way in your country and I'm say when I'm go to your country to his country or training on a track, just on a track training good when I have it track, when I have a gym, when I have it maybe physiotherapy, psychologist, I have it all. I have it planned, the program. That's I can do it easy. Just I need to track.
In your family, who is your mentor? Who is your guide? After your father, who is the guide now?
Who's the guide? I am the youngest, but I am the guide.
You're the youngest?
Yeah,
okay.
but I am the guide.
And how many members are there in your family?
I have 2 brothers and I have 2 sisters.
Is it difficult getting visas, and does the government help?
This is...
Please, go ahead.
Visa. I think this is the biggest challenge for the visa. This is difficult because I think sometimes the not getting to visa sometimes very late. I not go to participate for competition in Algeria because it's very hard visa. That's a lot of stress in athletic. I don't thinking about this.
No.
I don't need to think about this for I'm go to competition, not go to fighting to visa, fighting to upside. That's not good.
I think there's something that everyone should know, which is that he went to the World Athletics, which is like the Olympics of athletics in Japan. And this was the time when the war was at its peak and he was by himself. He competed. He did not make it past the heats, but the fact that he was able to reach that stage is in itself, I think, nothing short of a miracle. Nothing short of a miracle. You know, whenever we talk to athletes, we ask about their mental conditioning, their strength. But in your case, the mental strength is of a different level. What happens when you hear some bad news from home and you're out competing? How do you handle it?
I'm sorry, just...
Tell us about your mental conditioning. How do you handle your mind?
Yeah, I know. I am preparing my mind, I'm not thinking about what happening, what I need to complete the story, to complete because my country needed me, needed to sharing story, everything, to talking about what happening in my country, to give my country maybe some medals. I wish that one day I can do it. I have it to track. I have it a lot of to give some medals to my country.
You have a message, don't you, from your country? You wanted to talk about a message from your country. Tell us what makes the people of Palestine so resilient, so tough, and able to take so much of hardship.
My message for us to be free in this world, because the people in Palestine, like any people in the world, that's my message. And people in Palestine support me a lot, trust me. Yeah, Muhammad, you can do it easy, just focusing. I need to say for Palestine, this season is very important for me. I need to, I'm training street, I need to do something.
What are your plans for the coming season?
Now I am beginning the season. I am starting my season, and I have a coach. Trust me. Training you can do easy. Just train street easy, but we have a solution. I think we find it a solution. I have a competition. Maybe I think in month April. I think I have a first competition in this. East Asia maybe. Yeah, championship. Maybe I need to preparing it very well for this competition, and I can do it for this competition.
How are you managing on the diet and nutrition in all these months? What is it that you tend to eat before you go for a run?
All people know that it is very important for athlete, for any sport, for everything. We need to eat well. I need to sleep well. I need to sleep very safe. I need to, and the way just one day I'm not go to outside. I'm not go to training because you know what happening, and that's very difficult for me. Maybe it take a lot of minutes and take maybe a lot of days, not just for a minute. That's not good for me. Yeah, but I need to control. Okay, now today not training. I need to complete. To send messages. Okay, people in Palestine have a lot of dream. Have a lot of have a lot of muscles. Have a lot of we can do it.
Who are your favorite international athletes? Whom do you look up to? And who are your friends?
I am sorry, I need to say me. I am. Yeah, me. Because what happened for me not happen in another athlete. That's I am support me.
True. You're 24, and we have a lot of young people here. What is it? What is the message that you would like to give? And I think it's very inspiring coming to know that you have done so much, you've gone so far, you've done so much at such a young age, of course with the support of your family. But I think they all need to know that, there are times when we wake up in the morning and we say, I'm not going to be able to do this. How do I compete at the Olympics when everyone else has got everything and I don't have anything much? What is it that you tell yourself in the morning? How do you motivate yourself?
I need to all people remember me. I remember, okay, I need to open the way on another people. I need to help. I don't need someone walk alone in this way. And when you, see to Muhammad and to listen to story Muhammad, you say if he could do it, why we not good? Why we can not do it? I hope my participation becomes the seed of real lasting project for Palestinian sports. That my message, just keep dreaming, keep focusing for what you needed, focusing for goals, focusing, training hard, sleep well, eating, repeat, sleep, eat, repeat, everything easy.
Has the federation supported you, your own federation?
My federation, thank for everything, for President Federation, to focusing to me, to help me a lot about, before the federation in the world helped me, and before Tokyo for 2 months, I'm go to a small camp in Germany. That's not enough to athletic. I am preparing for Tokyo before maybe 10 months. I am training in street, and 2 months I'm go to Germany to train. I am thankful for this. To feeling, because for this moment I am do a lot of competition. I am do because I need to feeling how the rhythm for my races, because in Palestine no any competition, no any track to training. I am getting my spikes in Germany, just in Germany. That is difficult.
So there is no competition like here. We have so many competitions. You can compete locally. You can find out how good or how bad you are. I think what Muhammad is saying is that there were no competitions, so he's had to go to Germany even to pick up his shoes, and that is how tough and how remarkable I think his journey is.
And when I am when I am in Tokyo in the starting line
at the World Athletics,
in the World Athletics, I am thinking I am in the world athletics, and I am not thinking of my result really. I am thinking for my people in my country. I'm not thinking for okay, you can go. Just I am thinking for my late father. When I am okay, he say on your mark. I am stand okay, but I am not here not in that track. I am my mind in my father, my people, what happening. But I am doing well. This is not my result before 2 weeks. Before 2 weeks, before 2 weeks my competition. I am doing the season best in this year, and I am training hard. I have it in my body 150, 1 minute 50 seconds. I have it, but I need to apply in the competition. But you know, this is world athletic world, and I am in the good athletic, training hard, start good, but I am not bad. This is the result is so good in my. I am not so bad because I am doing 1 minute 53 second. That's the range for me, and that's good.
So you must be a hero in your country.
Maybe hero, but I don't say hero. I am. I am messages for.
Sure.
Messenger for my country.
True. Okay, I'm going to open this to questions, please. Any questions?
I have a question here. Here, Mohammed. When you said that when you are at the starting line, you're always thinking about your people, your family, then how do you shift focus when from the word go? How do you shift your focus when you have to like really run on the track?
I told you because I am make a mistake in this competition in the first 20 meters. Just I am do the mistake because my thinking is not work. I am okay. My body is work after the 20 meters. I am complete. I am do like my coach told me. Like everything, I am okay. My body is not help me for this because I am, this is 2 laps, not a lot of laps. Yani 100 meters. Okay, you need to do like time 13, 20 seconds. That's, yani focusing for that. I am focusing for my family in the first time and focusing for my people in my country. That's so hard. It not help me. But I promise my country, and I promise I can do it one day. I can. My dream, I hope, give my country some medals, improve my time. I need to training just so hard.
So would you go out of your country for some years for training? Would you do that?
Again, please.
Would you leave Palestine and like you went to Germany? Would you want to go to some other countries for training?
I'm training in my country in Jericho.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to go to Ramallah. Yani this is the distance is I think they have 2 hours travel to arrive Ramallah because a lot of point for occupation. I need to go there because my country is very very oldest the country on the world. Yeah, and the between the Dead Sea, it's not good for me because in my country a lot of oxygen, a lot of everything, but I need to do another country, distant country, is high for my country.
What about sponsors? How difficult is financial support?
I'm sorry for say that I am my sponsor. For me, my dad, my father for. My late father sponsored me, but when he died, I don't have any sponsor. Just I am sponsor what I can do.
So you are managing everything on your own?
Everything. I am buying clothes. I am buying my spikes. But this is I am not work anything. Just I am finished studying physical education, and. Focusing for training. When study with training, not easy. Just when I'm focused for training, I do it. I am very great for this.
But do you study as well, or you're not studying now?
Now I am not. I am finished physical education, the baccalaureate, the first. Yani I'm physical education finish, and I need to do master, but I am not ready because you know what. when I'm going to start to study, don't focus for training. I am focusing for the next World Athletic Championship, and I'm focusing the Los Angeles in Olympic. Los
so
Angeles
LA Olympics. Yes,
yeah, I am focusing
that's the target.
for that very.
So we hope to see you there, right?
I wish that.
What is about? I think there's a question here.
Suleiman, I have a question for you. First of all, before I ask the question, it's wonderful to have you here in India. It is our pleasure. My question to you specifically is that why did you choose the 800 meters, and are there any heroes you look up to?
800 meters. I am so happy to ask for me why I choose 800 meters, because my father, when I'm told he I am running 115 meter, 1,500 meters. He told me, no, this is a long distance. If you have a small distance, go to I have 800. I can control for my body for do 800 meters for. Because 2 laps, girl, it's okay. I can watch 2 laps, but I can't watch a lot of laps. But I am decided for 800 because I love 800. I am training when I am young and 200 meters, 800.
All right. Do we have any more questions? Yes, please. You can take my mic.
Hi, how do you handle the situation when your nationality or identity becomes the topic of discussion in international competitions?
Excellent question. What she's trying to ask is that when you go, there are obviously athletes from other countries as well. The war, the identity question must be in the athletics village. They must be talking about it. Does anybody come up to you? Do they say something which is hurtful?
This is a difficult question. Maybe.
You don't want to answer it?
Because I am athletic. I am just to sport, and I am respect everything.
So you don't say anything. You just walk away.
Yeah, just I am athletic. I am do sport for my country, to represent my country, to everything. And all people represent our country.
Right. Okay. There was someone else with a question here.
Because I need to complete to rally.
Hello, sir. What message do you hope your success sends to young Palestinians?
What is your message?
Messages for young. Okay.
For young Palestinians, people younger than you who look up to you, what is your message to them?
I need to send message. They not alone. I am support every young. This way. For this way, I need to remember again. I need to remember someone open the road. Me, I am open everything road, every young, not someone who walking alone. That's my messages, and my message is for young. Running, take me some successful and some maybe support. Take my story. I don't need to young live my life. Or what happened in my story, what happened in my running. I don't need to happen in young people.
So he doesn't want what's happened to him to get repeated with anyone else.
Yeah.
I think that's the point, right?
Right.
All right. Any other questions? Or shall we? All right, please.
Suleiman, there's a one question like you are a hope for your country, not a ray of hope, a big hope. And you inspire for entire world, your struggle, everything that you have done. I just want to know that in your country, young boys are following. Is that they are following? Are anybody is ready for your next level? Mane, down the line, some players are prepared like you. Is any boys are there?
So the question is that are there any younger athletes who are also trying to compete in 800 meters, trying to compete at the level at which you are competing?
We have it. I have it in my team, in my team, in my club. A lot of young for training, for needed to watch me, to see me a lot of for competition. What I, yani every young.
So they're learning from you.
Yeah, learning a lot. Yani doing what I do. Yani
Okay.
every young in my country, in my club, we needed to do like you. 800 meters. We needed. Maybe I am buying some clothes. We needed to buy some clothes. We needed to do.
So I was right. You are a hero.
Yeah, I am moving. I am moving. I am talking. In my club, I am talking so hard. I am not the same personality. I am very serious, and we needed to like you to do to very serious, to walking, to everything.
Right. So one last question I think which I can ask is, you must have a lot of female fans as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know,
I think it's on your face.
Yeah, but I am focusing just for training. I am not thinking about this.
All right, there's a question from there.
Hello, Suleiman. My name is Piyush. I am from India. And your journey is very inspiring. And the line when you said that on the track, when you are, your body is there, but your mind and heart is back at home. I want to ask you, what does winning mean to you before and after the war? Like before the war, it was all about finishing the whole, race in time. But today, the whole journey of yours is beyond just seconds and minutes. It's more than that. So today, what does winning mean to you?
I need to say, I need to participate it for competition. I need to complete for to participate it. You know, I am talking a little about after Tokyo. I am talking a little. I am not participated for solidarity games for this month. I am sorry. I need to complete running. I can't answer for this question because this is not help me.
Yeah, he just wants to run and get more exposure in more competitions.
When I am finished running, when I can talking about everything we can.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to India. Thank you for making the effort. It was a very long journey for him. He came from Ramallah to Jericho, Jericho to Amman, Amman to Bahrain, and then to Delhi. So it's been a long journey. Please say what you want to say.
I need to say thank for everything to come to listen me, to hear me, to focusing to me. I need thank for to organizer to inviting me. I am so happy to come to India to talking about my story. I am so happy. This is not my language. I am language and Arabic. I am try to language English because you know I am don't learn that in school. Yeah, because don't school, don't anything now in my country. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have here. Can you please raise your hands? Any football fans? I can see a few hands. Yeah, I can see both your hands up, sir. Thank you. because the next session is about football. This session is a must listen and a must watch for all the fans across the country who follow football. Sandeep Menon, author of Sacred Grounds, a journey through people's football in India, is about players, communities, tournaments, and traditions of Indian football. Jaydeep Basu, whose new book, Who Stole My Football, asks uncomfortable but essential questions, draws on 3 decades of frontline reporting across global sport. Pritijit Das, President Interkashi, as the perspective of someone who built a champion club from scratch and steered it into the ISL. The session is anchored by Arka Bhattacharya, who has worked across coaching, communications, and football development. Please welcome all the gentlemen on stage.
I understand.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Arka, if you don't mind, can you please go to that chair? Yeah, that's how we've designed. Thank you. Can we please shift to this side?
What does he want?
You want to sit here?
Okay. Okay. ভালো হয়েছে রোদ্দুরে বসতে ভালো লাগে
Hi, good afternoon. How many Indian football fans in the house? Show of hands.
Not a hand.
Okay. How many are aware of what's going on in Indian football? Okay. So we'll start with the last year's champion, and he had to fight quite a few battles, some battles in Switzerland as well. So without further ado, how does it feel? Is this how you envisioned your title, the time after your title winning season to be?
I think we were very fortunate. Whatever happened outside the pitch helped us build a huge amount of fan base. If you look at positivity, I think if this whole drama did not happen, a Netflix series could not have happened, or maybe will happen in future. But it definitely gave a lot of eyeballs to the club. It helped a lot of people know what Interkashi is all about, and it helped to show that if you're true and you play by the book, eventually you win. So I think it was a good experience.
No introduction needed. 4 decades as an Indian football journalist. Jaydeep Basu, the legend. Sir, what was life before the league? Because we don't have a league now. How was life before the league, for the ecosystem, for the players? What was Indian football on a day-to-day basis back then?
Which league you were talking about?
National Football League 1996.
Acha, you were talking about before the 1996. Matlab, you were asking whether it is good or bad or what? Yeah.
How was life, daily life like?
See, this league couldn't be stopped. It had to come because AFC was very determined that India have a all India, pan India best league. So Mr. Dashmunshi was the president at that time, so he had to bring in. There was no second saying about that. But before that, it has only done one, disadvantage to Indian football. Indian football was, the activities were much more. If you look at 96 season, there was such a problem that all the players were playing at least 60 matches. And in 96-97 season, I think, which you were talking about, the All India Football Federation had to issue coupons for the players. They selected maybe 30-40 players they selected, and they gave them, all of them were given coupons of 50 matches. So before every match, they have to the match commissioner give one coupon. The moment they finish 50 matches, after that they cannot play. So it went to, I still remember Basudev Mandal, who was India captain at that one point of time. In one Durand Cup, he couldn't play after 2 matches because he finished his 50 matches coupon. So activities were much more. The league has the league restricted the NFL, which later became I League, restricted the activities, and post 2014, when the Indian Super League was introduced, and when it became the Premier League in 2019, I think 2019, I don't remember exactly, the activities has drastically come down for the senior players, senior activities, definitely.
Speaking about 50 matches, Sandeep Menon, you went to Mizoram this time.
Yeah.
As part of your book, Sacred Grounds. You guys should check it out. It's a fantastic book about India's cultural hubs and where India's football comes from. Right? Tell us more about, because he said 50 matches, I'm guessing Mizoram and Manipur are the only two states right now where a player can potentially get 50 matches. What is your takeaway from visiting those two cultural hubs of Indian football?
Manipur I visited before the problem that they are facing right now, which has really affected their football ecosystem. It's still happening, but obviously it's not as easy from the hills to come down and play and things like that. So it's become a little complicated. I think if it doesn't get sorted, it's going to impact Manipur, which is producing a lion's share of our players. It's going to affect them very badly in the future, 10, 15 years down the line. But Mizoram was beautiful, man. If you are a football fan, Mizoram is the place for you. Everybody is involved in playing, the villages are, so they have this tournament. I went for these village tournaments, and they would just drive down with the buses at night, men, women, everybody, children, all of them sitting in the stands, and the matches are happening. It's live telecasted. The Mizoram Football Association has done a phenomenal job in raising funds, in running leagues, in running or help running these kind of smaller tournaments. There is a Young Mizo Association, YMA Cup as well. So N number of tournaments for them, and these players who have left, they make it a point whenever they come back to be part of these events. So even if like Reliance is running their youth league, the Nopang League, which is from under 8 onwards, under 6, yeah, under 6 to under 12, and they have 14s and all that. Every single time a player from the ISL finishes or he comes for a break, he makes sure that on that weekend they go there, talk to these kids. They look, I come from Dwarpui, or I come from Lunglai, somewhere. I come from where you are from, and I can do it, so can you. And they have a phenomenal local hero called Mama, Shiloh Mama, who is probably the pathbreaker for, is the pathbreaker for Mizoram football. And everything about them is so much about their culture and their daily lives. So one funny instance was, the Santosh Trophy was going on at that time when I was there, and there was a couple of local tournaments happening. So apparently in one WhatsApp group they were saying, should Mizoram continue in Santosh Trophy or should they get knocked out, so that these players can come and play for their locality. And the lion's share of them are like, no, just get knocked out and come play for our locality, because the pride is so involved with their football, and everything sort of, that entire community is so in love with the game. And I just love it. Every time I get a chance to go, I'm going to go and do whatever I can to help. And to be fair, I just want to add this as well. Reliance is doing a phenomenal job there with the Nopang League as well.
Absolutely, and I think speaking of culture, Preeti here is trying to do, I would say, a gargantuan task of building culture in a region which has 250 million people. UP's first professional club, UP's first ISL club, Interkashi. So how tough is it? Because people say there are already established cultural hubs of India, right? And then there are people who are saying you're trying to build from absolute zero, right? Clean slate. How tough is it?
I think you have plus and minus. The biggest advantage is there's no football, so you can start and do where you think you can do and what you want to do. I come from a state, Bengal, where there's so much potential, but unfortunately there's not enough football at the grassroots. They play the CFL for 2-3 months, but that's about it. And I think it pains me a lot to see that Bengal, which was once the hub of football, now hardly has many national team players. So when I got the opportunity to join Interkashi, and I felt that this couldn't be a better way to start from zero. I was very surprised that UP has a huge football culture. In the villages, in the towns, a lot of kids play football. It's just that they don't have a pathway. It's not talked about a lot. I think the association, because it's such a large state, the association is not able to manage, or they're sleeping somewhere. It's a problem. But I think if we can get more coaches and work out a grassroots, we have a plan of 10 years, 2034. And I feel that we're going to go out to the smaller districts. We feel there is a lot of hard work to do, but kids are plenty. I mean, you will not have a shortage of kids playing. Like we were very amazed that in Banaras, in Kashi, there is this coach called Bhairav sir, and he has every evening 200 kids playing football. They don't have anything. Even the football is probably 20 years old. It's hardly a ball. But I think the interest is so much. It's just that the lack of opportunity, the lack of playing time or tournaments is what is putting them behind, and that was the biggest attraction for us. Because I feel if Meghalaya can do it, we've seen in the last 10 years what Karnataka has done. There's no reason, if you do a proper structured plan, somewhere like UP, 100%, I mean, you would have kids coming out by the dozen.
And Interkashi's also started this great CSR initiative where they're actually sponsoring the under 15 and under 17 teams of Bhairavji, the girls, and I think that's fantastic because usually we've seen clubs reluctant to get involved in the community, but you've actually taken a step forward and done it, so kudos. Right?
So one thing I want to say is, like, we are very clear as a club, it's a UP club, and by 2030 we want to have at least 70% of the senior team, boys and girls, from the state. Because unless you have players from the state, you're not doing any real football. I mean, importing from different state, to me, isn't the right way to do it. Everyone should be in their own state, and you develop your state. That's how you would get fans to the ground. That's how you'll have everything. So everyone has to do that.
I think absolutely. I think fantastic thought process there, and I wish you all the best. Coming to Jaideep Basu's book, please check it out. I think it's a fantastic tell-all account of his time at the AFF and I think a little time span before that. But coming to you, Jaideep sir, what do you, when he spoke about the state affairs, and I know you've written a lot about the AFF, let's speak about the basest levels. Let's speak about the state affairs and district affairs. Is it always possible to oversee, and is it always possible to regulate what they're doing? Because legally, from what I understand, they are independent entities. They're independently registered trusts. So they're not exactly subsidiaries as you would play.
It's certainly not possible because, see, India is such a big country. It is difficult to manage always in whatever sector, whether it is political sector or any other sector. Sport is also a part of it only. So it's difficult. If you get into that area, the problem is Indian football is, biggest problem is human resource. You don't get the right people. And when Indian football was doing well internationally, decently it was doing, I won't say doing well, but it was doing decently in international football. There were still some people who wanted to be associated with the game, not only in AFF but across the country. I can name a lot of states where some well-known people were associated, they were successful in their respective areas, they were associated with football. But slowly it has gone down. Now even in a I shouldn't name them, so let's skip it. So there are states, there are several states which are being run by people who are there for a long time, maybe for 30 years, 40 years, who actually shouldn't have been there at all, but still they are there because nobody cares. That's the problem. You can only get better people, you can only get, you only remove them is somebody has some interest to take it over, but because that vacuum cannot be there, it has to be, the void has to be filled. So, so there are several states in the country. There are some good also. It's not that some of them are not good. They are. But most of, there are several states in the country who are governed by people, whose football is governed by people who have, what I say, who shouldn't be there actually. That's all. And so if they are not doing anything, it is very difficult to sit in Delhi and start monitoring them. And like any other federation in the country, Football Federation is also based on vote politics. So that thing you have to keep in mind. Anybody who is running the show in Delhi, or for that matter in the AFF you are talking about, they have to also keep in mind that after 4 years they have to face another election. So that area is a very grey area. Even if I am there, I would be bothered about my next election. So I can't really blame them. So it is like that. So it's a vicious circle where so even if you lift the administration, make it better at the national level, at the top, in all 36 affiliated units, to do it is a very, very difficult task which you are asking. So it is not possible to monitor from here.
I think Basu sir shedding some light on what's happening at the grassroots and basis levels, and thank you for the clarity, sir. I think often there's a
there are some states which you are talking about, grassroots level is doing very well, like Sandeep just mentioned. There are states, but there are states where grassroots is absolute frozen zero, like the state he is currently representing. So that is the problem. There is a contrast. So unless it is the thing is unified across the country, at least to some extent some balance is maintained, it is, and there are states where it is haphazard. People are, if some good players are coming, they are not coming up because of organizational backup, but haphazardly. So all three has to be put in a balanced system, which is not very easy for anyone for that matter, because so far nobody could.
Sandeep, Jaideep Das spoke about human resource, he spoke about haphazardness. Is it true that you've seen in these hubs that some of the football that is produced there comes out of essentially what is chaos, or essentially randomness also sometimes produces footballers, that there is a set system in place for about half a century or so that is just pushing footballers out by the dozen?
I guess, like you mentioned, it's like a combination of all these things. But the ones that who produce or consistently produce, they have a very strong grassroots culture. Even if it's not organized by, say, the state association or by any real players, might be organized by the community, might be organized by somebody from outside, or a bunch of NGOs and things like that. As long as people get to play, what you said is absolutely correct. As long as you play, that's the only way you develop, and the opportunity has to come. And if it doesn't come from say AIFF, I think the elite leagues, the youth leagues, if you win championships, I think you play 15 games. That's not enough. You need to play a lot more, right? So you need to have like a robust structure where kids are allowed to play. Like Karnataka is a good example in the sense of having a better ecosystem now, where they've got this double pass league who runs 30-40 games a year season. Then they have a youth premier league which again runs another 30-40 games. So these kids get a lot of chance to basically train, play, recover, train, play, recover. So that's the model, right? I remember a story that Ranady Singh once mentioned. Ranady is a former Indian footballer, great free kick taker and all. A long time, 10 years, 11 years he played for the national team. Yeah, more than that. So he mentioned playing against Japan in the age group level, under 19 or under 17, under 19 I think. And he said we lost 2-1 or 2-0. and he played against this player called Nakamura, who was playing on the same wing. And later on, he went to Celtic. So Nakamura is a great free kick taker, went to Celtic, had a great career. So I think 7 years later, they played each other again in the World Cup qualifier. 2002, yeah. And India lost 7-0. And he said the difference that I saw in him from the age where we were like, 2-1, 2-0, sort of similar, but he was still better, to this, night and day difference. And he said it's just a lack of game time that you are having. And if we can provide that, which Mizoram is doing, which Karnataka is trying to do, which happens in Manipur as well, but a lot of Manipur players also leave at a very young age. They go to TFAs and Delhi FC, many other Minerva, all these places also to train. So the most important thing for them is to play. And there are some states where they don't play at all, but they still produce some players. But then that's the local hero effect that you have. Like the Kashmir football culture is slowly starting to recover, because they've had Danish Farouk, Sohail, yeah, and few of them coming out since they had good players before. But there was a lull, and then these couple are coming, and Real Kashmir started, Lone Star Kashmir started doing okay, so suddenly they had opportunities, interest. Political situation is bad now, but for a while it was sort of okay, so that also helped. So you need that one guy to basically punch through, and then the rest will follow. And that can happen haphazardly, but once it does, I think it's onus is on everybody to make sure that that momentum is not lost.
I think in addition, I'd just like to mention that a lot of Kashmiris have told me that football used to be the number one sport. A lot of, to the 50s, 60s, J&K Bank, a lot of these PSUs and public sector units used to uphold football there, but obviously we've seen a lull. And
the scariest thing that I saw was in Goa when Euro was happening. Euro was happening, and on TV it was cricket match. I never expected that to happen in Goa, but that was fairly scary.
I think goes to prove that culture can be there, but if not nurtured, it can also disappear.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and that comes next question. Obviously now UP has a top tier national level player, Akash Mishra as well. So we've seen local heroes that are cropping up. But in times like these, when there's obviously uncertainty about the league, I've seen the Interkashi playing the Governors Gold Cup, trying to keep operations going, whereas we've seen a lot of clubs suspending operations. The question is, how do you keep going? How do you, not just for yourself, but for your staff, for your sponsors, for everybody in your ecosystem, what is the kind of messaging that you're essentially putting out at this point?
I think it's the best time now to focus on the academy, the youth, because they are your future. I mean, you can't do much what the federation is doing. I mean, you can only do what is in your hand. And I think like what we are doing is we are pushing more on the academy. Like for the Gold Cup also, our youth under 18 team is playing. I think we have a very clear mandate that this year the under 18 team will play as many invitation tournaments as possible. Because the biggest thing lacking in India is game time. So you can take it as an advantage or disadvantage. We feel that whole situation right now is a pause for everyone, but it is also an opportunity for you to have your academy kids, the younger boys, your local boys, to give them game time, and maybe something comes out. I mean, just look at it positively. I mean, there is so much negativity around, and it's I think it's the first time ever that if you go on any social media and write about football, all you will see is negativity, and I think it's a bad thing. I think we should, as a community, look at the positive and shut out the negative. It's the only way to go ahead, and maybe seeing that, maybe the federation will try and think, and maybe they will have some guilt conscious. I don't know. I mean,
we can only hope at this point of time. Jaideep was speaking about, and he's right. If you just search the hashtag Indian football on X, you will find a slew of comments saying some are blaming players, some are blaming administrators, some are blaming coaches. But there's this whole circle of blame that's going around, right?
And I just wanted to add one thing. I think when we lost to Bangladesh, and there was this whole movement that India should be ashamed and all of that. I feel sometimes the blame should be more for the administrators, because the players have not played. How can you blame a team who's just come for 10-day pre-season or warm-up and go for a match? This time is when they would be playing the ISL or the I-League in competitive matches. They would have the match practice, they will have the match fitness, and then they can compete. Add to it, the players don't know if they will get the salaries. They don't know if they have contracts. There's so much going on in their mind. EMIs they have to pay. And it is just shocking and strange that everyone is saying we will do something tomorrow, and then it's the whole story like tomorrow never comes. So I don't know, I think the whole system right now, especially what is going on, we really hope the federation says, okay, we will do it not today, we will do it now, and we will close it. Is the only way. I think if they have some, I don't know, moral or some guilt conscious, just do something and close it and say, okay, in the next 1 hour, we will give you the solution, and then we start on football. It cannot be that come back on another day, we will do one more meeting, we will do another press thing, we'll do another photograph session. I don't think the crowds are now going to buy this whole thing of tomorrow.
Can I just ask one thing as someone who runs a club? When you have no clarity on when the league is starting, before you never had much clarity on when the calendar was starting, how difficult is it for you to run a club? Because you have to logistics, you have to book flights, you have to pay people, contracts, hotels. How it's like a. I'm just asking.
No, I think if you ask me, I am now thinking, and this is what the ownership is also thinking, did we invest in a wrong sport? Why did we get into this thing? I mean, is it worth this whole stress to take? I mean, we are a new club, and we are wondering that why did we do it? I think the biggest question is, why did we do it? Should we continue doing the first team? Should we keep waiting, or should we forget, close down the club and just focus on the academy? It's a very serious discussion we're having internally, because you never know. I mean, every day we hear that there will be a solution tomorrow.
Yeah, some meeting or something. Yeah. Okay, that is actually quite scary.
Guys, this is the most honest session you will see at this fest, and a round of applause for all of them for speaking so openly, because usually there's a code of omerta in sports. You have administrators, officials not speaking, but here there are three people, they're addressing the elephant in the room. They're not shying away from it, and kudos, because somehow all three of you are still involved, and there is no light at the end of a tunnel. So going to Joydeep, is this the doomsday situation? If a league doesn't happen, is it, because obviously we risk a FIFA ban if the league doesn't happen. That I hope everybody in the audience knows, that if the league doesn't happen, FIFA can ban the AIFF. Is this the lowest that you've seen Indian football at?
See, first of all, why should FIFA ban India? FIFA will not ban India for anything. If you stop playing football, that's not their problem. As long as you really don't do something anti-football. So FIFA ban is not a problem, I think. But I think what's going on is a criminal offense at the moment. The stopping of domestic football completely. See, Indian football's biggest complaint till a few years back in the circuit was that Indian football is too busy with its domestic season rather than its international commitments. So there was a time like that when, see, no other sports in India had so much domestic activities like football. Naturally it came. All over the countries used to be football. There are places in Kerala or somewhere where they used to hold at least 10 tournaments a year. So that is from there you have brought to a situation which is actually a lockdown in football. That's the word you can use about Indian football at the moment. Indian football is going through a lockdown period. That's all. So it's a criminal offense. It's absolute downright poor governance, because see, you are now talking about your bid process, your renewal of your contract with your marketing partners. See, your marketing partners will end on December 8, 2025. It was known from 2010. So those who came in 2022 with so much hue and cry, unfortunately I was a part of it. So the thing is that if they didn't think about it, it has come to a pass where it has a head of the organization who has perhaps no clue whatsoever, and it is backed by certain people I don't want to name, who are just his doormats, nothing else. They also have no clue, and they don't want to have any clue. So that is also there. The administration is in complete shambles. I can give one by one example, which perhaps I should not bring out here.
Let people read your book.
No, that's not that, because I know all of them personally, so I have no right to downgrade them publicly. So that would be bad on my part. But the thing is that this is a period, as you asked me, that whether it is the worst I don't know. That only history will say whether it is worst or not. Time will tell. But this is unprecedented. International football we are not doing well. That's for umpteen number of times. Even my father used to say that. I also, even my son will also say that, maybe in his years to come. But we are not playing football domestically. This is something nobody. See, football is a game which is basically a spectator sports, a fun. Not more than 50 people, 210 countries play in the FIFA. I think 10, 12, whatever is the FIFA membership. Only 50 of them have so far qualified for the World Cup. So that doesn't mean rest of the 160 countries have stopped playing football. They play it. They play it for fun. We have even stopped playing for fun also. That's the thing. It's a lockdown period of Indian football.
I think that's a glaring assessment, if any. So, you were also a journalist, and we've run a podcast together for many years, right?
8 years, I think.
8 years. Yes, the administrators obviously deserve to be questioned. People are also questioning the players. They're saying that the market needs a correction, right? And people are saying that Indian football's exceeded its intrinsic value. People are pointing to countries like Vietnam, which are doing much better with much fewer resources. So football's obviously not a game of resources. It's a question of more will and intent, right? So coming back to the players, and Pritida raised a valid point. He said they're not playing right now. So they're playing international football, and the intensity of which is far higher, right? So it's like the car has stopped and you're essentially accelerating 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. You're asking them to go from zero load to maximum load in a matter of 5 days, right? So sports science also does not agree with that approach. Where are the players? Where do they stand in all of this? And do they deserve their share of brickbats?
I mean, I can't blame them for making money, because fundamentally everybody wants to make money, and if the market is willing to pay, you take it. I mean, I'll do the same, right? If they offer me a lot of money, I'll also do whatever, administrative, whatever it is. But the point, maybe the finger should be pointed at the agents and the club owners who are willing to make that kind of payment. Just because somebody raised the bar doesn't mean everybody has to, follow suit. But we have seen that with Chelsea doing it in the Premier League also. They started buying, and then the numbers just keep going up. PSG spent that money, and then now everybody, 100 million player is a normal thing. So there is that market correction which might be forced now because of the situation we are in. And yes, a lot of the CEOs in confidence would tell us, you and me both, that we are overpaying, but what can we do? And of course, we are underpaying, but what can we do? Because we want to get the player, and this is the market value that they are asking. And India has this, I don't know, we do a lot of investment on potential. Forget football, generally also. A lot of investment goes on, we will do this sort of a thing. But then whether the players are losing motivation because money comes too early, all these things are personal questions. Some do, some don't. That depends on their upbringing and family structure and culture and all that stuff. But I find it difficult to blame the players in this scenario. Maybe onus mostly on the administrator. And to be fair, like you said, you can't not play for months and then train for 10 days and then do 50-60 sprints at the same intensity. Suppose you will make mistakes. And the most obvious or the most sad maybe mistake that I remember recently is in the AFC, Asian Cup we played. We were drawing in the final match against Bahrain, I think, and then we made that foul, right, to concede the penalty. It was a tire tackle because he worked so hard. He worked so hard and it was just a tire tackle, and it happens because that intensity is not something that we are used to, and we sort of have to ramp up to it. And without the league, without the I-League, ISL, I-League 2, I-League 3, state leagues, nothing like this will happen. And what annoys me more than anything else is that ISL is not happening, so none of the leagues are happening, even women's league. Women are actually doing much better than men at this moment, and they should be given all the support for it.
I just wanted to add something from the club's point of view. I think clubs get stuck on a vicious cycle when you're chasing the trophy. So sometimes there's a thought process, if I pay more money and get the best player, I would win the cup. And which is why everyone is chasing the players and paying the money. I don't think it's the fault of the player. The player is a professional, so he would want to get the most money he wants, and nobody's putting a gun in your head to pay it. I think it's also the thought process that you need the best player and only then can you win. I don't think sports works like that. I think it's not always that you get the highest budget team and you win. It's the balance in the team. Aizawl is a good example.
Look, I-League is littered with these, right? Aizawl, Chennai City, Minerva, three back-to-back champions who are not paying the most amount of money. Yeah. So we have this example, but I don't know why we still fall into that trap.
I think you want to have the thought process that having the best player would give you a better chance of winning the league. Maybe in business, having the best CFO, CEO will make you successful business. But sports doesn't work. Like in sports, it's not 1 + 1 2. 1 + 1 in sports can be 11, it could be 20. And I think that understanding is something which is still being grasped by a lot of clubs. And maybe that's why the ownership level approves the budget to get those players, because there's also this whole feeling that if I don't get this player, what if I can't score the goals? What if I can't defend properly? And which forces the clubs to spend that money. How do you solve it? I also don't know.
As a club president, and you started an IWL2 team this year, and kudos. But in a year where the women have performed phenomenally, for the first time in 20 years, the under-17, under-20 and the senior women's team have all qualified for Asia, and that's no mean feat. It's no mean feat at all. Only 12 teams, mind you, because the men's division has 24, only 12 teams, so they're among the top 12 in every category, right? But now this year we're seeing an IWL where the league's duration is 38 days. 38 days in this, the most crucial of years.
First leg. There will be another leg in April. Yeah.
Both legs put
Combined.
together are 38
Okay.
days. So 16 days and then 22 days. So does this justify the type of investment that you're looking to make into women's football? Because what do you see when you see that the top division is 38 days?
So when we started our women's team last year and we played IWL2, a lot of the girls were local girls, and we wanted to continue the team for a few years to eventually go to IWL and compete with locals. And you were leading the whole assignment. Unfortunately, I think there is certain planning which the federation does, which I am not able to understand. Which is why this year we don't know what's going to happen to IWL2, how it will happen, what will happen to IWL. I think it's a situation which is beyond the control of a lot of people. It's something they can explain. I mean, I'm sure it is planned in a very nice way, the intent is pure, it's something I don't understand.
Yeah, you want
I
IWL. See, IWL is reduced to now, you were saying 38 days or one leg. That's because of, again, bad planning. See, you said that India have qualified for the 3 Asian Cups, that is under 17, 20 and senior, which was known from very beginning, isn't it? So, you knew that in November, you have the Asian Championship, AFC, where East Bengal players will be there. So you cannot hold the IWL for a few days, and immediately after the AFC, there will be SAF, and SAF also you have sent the first team again. You have recommended East Bengal again as the IWL champions, which you should have recommended Gokulam, the second team. You could have, but you didn't do it. So East Bengal will be again in SAF. So there is again if you have a IWL window, East Bengal will not be available because they have the maximum number of national team players in the team. So your IWL will be. So these things were known from 4 months earlier, but you never planned it. Now I think today you put out the tender for the IWL only 1 week ago. 2 weeks ago, I think, or 1.5 weeks ago. Yesterday was the last date for queries. So now you will open the bid. Now bid will come new out. So it's downright poor planning. You could have planned it better. See, this regime, the current people who are currently running the AFF, their biggest success story was IWL in home and away basis, which has never happened before, and that is one of the reasons your national team has done well. Nobody expected them to beat Thailand in the qualifier in Thailand, but they beat them. So your girls did well. So now your own success you are trampling down. That's the problem. You never planned it, because the moment you sent Gokulam's East Bengal name for the SAF also, there you killed your entire window. You could have sent Gokulam.
It's almost as if they didn't expect to qualify.
See, some people suggested that that Gokulam should be sent. I think East Bengal sent a letter, and AFF succumbed to it, and they sent East Bengal. So, but then nobody thought how this window can be managed in that case. In that case, you should have started the IWL earlier. Now you are having a series of national camps because your players have nowhere to play. And they were supposed to go day after tomorrow to, I think, to North Macedonia to play 2 matches. I think yesterday their visa have been denied, I think. Team is most probably not going. So that's none of their, of course, not the national team's problem. But I'm saying there could be so many hindrances. You could have thought better before planning the IWL. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to, I think we are talking a lot about little bit of bad management or little negativity. I think if we focus a little more on positivity, and you can't do a sporting event without medals and trophies. I think we were fortunate as the first club from Uttar Pradesh to get the trophy, and I was allowed to get the trophy here because I wanted to show everyone what it is to win I-League, and I think it's going to be a big
the I-League trophy, ladies and gentlemen.
So I just want to take this moment to put it out to everyone that you do have whatever bad happens in football, at the end, this is what we all play for. And I think this is something which going on will make the change of football in Uttar Pradesh, and I think seeing us, a lot of other states and a lot of other stakeholders will start getting back into football. I think we should look at the positive side, and we should be little more positive and black out whatever is beyond our control, and we hope the federation also is more positive and looks towards the future, because I think for everyone who wants football to grow, this is what they all play for.
I think one thing that was sort of missing out on all the celebration with the women qualifying was a thank you to all the clubs who invested so much money. Especially when it became home and away, it became a lot more expensive. But they still went on and did that, gave that opportunity and all that, which I think has not been spoken about enough. As much as, you know, men's football gets a lot of, the clubs get a lot of credit. Women's football, that's not happened yet. Maybe Odisha here and there or Gokulam here and there. Yeah, Kripsa or something.
So the saga of getting the trophy couldn't be made into a Netflix movie. Itself.
Could be.
It could be.
Is it?
Yeah.
And I think you got your hands on the trophy 4 months after it was due.
I think the universe planned it in a way that we had to get the trophy on the pitch. So we were lucky, we went Goa to play a Super Cup game, so after the game we got it. So we rightfully got the trophy where we should get it, which is on the pitch. So I think for that I am extremely grateful.
Some small silver linings in a dark cloud.
I think that's all what we should look at. I mean, it's what makes you wake up the next morning and go to the pitch and in the heat for everybody to fight.
Were there tears when the trophy finally?
For sure.
Sandeep, we've seen some. With this piece of silver, I've seen some fantastic stories around, like you said, all around the country. Yeah. Especially you and me have travelled. I can never forget that afternoon in Shillong, where 4,000 people from Aizawl just stormed Shillong, and the town ran out of spirit. So,
Jayesh Rane was telling me a story about this. So Jayesh Rane was playing for Aizawl. Aizawl were going for the title, and Shillong Lajang was the first team from Northeast to play I-League. And so they had to draw or win the game. They had to draw, yeah. So Shillong, apparently, the rumor was that Shillong has said the players will get bonus if you beat them. Yeah, so they have their own thing, right? So Jayesh was playing, and this guy was playing really hard. And Jayesh apparently told him, "Yaar, aaram se khel." And that guy is like, "Nahi, nahi, mujhe bonus milega." And this fellow was like, "Main dunga yaar, tu aaram se khel."
But I think saying that also, this year's I-League or the last season's I-League was one of the most closely competitive game. Like, I still remember my heart beat a second. Like, Churchill had a penalty. If they had taken the penalty and if they had won, the story would be completely different. And throughout the season, there have been so many such instances. I think a competitive league with a relegation, with promotion, it brings so much interest into the teams and everyone that it makes the game much more pleasing to watch and much more contestable.
Even the league itself is so hard, right? You have to go from Delhi, Lucknow, this side, all the way to the northeast. Travel is hard.
We had one match. We played Churchill or Dempo in Goa, and the next day we traveled to Punjab. We traveled, I think, 6 hours, reached little bit past midnight, and the next morning we had a match.
This part of I-League is something people don't notice. If you are traveling from, say, Kerala, you have to go to Kashmir, you have to go to Aizawl, Lajang, Shillong.
And the time is also very short.
And quick travel, no time to recover. And a lot of these places are not one direct flight. So you have to take 2 flights and a bus, or 1 flight and a 3-hour drive. So it takes a toll to win that league.
And I think you mentioned an open league, promotion, relegation. So my question to Jaideep Das, so there's obviously 2 schools of thought. Some people say that you can function with a closed league, like MLS was for the longest time. Now obviously there's discussions about opening up the MLS. A-League still is, but A-League has added a proper second tier now. So Jaideep Das, so what is the thought process that goes on in the administrators regarding, because usually stories like Aizawl would never have happened if there were no open league, promotion, relegation, no Leicester City. We would not have Malby this year in Sweden, a fishing village with a population of 1,500, won the Swedish top 10. So what is the thought process that goes on? Why is there no intent towards making it an open?
There is no intent towards, I won't say, maybe a lot of people want it, but the See, when 2014, when the ISL, it is all about ISL, what you are asking, whether it's promotion relegation in ISL. All other leagues have their promotion and relegation. So it's not that others don't have. Even IWL2 also have their promotion relegation. So in 2014, when the ISL started, it was a franchisee league. So they had 8 teams, later I think 10 teams or whatever, I don't remember. And there was no, actually there was no promotion relegation needed also, because it was only a franchisee league. And now in 2019, when they became the #1 league, officially the Premier League of India, then in AFC, when that meeting held in 2019, I think 19 or 19, I think it was 19. So there they agreed in front of AFC that they will allow relegation from 2025 onwards. But they never complied to it from last year. Last year they should have complied it. I think last year they should have complied. They allowed promotion but did not do the relegation. And because of the pressure of the marketing partners, AFF also did not press for it. Actually, AFF actually batted for them. And that a lot of people said they are defying the AFC, what they agreed in front of AFC. But they batted for them. Then AFF Deputy General Secretary, he wrote some letters which very much favored stopping of relegation. So that's all on record, because I have seen those copies, so I know. So there was no, but the problem is without relegation the leagues becomes a bit boring. That is the thing. But once once it comes to January, when the 6 teams are specified, which are the more or less which are the rest of the 6 teams, I won't say stop playing, but you can see they are going through the motion, because they are not getting relegated, nothing to lose, nothing to gain. So let's go out and play. Which actually, if you see you have to listen to the experts. Like Igor Stimac was 5 years India coach. Igor Stimac was very much in favor of promotion relegation. He used to say on a daily basis that promotion relegation is very necessary for the development of the game in India. So even all foreign coaches have said that promotion relegation is needed. So if you look at from the expert point of view, it should be there, but administrators have their own problems. Not always everything is hunky-dory that you can stick to the rules and do something. So if you ask me, then I will prefer relegation and promotion, because it becomes, the match becomes better. You watch better matches. That's all.
Aditya, do you not think, or what is your view, if ISL and I-League clubs, the number of teams grow, and only then you start promotion relegation, or you think 14 is a good number?
See, you can always do one thing, that you can relegate 1 team and promote 2 teams. It will come to 16 teams at one day in 2 years' time. That's all. That also can be done. You relegate 1 team and promote 2 teams. Problem is I-League promotion. Problem is most of the I-League teams are not ready, but financially ready from the administrative points of view. But that doesn't mean they won't be ready tomorrow. If they can be ready tomorrow. If Interkashi is ready, Punjab became ready, they became ready. They did whatever little bit had to be done. They have done so far. Okay, Modern Sporting failed. There would be some stories of failure and success both, but that doesn't mean you have to close the door. I thought one team can be demoted and 2 can be promoted. It can be an experiment. Let us see. They can. If you are really kicked around and kicked at the top, then you may start behaving yourself properly and do something to come to the level, isn't it?
Sandeep, you spoke about speaking to club CEOs and all of that, and he actually is a very good suggestion, because we've seen a lot of leagues do that. When they're restructuring, they promote and relegate an uneven number of teams, right? So is there a what do you say, hesitancy from, because we've heard that XYZ club will shut down if they get relegated. For the benefit of the audience here, how true or false is that?
That they will shut down if they get relegated? Yeah. Like from ISL?
From ISL.
Well, it's tough to say because sometimes they might just say these things to push a certain narrative. But if they do shut down, then my view is that sport is all about winning and losing. Sometimes you lose. So you just have to take it on the chin. Do you have it in you to climb back up and come again? Or do you not have? Aizawl is a great story. Right? They got relegated. But at that time, for whatever reason, nobody was getting relegated. They just kept continuing. So the next year, they went on and won the league. So they showed they could do it. Shillong Lajong had a very soft exit from I-League, but surprisingly came back. Even Ming was surprised that they qualified. But once they qualified, they got their sort of house in order and played the league. So I'm sure they can do it if they want to. The question is, are you willing to take that fall? Because just like falling from ISL to I-League is a huge gap in terms of visibility. When you talk to, say, Gokulam and all these clubs, and I'm sure you will also have faced the same thing. You can't attract sponsors because you don't know when it's being telecasted, where it is being telecasted, when is the league coming, how many games, all these kind of details. So it's hard, but I think it's all about sport, right? Win and you lose.
Yeah, nobody can hold the system at ransom. If somebody says I will go out if I am relegated, then let them go. Most of them are empty threats, but let them. Nobody, see, you can't play with the system against the rule. You can't. You have to follow the widely followed rule all over the world. Some semblance of system should be there. See, if only the marketing partners and your people who are pouring in money can hold a gun on your head and say that football will be played in my way only. That's not right. Nobody should be given that leverage.
But Joydipda, also adding to this, in the last 10 years of the existence of the ISL, there has been instances in the I-League where clubs have been relegated, but then not been relegated.
Yeah, that's what I say. So the problem is in the last 10 years, the rules have been flouted so many times that now it has become a as if this is the rule only. Flouting rules is that's the problem. See, in 1996-97 first NFL, there was a qualifier. Mohun Bagan did not qualify. First NFL went on without Mohun Bagan, India's oldest team. There was so much hue and cry, but still it went on. The administrators did not flinch. They wanted Mohun Bagan, I am very sure, but so somebody has to put their foot down and say it. There is life beyond Mohun Bagan also. That's what NFL proved. And first NFL, I am telling you with responsibility, is the most successful league ever held in this country. 96-97 league, most ever held, and that went without Mohun Bagan. So some team which cropped up in 2014 and tells you that I will not play, so let them not play. That's all.
And there is also instance within the last 10 years, Pune FC, there was Bharat FC, there was so, yeah, and previously also club shut down. I come from Kerala, we had Kerala Police, we had Titanium, we had
FC Cochin.
We had so many, Premier Tier, so many teams, they come and go and somebody else will come.
So see, those who have closed down, they had to close down on this pretext, let them close down, okay, go ahead.
Well, time's up, but we'll take a final parting note from each of you guys. Start with Prithvi. Any thoughts? What's going to happen? And like you said, silver linings. What are they?
Focus on your academy. Focus on players from your city, from your district. I think that's the only way to make football sustainable.
Focus on governance. Because football all over the world is now, good football wherever it is played, it is because of good administration, good governance. Football is now a game for the management people, and bring in better people, bring in better human resources, somebody don't have to play football to come to football administration. You need good administrators. They may not have played football, doesn't matter, but they are educated people, knowledgeable people. They know how the world is run properly. Bring them in, things will get better.
All I can say is, because for the book that I traveled and I focus so much on the grassroots and these local tournaments and local culture, anybody who says India does not have a football culture they don't know what they are talking about. There is immense love for football. The number of people who play, who watch, who may not watch the I League or ISL but are involved in football in some way, shape or form is tremendous. All we need, like Joydeep says, someone at the top to sort of make things better so that this passion can be sort of funneled into performances and results, which I hope, which will take 15-20 years, but that's a challenge. Like the Japanese model, they started with a 100-year model.
2094.
Yeah, now 30 years in, they are already World Cup qualified. I mean, they are already in World Cups and they are getting into the men's team or, quarterfinal level. They beat Germany, they are playing well against, I think they beat Brazil also. So they are starting to show in 30 years what long-term vision does. All we need is administrators with a vision that goes beyond their term. Set it up and see where it goes. And people like Joydeep and I will write about them and make sure that the legacy lives on.
So there you go. The ISL big come and go. It may happen, may not happen, but Indian football is alive and kicking in its pockets. And as long as there are people here to keep it alive, the spirit of Indian football will be alive. It is our oldest sport. We host the world's third oldest tournament, the Durand Cup, for people who might not know. We love our football, and so should you. Support your local academy today, support your local club today, because who knows, one day they might go on to do something spectacular. So yes, we are alive, Indian football is alive, barely, but yes. Thank you all, fantastic session.
First of all, congrats to Sandeep. It's a wonderful. The book is written by especially for the Indian football. How you, Jaideep sir, and all the people you said about this Indian culture of the football. What about the future of that? All the youngsters is playing, and all the the new generation is coming for that Indian football. What will be the future? So that's why I want to say to ask you the question to Jaideep sir. So this is because of all the young kids. The parents, they love to see. I'm a cricket coach and a mentor, right? Because cricket is so much popular in India, internationally, and if you can see that, the Indian football culture is like that. Through that I got that news. But what about that new generation to play in this kind of football? To parents to secure their this especially for this soccer. Yeah.
So I didn't understand what you mean by secure their future. Can you please explain it?
You said that no, there is no ISL, that Indian football. I am said that no, it's how they are going to trend, and because of there is no money at all, then there is no, the federation, all the governments is not to be look after these the football culture. That's why I'm to give you the questions to you.
Sir, I think most of it we have so far last 1 hour discussed what you were asking, but I have only, as I said, it's going through a very difficult period at the moment. So it's very difficult for me to predict what is the future. I think in the next 20 days or 1 month, and if this season is not played, if 2024-25 season is finally locked down, and it seems now, then it has a chance of turning for the worse. But if they manage to play it, now yesterday in the Supreme Court, the government of India has also has said it will do its best to keep the sport going. Then let's see, sir. Just light went, no? That's why.
Yeah, hi. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Piyush, and I am from New Delhi Institute of Management. My name is Piyush, and I am from New Delhi Institute of Management. Sir, I have a question to the whole panel. We have seen the governance failure in AIFF. Started in 2022 when FIFA banned us, and then in 2025, a warning by FIFA and AFC together was there for AIFF. So my question is, what are the non-negotiable reforms at the top level you think that should be done in the short term and the long term?
I think Prithijit is an administrator, so let him answer the question.
Put him on the spot. I think it's very simple. I think it's for the federation to make a calendar and stick to the calendar, not change the calendar by one day. If you do that, then the sports runs the way it should run.
हेलो सर, इज इट ओके इफ आई स्पीक इन हिंदी?
यस सर, प्लीज बोलिए।
सर, मैं ये मानता हूँ कि किसी भी गेम में कई सारे पिलर होते हैं। प्लेयर्स एक पिलर है, लीग एक पिलर है, गवर्नमेंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एक पिलर है। इस तरह कई पिलर गिने जा सकते हैं हर गेम में। इंडियन मॉडल, जितनी भी गेम्स हैं, इंडियन मॉडल ये है कि पहले लीग क्रिएट करो, पैसा घुमाना शुरू करो, एंड देन वी केयर फॉर द प्लेयर्स नर्सरी। हर गेम में जहां लीग आई उसके बाद नर्सरीज आई। और आप अगर गौर से देखें, जो दूसरे कम्पिटिटिव कंट्रीज हैं जिनके बहुत अच्छी हिस्ट्री रही है, उनमें पहले उन्होंने नर्सरी पैदा की, उनके पास एक कंसिस्टेंट सप्लाई है स्टूडेंट्स की। उनके यहाँ नर्सरी इतनी बड़ी है कि उनके यहाँ गेम कभी या शॉर्टेज ऑफ टैलेंट कभी होता ही नहीं। सो हम अपने मॉडल को, इंडियन मॉडल को दूसरे मॉडल्स के साथ कंपेयर करें, मेरी सजेशन है, क्योंकि दिस इज़ एन प्लेस जहाँ पे बहुत सारे वॉइस वाले लोग हैं जो वॉइस बनाना और वॉइस को आगे बढ़ाना जानते हैं। मैं आप सबसे अर्ज करता हूँ कि मॉडल को कंपेयर करिए। हमारे यहाँ कौन सी ऐसी कंट्रीज़ हैं, उनके पीछे स्पोर्ट्स का क्या मॉडल है। एक बड़ी छोटी सी ऑब्जर्वेशन है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया जो कि हर गेम में लीडर है, उनकी मेन गेम वो जिसको वो फुटी बोलते हैं, जिसको हम शायद वो कुछ कहते हैं, बॉल कौन सा, रग्बी कहते हैं हम, बट दे आर लीडर इन एवरी गेम। क्रिकेट में भी लीडर हैं वो, स्विमिंग में भी लीडर हैं वो, हॉकी में भी लीडर हैं, बिकॉज दे हैव अ बिग नर्सरी फॉर एवरी गेम। और उनका एक छोटा सा रिफॉर्म है, हर हाई स्कूल स्टूडेंट को हर साल एक गेम खेलनी पड़ेगी, और वो गेम खेलने के लिए उसको हर सैटरडे संडे किसी जगह पे पहुंचना होगा, किसी ग्राउंड पे जाना होगा, और उसके साथ उसके पेरेंट्स जाते हैं। जो मिडिल स्कूल के बच्चे हैं उनके साथ उनके पेरेंट्स जाते हैं। सिर्फ इतना सा रिफॉर्म गवर्नमेंट से चाहिए कि हर एक बच्चा कम से कम एक गेम में पास करेगा तो उसको 12वीं का सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा। क्या हम ये डिमांड उठा सकते हैं? मतलब डाउन द लाइन 5 इयर्स में ये रिफॉर्म आ जाए तो आप देखेंगे कि नर्सरीज होंगी। जब आपके पास नर्सरीज होंगी तो आपके ये आज जितने आपने इश्यूज डिस्कस किए हैं उनमें से कईयों का सोल्यूशन हो जाएगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
There is no question in it.
No, he's just a statement.
But you can add your vision if you have something on the...
Sir, one more question here. Good afternoon, everyone. The question is to Jaideep, sir. Sir, my question is that, the feat Interkashi has achieved by going to CAS, going to Switzerland and winning the trophy that they must have won at Kalyani itself. So they have defeated AIFF twice on international platform. So do you think it was a very necessary, I'll use the harsh word, slap on the face of the people who stole our football, and to the people who are outside the administration running old clubs, grand old clubs, but influencing our football very badly? So it was a very necessary slap, sir, do you think?
I couldn't get you a question.
So the question is, was it very necessary that this level of embarrassment that was brought to them from Switzerland to the AIFF and to the people outside AIFF influencing our football, was it very necessary?
See, it has a two way of looking at it. If you are a AIFF administrator, you will say no, it is not necessary because it's hurting you. But those who have spent money and with their back to the wall and feel they have not got their justice, They will knock every door to get their justice. It doesn't matter who is armed in this way. And so, from the Interkashi's point of view, I think it was very, very necessary. And if you ask me from a neutral point of view, because I think I have 2024-25 season, I have watched more I-League matches than anybody sitting here. I am very sure about it. So, so I think it was very necessary, because what was going on was absolute wrong. And see, I can't comment on judicial committees, but things were manipulated so badly at certain areas, so which is actually sickening. Now nothing we can say but sickening. So I think it was necessary in certain areas, if you ask me. But I also gave you two other from the, if you are in the AFF side, you can always say no, it was, we could have settled it. If you're on the club side, you will say no, we didn't get the justice. So whatever way you look at it. I finished.
Sir, I have one last question. It's a follow-up question for Mr. Sandeep. Hi, sir. So in your book, you have written the phrase "people's game," right? It's the voices of the subaltern, people who are not in the decision making, right? So India is a big country, diverse country. We have regional voices for as a fan base. There is a regional voice of Northeast, South India, North India. There is not a combined national level voice for the game. So my question is, did you find a seed for that? Did you find any trend in that direction? And do you think that people's voice matter when decisions are to be made, or will it always be remain the game of politicians and bureaucrats making all the decisions? Will the institution always be in the hand of the elites, captured by them, or does the people have some say in the decisions?
I mean, there is a, I mean, all of Indian sports is within certain people, right, with elites and stuff. The point is, are they running the game well or not? In football's case, the answer is a resounding no. But there is n number of people who are willing to do great things at the grassroots level. They're somehow stuck at some level because there is a certain hurdle that they can't cross. Could be administrative, could be financial, could be anything. And I don't necessarily feel there needs to be just one voice also. India is a very diverse country, and I think we should celebrate the diversity of people, of thought, of playing styles. All these things will keep happening. So there was a period when Goa was winning all the leagues. There was a period when Calcutta was winning. Then now the Northeast players are coming. So I think it's fair. And whoever has the best players and the best administrators probably should be the ones who are leading the charge. That's my view. It may not be right, but that's my view.
If I can.
Thank you.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
No.
Speak loudly.
Yeah, no.
If you look at football across India, right, there is no one voice because the football itself is different. If I go to Mizoram, they are all trained in backyards and narrow valleys, which is why they produce excellent technicians, good with the ball. If I look at Goa, there's a lot of colonial influence, there's a lot of Portuguese influence. They like to essentially zip the ball around faster. If you look at not the top level, but the village tournaments that happen in a Kortalim or a Bambolim or a, if I go to a Punjab, because they produce tall strapping lads, they like to hoof the ball and they like to play a more direct.
They also have huge wide spaces to play.
So how can we have one voice of football when we have so many varieties of play styles, right? So, and we should champion this diversity, and we should come up with.
The champion for like celebrating diversity for the sake of celebrating it is not what I want. What I want is, when you want reforms in the system, you need a collective action. You can have your own views, but you need to have a consensus on the matter. When everybody is divided, it is very easy to not have any reforms in the system. And that's why we are having a situation where you correctly said that we are at a very bad point. Why are we facing a ban from FIFA? If Sir has mentioned that
No, we are not facing any ban at the moment.
In 2022, why?
That was an administrative thing because of third-party intervention.
It was, but again, the thing is, why there is not a consensus on let's get the reform done and let's get the talent pipeline started again. Because I used to play football. I live in Dwarka. We have the AIFF headquarters there, right in the Sector 19 Dwarka, right? There is no football, like no development in the name of football in that place. I have to go to Akshardham, Khelgaon, back in 2015 to play the game for Ashoka FC, to learn the game.
Chalo, wrap up karo.
भाई ऑफलाइन करो ऑफलाइन करो
Chalo, okay.
I think point taken about collective action, and it's definitely something that should be deliberated. And just by the way, there is a Dwarka FC. So.
चलो होएगा अच्छा
Hi, I know it's lunchtime and everybody wants to get to lunch. My question is for Prithiji Das. You know, a very interesting and very ironic thing is, after cricket, the one sport that has massive fan followings in this country is football. And yet the one sport where there's complete and total chaos is also football. Seeing that, my question is, for a budding club like yours, what, according to you, is the biggest challenge where the fans are concerned? How do you convince the fans that it's worth it following a team?
It's a short-term issue, but I feel that all the negativity which is happening, at least people who don't know football existed now realize there is football. And then when the whole system is going to get rebuilt, you're going to have more football happening in the mohallas and the localities, which will then build up, because I think we are all pushing and aiming, like our Honorable Prime Minister is trying to have the Olympics in 2036. So I think for all the young kids, 10 years is a good time to start the game now, and maybe you play for the Indian team in the Olympics.
I think we're all happy to take more questions offline. We are in and around, so yeah, feel free to hit us up. But I think that concludes the panel. Thank you. So many questions. Love the enthusiasm. Please support Indian football, and that's it. Adios, sayonara, namaste. That's it from us. Thank you. Thank you.
If you could all please come together for the photograph. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for the highly informative session on Indian football and the current situation of Indian football. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now we will break for lunch, and we'll see you again at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോ. It's impossible.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before, and no car has ever did it until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമില്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
Odisha, not just a place, but a feeling. A land where every journey is a discovery and every experience a story waiting to be told. Here, time bows before devotion. Ancient temples rise from the sands of history, their echoes carried by the sea breeze. Hymns whisper through sacred stones, where the past isn't forgotten, it lives. Boundless horizons, golden shores, tides that heal. Travelers and birds alike find sanctuary in Odisha's embrace. Sail, surf, soar, Odisha's waters call, and at eco-retreat, luxury and nature come together in perfect harmony. Venture into the wild, where nature roams free, untouched and untamed. Every step is an adventure. Every path leads to wonder, crafted by hand, woven with tradition. Every piece of art, every brushstroke, every thread, not just souvenirs, but pieces of Odisha's soul. Deep roots, vibrant lives, the guardians of an ancient way of life, where time stands still, yet speaks to tomorrow. A feast of flavors, a taste of love. Savor Odisha's culinary treasures, where each dish tells a story of heritage and warmth. At Nimatran, dine above Puri's blue wave, where every meal is a memory in the making. When dusk falls, Odisha awakens. Music, art, innovation, woven into one. A land where past and future dance as one. Where every festival is a celebration of life. Feel the rush. Hear the roar. In India's sports capital, where legends rise and the world watches. From heritage trails to adventure gateways, wellness retreat to eco-tourism, Odisha is ready to redefine the travel experience.
भारत को समझने के लिए ओडिशा एक बेहतरीन डेस्टिनेशन है। यहाँ हजारों वर्ष के हमारी हेरिटेज है, हिस्ट्री है। आस्था, आध्यात्म, घने जंगल, पहाड़, समंदर, हर चीज के दर्शन एक ही जगह पर होते हैं। ये राज्य विकास और विरासत का अद्भुत मॉडल है। यहाँ की 500 किलोमीटर से लंबी कोस्टलाइन, 33% से ज्यादा का फॉरेस्ट कवर, इको टूरिज्म, एडवेंचर टूरिज्म की अनंत संभावनाएं आपका इंतजार कर रही है।
Some places you visit, others change you forever. Odisha calls. Will you answer?
So what's stopping you?
Visit Orissa, India's best kept secret.
Welcome to the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, the world's largest celebration of sport and storytelling.
From Olympic gold medalist Neeraj Chopra to wrestling icon Vinesh Pogart, cricket legends like Ajinkya Rahane, Jeff Thompson, Monty Panesar, and authors like Shehan Karunatilake and Andrew Downey, Ekamra brings the best of sport and books together.
The Ekamra Sports.
Ekamra Sports.
The Ekamra Sports.
The Ekamra Sports. Ekamra Sports. The Ekamra Sports Literature.
Literature
Festival.
Over 6 editions across India and Canada, we've hosted hundreds of speakers, launched game-changing books, and honored outstanding sports writing with the Sports Book of the Year awards.
Whether it's memoirs, investigative journalism, or sports fiction, if it's worth reading, you'll find it at Ekamra. Because here, we believe sport is best read.
Every game has a story. Every victory has a voice. The Ekamra Sports Literature Festival returns, Season 7. Featuring world-class athletes, best-selling authors, and acclaimed sports journalists. One day, one stage. Infinite stories. Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, Season 7, where sport finds its voice.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോയി. It's impossible.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before, and no car has ever dared to. Until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
आविष्कार करो आध्यात्मिकता, आविष्कार करो विस्मय, आविष्कार करो आस्था, आविष्कार करो कला एवं कारीगरी, आविष्कार करो उड़ीसार ऐतिह्य। उड़ीसा, इंडिया's बेस्ट we wage wars both far and wide. With wounds unseen, hearts torn inside. But to build a future bright and strong. We must end the hatred we have harbored so long. By shaping ourselves with compassion and care. We can plant the seeds of peace everywhere. When love for power fades and hearts relieve. The power of love will let the world find peace.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോയി. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഇമ്പോസിബിൾ.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before, and no car has ever dared to. Until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
Odisha, not just a place, but a feeling. A land where every journey is a discovery and every experience a story waiting to be told. Here, time bows before devotion. Ancient temples rise from the sands of history, their echoes carried by the sea breeze. Hymns whisper through sacred stones, where the past isn't forgotten, it lives. Boundless horizons, golden shores, tides that heal. Travelers and birds alike find sanctuary in Odisha's embrace. Sail, surf, soar, Odisha's waters call, and at eco-retreat, luxury and nature come together in perfect harmony. Venture into the wild, where nature roams free, untouched and untamed. Every step is an adventure. Every path leads to wonder, crafted by hand, woven with tradition. Every piece of art, every brushstroke, every thread, not just souvenirs, but pieces of Odisha's soul. Deep roots, vibrant lives. The guardians of an ancient way of life, where time stands still, yet speaks to tomorrow. A feast of flavors, a taste of love. Savor Odisha's culinary treasures, where each dish tells a story of heritage and warmth. At Nimatran, dine above Puri's blue wave, where every meal is a memory in the making. When dusk falls, Odisha awakens. Music, art, innovation, woven into one. A land where past and future dance as one, where every festival is a celebration of life. Feel the rush. Hear the roar in India's sports capital, where legends rise and the world watches. From heritage trails to adventure gateways, wellness retreat to eco-tourism, Odisha is ready to redefine the travel experience.
भारत को समझने के लिए ओडिशा एक बेहतरीन डेस्टिनेशन है। यहाँ हजारों वर्ष की हमारी हेरिटेज है, हिस्ट्री है। आस्था, आध्यात्म, घने जंगल, पहाड़, समंदर, हर चीज के दर्शन एक ही जगह पर होते हैं। ये राज्य विकास और विरासत का अद्भुत मॉडल है। यहाँ की 500 किलोमीटर से लंबी कोस्टलाइन, 33% से ज्यादा का फॉरेस्ट कवर, इको टूरिज्म, एडवेंचर टूरिज्म की अनंत संभावनाएं आपका इंतजार कर रही है।
Some places you visit, others change you forever. Odisha calls. Will you answer?
So what's stopping you?
Visit Odisha, India's best kept secret.
Welcome to the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, the world's largest celebration of sport and storytelling.
From Olympic gold medalist Neeraj Chopra to wrestling icon Vinesh Phogat, cricket legends like Ajinkya Rahane, Jeff Thompson, Monty Panesar, and authors like Karuna Tilake and Andrew Downey, Ekamra brings the best of sport and books together.
The Ekamra Sports.
Ekamra Sports. The Ekamra Sports.
The Ekamra Sports. Ekamra Sports. The Ekamra Sports Literature.
Literature
Festival.
Over 6 editions across India and Canada, we've hosted hundreds of speakers, launched game-changing books, and honored outstanding sports writing with the Sports Book of the Year awards.
Whether it's memoirs, investigative journalism, or sports fiction, if it's worth reading, you'll find it at Ekamra. Because here, we believe sport is best read.
Every game has a story. Every victory has a voice. The Ekamra Sports Literature Festival returns, Season 7. Featuring world-class athletes, best-selling authors, and acclaimed sports journalists. One day, one stage. Infinite stories. Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, Season 7, where sport finds its voice.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോയി. It's impossible.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before, and no car has ever dared to. Until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
आविष्कार करो आध्यात्मिकता, आविष्कार करो विस्मय, आविष्कार करो आस्था, आविष्कार करो कला एवं कारिगरी, आविष्कार करो उड़ीसार ऐतिह्य। उड़ीसा, India's best kept secret. We wage wars both far and wide. With wounds unseen, hearts torn inside. But to build a future bright and strong, we must end the hatred we have harbored so long. By shaping ourselves with compassion and care, we can plant the seeds of peace everywhere. When love for power fades and hearts relieve, the power of love will let the world find peace.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോയി. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഇമ്പോസിബിൾ.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before, and no car has ever dared to. Until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമില്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
Odisha, not just a place, but a feeling. A land where every journey is a discovery and every experience a story waiting to be told. Here, time bows before devotion. Ancient temples rise from the sands of history, their echoes carried by the sea breeze. Hymns whisper through sacred stones, where the past isn't forgotten, it lives. Boundless horizons, golden shores, tides that heal. Travelers and birds alike find sanctuary in Odisha's embrace. Sail, surf, soar, Odisha's waters call, and at eco-retreat, luxury and nature come together in perfect harmony. Venture into the wild, where nature roams free, untouched and untamed. Every step is an adventure. Every path leads to wonder, crafted by hand, woven with tradition. Every piece of art, every brushstroke, every thread, not just souvenirs, but pieces of Odisha's soul. Deep roots, vibrant lives, the guardians of an ancient way of life, where time stands still, yet speaks to tomorrow. A feast of flavors, a taste of love. Savor Odisha's culinary treasures, where each dish tells a story of heritage and warmth. At Nimatran, dine above Puri's blue wave, where every meal is a memory in the making. When dusk falls, Odisha awakens. Music, art, innovation, woven into one. A land where past and future dance as one. Where every festival is a celebration of life. Feel the rush. Hear the roar. In India's sports capital, where legends rise and the world watches. From heritage trails to adventure gateways, wellness retreat to eco-tourism, Odisha is ready to redefine the travel experience.
भारत को समझने के लिए ओडिशा एक बेहतरीन डेस्टिनेशन है। यहां हजारों वर्ष के हमारी हेरिटेज है, हिस्ट्री है, आस्था, आध्यात्म, घने जंगल, पहाड़, समंदर, हर चीज के दर्शन एक ही जगह पर होते हैं। ये राज्य विकास और विरासत का अद्भुत मॉडल है। यहां की 500 किलोमीटर से लंबी कोस्टलाइन, 33% से ज्यादा का फॉरेस्ट कवर, इको टूरिज्म, एडवेंचर टूरिज्म की अनंत संभावनाएं आपका इंतजार कर रही है।
Some places you visit, others change you forever. Orissa calls. Will you answer?
So what's stopping you?
Visit Orissa, India's best kept secret.
Welcome to the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, the world's largest celebration of sport and storytelling.
From Olympic gold medalist Neeraj Chopra to wrestling icon Vinesh Pogart, cricket legends like Ajinkya Rahane, Jeff Thompson, Monty Panesar, and authors like Shehan Karuna Tilake and Andrew Downey, Ekamra brings the best of sport and books together.
The Ekamra Sports.
Ekamra Sports. The Ekamra Sports.
The Ekamra Sports. Ekamra Sports. The Ekamra Sports Literature Festival.
Over 6 editions across India and Canada, we've hosted hundreds of speakers, launched game-changing books, and honored outstanding sports writing with the Sports Book of the Year awards.
Whether it's memoirs, investigative journalism, or sports fiction, if it's worth reading, you'll find it at Ekamra. Because here, we believe sport is best read.
Every game has a story. Every victory has a voice. The Ekamra Sports Literature Festival returns, Season 7. Featuring world-class athletes, best-selling authors, and acclaimed sports journalists. One day, one stage. Infinite stories. Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, Season 7, where sport finds its voice.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോയി. It's impossible.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before and no car has ever dared to. Until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
आविष्कार करो आध्यात्मिकता, आविष्कार करो विस्मय, आविष्कार करो आस्था, आविष्कार करो कला एवं कारीगरी, आविष्कार करो उड़ीसार ऐतिह्य। उड़ीसा, इंडिया's best kept secret.
with podium finishes at continental events. Speaking to them is Medhali Bhuptani, a sports psychologist who has worked extensively with Indian track and field athletes. The session is about athletes who will define India's next decade in athletics. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our athletes. I mean, just look at these beautiful faces. And I love, all of you being dressed, not in your jersey for a change. And it's beautiful and it's like a really beautiful sight to all the viewers here. All the best for the session.
हैंड वाइप इसमें तो नहीं थी जो मैं लाया था।
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that introduction. Very excited to be sitting on this panel with this young, fresh batch of athletes who I'm going to be speaking to today. Starting with Shaurya, because I have her the closest to me. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey and how you sort of got into athletics? What inspired you to start your sport?
So I'm 16 right now, and I was in school when I first started, and I used to win in my school meets, but I used to go to inter-school and I used to reach the final, but I used to finish dead last. And I actually have been training with my coach, Dr. Ajit Kulkarni, for since senior KG or first standard. I used to go for fitness, and he really told me to only have patience, because performance, it's not supposed to come in the early age groups, but after, under 18 and senior is the very most important.
Right.
So he told me to have patience, and I definitely had that. So I trusted my coach, and he definitely, got me to where I am today. So I think all the credit goes to him.
Okay. I don't know what to say. She's just 16 and she's already brought out so many concepts as a psychologist that I identified. Trust within her coach, self-belief. I can just go on and on, but that was an incredible start. So really happy to have this conversation with you once again, Shaurya. Moving on to Bushra. Bushra, आप ऑलरेडी हमें सबको इतना इंस्पायर करते हो. आप हमें बताइए कि आपको किसने इंस्पायर किया? What got you inspired?
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम बुशरा है. मैं जब छोटी थी, समथिंग 11 इयर्स ओल्ड, तो मेरे फादर और मेरी मदर थे जो न्यूज़पेपर देखते थे. तो फिर मेरे को कहते थे कि तुम्हें भी एक दिन बड़ा प्लेयर बनना है, फिर ऐसे ही तुम्हें पेपर में देखना है. तो मतलब पहले इंसान थे मेरी ज़िंदगी में जिनने मुझे मतलब इतना मोटिवेट किया. मेरी मम्मी, मेरे फादर, अभी वो है नहीं, आज वो मेरे साथ है. पर जब उनने मेरे से एक बात कही थी कि मतलब जब तुम थक जाओ, कि तुम्हें लगने लगे कि अब कोई ड्रीम नहीं है तुम्हारे जीवन में, तो तब तुम सोचना कि जब हमने स्टार्ट करवाया था, एक सपना दिया था तुम्हें अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाने का. तो ये बहुत बड़ा मतलब मुझे एक मोटिवेशनल के तौर पे लगता है कि जब मेरे फादर मेरे उंगली पकड़ के मुझे चलना सिखाया, तब इससे ज़्यादा मेरे लिए इंस्पायर मुझे कुछ नहीं लगा. फिर मुझे लगा कि बस ऐसे ही आगे बढ़ना है और अपने बिल्कुल बढ़िया धीरे धीरे करके मैंने काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंटरनेशनल मेडल जीते. तो उनके मोटिवेशन और इंस्पायर से मैं इतने आगे बढ़ी. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much for being so honest. I know आपका journey बहुत ही difficult रहा है, but we are all very very proud of you. So yeah, it's we're all looking forward to more and more achievements in your career, and we're all there to support you through this journey. Purva, coming to you now, she spoke about what keeps her going and what inspires her. Can you tell us about what keeps you going when times get difficult, and what helps you to kind of get through challenges in your career?
To be honest, throughout my whole athletics journey, in fact my life, my parents have been the ones who have been there in my corner at all times. Like she said, my parents were first hesitant because they do come from an academic background to let me go into sports, but once I started winning, then I think they have been nothing but supportive, and they support me more than I support myself. So that's one thing. The other thing is I do not treat my sport as as a career or something that I would take pressure from. I'm doing this just because I love it, and I honestly feel that one should do something that they love, and only then they will have to have only then they will get best results out of it, and that is what keeps me going.
Okay. I'm so, I don't know what to say, because these young athletes are all so young and they're talking like such matured adults sitting with me. So it really makes me feel proud of the Indian athletes and the future of Indian athletics, honestly. So yeah, I'm really, really proud of all of y'all. Moving on to you, Bushra, can you tell us कि जैसे पूर्वा ने बताया कि जब difficult times होते हैं तब उनको she doesn't see her sport as a career. She loves her sport. What does your sport mean to you? आप अपने स्पोर्ट के बारे में बताइए.
जब मैं छोटी थी मतलब मैं चलना ही सीखी थी, तो मैं भागती रहती थी, मतलब कि इधर उधर मम्मी पकड़ती रहती थी. तो मेरी मम्मी कहती थी कि इसको बांध के रखूँगी मैं ये इधर उधर जाती रहती है. तो समथिंग मैं जब बड़ी हुई धीरे धीरे करके, तो मैं अपनी मम्मी के साथ खेलती थी, मतलब मेरी मम्मी के साथ मैं प्ले करती थी. तो समथिंग हमारे उसमें थोड़ा लड़कियों को बाहर नहीं निकलने देते. तो मेरी मम्मी कहती थी कि मुझे मतलब तेरे को कुछ बनाना है करके. तो मतलब जब हम उनके साथ खेलते थे ना, मैंने नहीं सोचा था कि मैं कभी रनिंग करूँगी, गेम करूँगी, ऐसा मेरे कोई दिमाग में नहीं आया. जस्ट फन, मतलब मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि यार ये ज़िंदगी का सबसे बेस्ट पल है मेरे लिए. फिर धीरे धीरे करके मतलब समथिंग मैं स्कूल में एक बार रनिंग इवेंट किए थी. तो मतलब मुझे एक कोच ने मेरे को देखा था दौड़ते हुए, तो बोलते हैं कि इसको मैं एक बार रनिंग करवाना चाहता हूँ. तो मैं बहुत एक्साइट हो गई कि मुझे लड़कों से फाइट करना बड़ा अच्छा लगता था स्कूल में. तो मैं बीट करती थी काफ़ी ज़्यादा कंपटीशन स्कूल में, मुझे काफ़ी सारे पार्टिसिपेशन सर्टिफिकेट मेडल मिलते. तो मैं सोच ली थी कि बस और लड़कों को बीट करूँगी तो और आगे जाऊँगी तो ऐसा मेरे दिमाग में था. तो जब मेरी मम्मी को मैंने जाके बात बताई कि मुझे सर ने बुलाया है, मम्मी मुझे दौड़ना है वहाँ पे, तो मेरे को ये नहीं था कि मैं एथलेटिक्स ही करूँगी, आई लाइक बैडमिंटन ऑल्सो। तो जब मैं बैडमिंटन खेलती थी, पापा मेरे साथ प्ले करते थे डेली शाम को इवनिंग में। तो मतलब मेरे को लगता था कि अगर मैं ये गेम करूँगी तो बहुत फन टाइप लगता है ना, मतलब कि आप गेम कर रहे हो, आप अपने आप को एक अच्छा बेटर फील करा रहे हो। तो हम गेम ही खेलते थे पापा के साथ, कभी समथिंग लाइक अलग अलग। तो उसके बाद जब मैं 6th क्लास में 11 साल की थी, तो सर ने मुझे बुलाया ट्रैक पे, और मैं 3 मंथ में मैंने समथिंग 6 नेशनल बीट किए थे वुमेंस में। और उसके बाद मेरा एक नेशनल मेडल आया था। तो उसी 1 ईयर में फिर पापा ने कहा अब मैं तुझे स्पोर्ट्स ही कराऊंगा, क्योंकि तुझे इतना मतलब मेरे को नहीं पता था स्टार्ट कैसे लेते हैं, चलते कैसे, बस दौड़ना है, ऐसा ही था बस। और ऐसे ही मैं फर्स्ट आती गई। तो बस ये मेरा सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छा वाला, मतलब बिल्कुल फीलिंग वाला मोमेंट था कि बस अब खेलना है ऐसे।
करेक्ट। अभी एक्चुअली ना बुशरा ने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट आउट किया जो मुझे बताना था, वुमेन इन स्पोर्ट। आई थिंक वी आर ऑल रियली एक्साइटेड फॉर दिस टॉपिक। तो आई थिंक शी इज़ ऑलरेडी ब्रॉट आउट दैट कॉन्सेप्ट कि उन्होंने पहले से शी लव टू कम्पीट विद द मेल एथलीट्स बिकॉज इट चैलेंज्ड हर, इट मेड हर फील लाइक शी इज़ गोना पुट हर सेल्फ आउट देयर। तो मैं बुशरा शौर्य से पूछती हूँ कि व्हाट इज़ इट लाइक टू बी अ वुमेन इन इंडियन स्पोर्ट एंड हाउ डज इट मेक यू फील, व्हाट इज़ दैट होल जर्नी लाइक?
I think not only in sports, but each and every field should be gender neutral, because every field requires hard work, dedication and honesty, may it be a man or a woman. So I would like to say that hard work is the most important thing. So, and I'm very blessed to have been surrounded by a very powerful woman in my family. My mom being an IPS officer, my aunt is a doctor, even my grandmother and her great grandmother, they're all working women. So I was brought up in a very supportive environment where I was taught that women are nothing less than men, but stronger even. So I believe women can achieve anything they want, just as much as men. So there is nothing holding us back. And every time I step onto the track, I am not just running for myself, but I am also running for every girl out there who can dream.
Wow, beautiful. That was really lovely. Purva, do you have anything to add on this topic of women in sport?
Actually, coming from a city like Mumbai, and fortunately I was in a very good school where we had opportunities that were equal, and state as well had no gender biases as such. And then after I started winning medals at the nationals, once you get in that range, I don't think you mainly get any feeling of gender biasness or any stereotypes. So I haven't really faced anything like that. Plus I've been brought up, like Shaurya said, even I have been brought up with a very good backing, support. So that always kept me going, and I have never thought in my mind that I am a girl, so I am a little less, or I have never had that feeling. In fact, when I had my selection trials in school, I was known because I used to beat the boys. And I beat the boys, and that is why I got into the team, and that is why I'm here right now. So there's no limit to yourself it's just in your mind. That's what.
Yeah, I am so glad you brought that up to me, being a psychologist, because I was going to bring that up next in terms of the role of the mind in sport, and you just brought it up now. So I think I'll ask this question to Bushra कि competition के पहले pressure feel होता है, कभी nervous feel होता है, तो how do you manage that? क्या करते हो आप?
मैं सबसे पहले तो ये कहना चाहूँगी कि प्रेशर मुझे बिल्कुल फील नहीं होता है, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है ये मेरा ड्रीम है। और जब स्टार्ट किया था तो दिस इज़ फन, नॉट अ प्रेशर। आप अपने लिए कुछ कर रहे हो, आप अपने मतलब आपको कंफर्टेबल फील हो रहा है, इसमें कोई प्रेशर वाली बात होती नहीं है। बट एक मेरे लाइफ में टर्निंग पॉइंट आया था, तो मैंने गेम छोड़ दिया था। मेरे पापा जब एक्सपायर कर गए थे 2023 समथिंग में, तो मैं गेम जब छोड़ दी, जब मेरा कोच मुझे सपोर्ट किए थे, मेरी एकेडमी मुझे सपोर्ट की थी, आज उनकी वजह से मैंने इंटरनेशनल मेडल क्लिक किया है। तब मेरे घर के हालात इतने अच्छे नहीं हैं, मतलब कि मम्मी हाउस वाइफ थी, बाहर निकलना नहीं होता था, लेडीज़ मतलब लड़कियां बाहर नहीं निकलेंगी, ना मुझे निकाला, मुझे उनने बहुत मुश्किल से निकाला। उनको 10 लोग आके बोलते थे कि तुम लड़की को क्यों ऐसे बाहर निकाल रहे हो, क्यों उसको ट्रेनिंग करा रहे हो, लड़की है इसको नहीं कराना चाहिए, शादी कर दो। हमारे इसमें थोड़ा वो भी दिक्कत करता है। तो मम्मी ने बोला मैं अपनी लड़की को लड़की मानती ही नहीं हूँ, मैं उसे लड़का मानती हूँ और वो मुझे पता है कि करेगी। जब मेरे फादर एक्सपायर कर गए थे तब उसके बाद हमारे खाने को भी मतलब कुछ नहीं था, तो समथिंग मेरे जब कोच आए थे उनने मतलब क्या कि मैं तेरे लिए खड़ा हूँ, तेरी जितना हो सकता है मैं तेरे लिए करूँगा, पर तू अपने लिए एक बार, अपने फादर ने तुझे इतनी मुश्किल से निकाला, इतना आगे बढ़ाया है, तो तुझे तो कुछ करना ही पड़ेगा ना, ऐसे बैठ के तू अपने सपने पूरे नहीं करेगी। तो मैं इसी वजह से अपने दोबारा से मैंने वो किया। वो मेरा सबसे प्रेशर वाला पॉइंट था क्योंकि मैंने 1 साल के लिए गेम ड्रॉप कर दिया था। तो जब मैं स्टार्ट कर रही थी तब मेरे माइंड में ऐसा था, जब मैं इंडिया लेवल पे रिप्रेजेंट कर रही थी कंट्री को, तो मेरे माइंड में था कि मैं कैसे हैंडल करूँगी। तो सर ने मुझसे बस एक ही बात बोली थी कि आज जो है मतलब तुम्हारे लिए एक ड्रीम है बिल्कुल बहुत अच्छे से, कि तुम्हें अपने हौसले से जीतना है, पैरों से नहीं। बस इतना बात मेरे दिमाग में था। जब मैंने इंडिया अपने पीछे लिखा देखा था और मेडल आया था, तो आज उन्हीं को मैं सबसे ज़्यादा थैंकफुल बोलूँगी। और मेरे फादर का एक सपना था कि वो फॉरेन जाएं, तो मैं फर्स्ट टाइम उनकी फेवरेट प्लेस पे गई थी और वहाँ पे मैंने मेडल जीता था। तो सबसे ज़्यादा मैंने उस दिन उनको ही मिस किया था। वो मेरा सबसे दिन प्रेशर पॉइंट था। उसके बाद मुझे कभी प्रेशर फील नहीं हुआ। पर अभी मेरी मम्मी की भी थोड़ी हालत ठीक नहीं है, मतलब बीमार रहती है, तो अभी थोड़ा मेरा ड्रॉप पॉइंट चल रहा है, जिसकी वजह से मैं थोड़ा डिस्टर्ब रहती हूँ। तो यहाँ पे मुझे प्रेशर फील हो रहा है थोड़ा सा, बाकी मुझे कंपटीशन में कभी फील नहीं होता।
Different pressures, I feel different environments. We're sitting with 2 athletes who come from very contrasting environments. She just spoke about the difficulties she comes with versus Shaurya and Purva, who've had very supportive families but come from very different upbringings that sort of just highlighting the contrasting natures, but still the accomplishments that they're all making are at the highest level. So I think there's something that's pushing them irrespective of the backgrounds that they're coming from. तो शौर्या आप बताइए कि मतलब जैसे बुशरा ने बताया कि she comes from a background where it was difficult for her to sort of start the sport, but her parents were very supportive. Similarly for you and Purva, you all have had very supportive families who pushed you all. Now what are the challenges that you all face in your sport?
So I don't think I have a really good support system. I am very, 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 very blessed to have such a supportive family, supportive coach. I am lucky to get everything. But I live in Thane, so this might be a small problem, but there is no track in Thane. And as a track athlete, I am running 100-meter hurdles. There is no track in Thane. So my coach, being as supportive as he is, he actually takes us 3 times in a week in his own car to Ghatkopar, which is 1 hour to 2 hours away from Thane, every alternate day, because we have no other choice, because as track athletes we need a track to run on.
Of course.
So 3 times in a week I wake up at 4:50 in the morning and I go to my coach's house and he takes us in his own car to practice. And after practice we come back and I go to school. So I think that might be the only obstacle I'm facing currently. No facilities basically. Otherwise I am very blessed to have such a supportive family.
Yeah, well, you were talking about somewhere where we have support, somewhere we don't have infrastructure to train. So I think eventually everyone has their own challenges, but we're all trying to overcome them and just sort of make it sound like it's not a problem, like she just said. So I think that's what Indian athletes come with, a lot of resilience, and we're trying to sort of put up that brave face all the time.
I would like to add a very, very important challenge. I think that's injuries, because I feel I have been in that phase where I was on bed rest, and that was that moment. It makes you feel helpless, because even if you are lacking financially, if you're lacking, in some other way, you are always there to help yourself. But when you're lying in the bed and you're just looking at other people go and train, do so good. You don't feel jealous, but you feel like, I would have been there. Or what if, I could have done this or been there. So when I was in that phase, it challenged me. It's obviously challenging me physically. The worst part is when instead of going for training, you have to wake up and go to the hospital, go for rehab, go do physio sessions. That is very consuming, I feel. And that is the point where I feel people like you who can help, take up the load. Just for someone, like, to have someone to talk to about all this. And I think that you're doing a very, very great. I'm grateful for that. Second of all, it's challenging you emotionally as well, mentally as well, financially, of course. Now there are athletes who do not have good financial backing, because of which their surgeries get prolonged. To be honest, Sri Shankar Muli, who jumped 18-13 in 1.5 years, I think, after recovering from such a grave injury. I think that's truly inspiring. And as a fellow jumper, I am truly grateful to have seen him live, talk to him. That really inspires. And I feel like injuries have been a very big setback. I've been doing this since I was 7. It's been 16 years. I can't even count the number of injuries I've been in. But at this point, after so many years of overcoming it, I feel like it's all in your mind. I honestly feel that, because I used to lie in the bed and think about my approach, my jump, 16 strides, this hop, step, jump. I probably wasn't exactly able to do the exact technique, but I sure was able to keep that that muscle brain, the muscle memory. Like, I was there on the track. I used to feel it. And when I was recovering, even though I was not training, I used to go on the track and just sit and just, try to understand and just be in touch. So that really helped.
Yeah, so I think injuries are an inevitable part of an athlete's life. I think everyone's going to agree to that. But I mean, that's something that everyone has to go through. But like you said, it really matters in terms of what mindset you're in, what support system you're surrounded by, what environment you're in, all of that. Talking about something else that you also brought up was like the whole concept of sponsorships, because that's something that's really, really prevalent in today's times. Every athlete just talking about who is he being sponsored by, what is the role of sponsorships. तो आप बताइए बुशरा कि आपको क्या लगता है, मतलब sponsorships का क्या role होता है athlete के life में? How does it help an athlete and how does it sort of take the athlete where they do?
समथिंग जैसे कि हम स्कॉलरशिप जो रहती है वो इसलिए प्रोवाइड करनी चाहिए एथलीट को, क्योंकि हम लोग जो रनिंग करते हैं समथिंग 2 months या 3 months शूज़ हमें प्रोवाइड होता है 16-17,000 रुपीज़. अगर कोई एथलीट आपके अपने शूज़ पे लगाता है, उसके बाद समथिंग 1 year होल हाउ टू मैनेज, मतलब कैसे उसे मैनेज करेगा वो, क्योंकि स्पाइक्स अलग होते हैं, शूज़ अलग होते हैं, डाइट्स भी होती हैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा, तो जिसकी वजह से एथलीट को काफ़ी ज़्यादा समटाइम्स इंजरी भी हो जाती है, जिसकी वजह से एथलीट को काफ़ी दिक्कत होती है. और डाइट अगर अच्छे से नहीं होगा तो हाउ टू परफॉर्म इन ट्रैक. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर कोई एथलीट को स्पॉन्सरशिप और डाइट के लिए या शूज़ के लिए अगर हेल्प करते हैं, तो हमें लगता है कि आगे जाके भारत काफ़ी ज़्यादा आगे जाएगा एथलीट के तौर पे, क्योंकि उसको सपोर्ट मिलेगा आगे जाने का और वो अपने आप को मोटिवेट रखेगा कि हाँ ये चीज़ मेरे को सपोर्ट कर रही है और मुझे कुछ करना है अपने देश के लिए. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसे अगर होता है तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा बच्चों को हेल्प होगी, और जिसकी वजह से काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्पॉन्सरशिप होने के कारण शूज़ में या डाइट में किसी में भी अगर आके कोई हेल्प करता है तो उससे नेशनल मेडल, इंटरनेशनल, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है एक टाइम पर इंडिया ओलंपिक में भी गोल्ड मेडल लेकर आएगा सारे इवेंटों में. मुझे इसलिए स्पॉन्सरशिप और स्कॉलरशिप पे ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट है कि मतलब हो ऐसा, तो हम लोग जैसे काफ़ी ज़्यादा एथलीट है उनको प्रोवाइड होगा तो और गांव के लोग आगे आएंगे. और जैसे फॉरेन में छोटे छोटे बच्चे होते हैं ना कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक्टिव रहते हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसे अगर चीज़ें होंगी तो गांव के लोग भी एक्टिव होंगे इन सब चीज़ों के लिए और स्पोर्ट्स में आगे जाने का मन बनाएंगे.
I feel like the mindset is that स्पोर्ट्स में जाके क्या होगा.
हाँ यही
that is the mindset. When अभी अगर वो देखेंगे आगे के जो एथलीट जैसे नीरज चोपड़ा है जो इतना अच्छा कर रहे हैं अभी, तो उससे ही इंस्पिरेशन मिलता है कि तो वो भी एक गांव से आते हैं, तो वैसे ही आई थिंक ग्रास रूट लेवल से स्टार्ट होता है हर चीज़, तो दैट इज
तो मतलब ऐसे सपोर्ट रहेगा तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा बच्चे ऐसे माहौल से निकल के आएंगे। और अभी जाके मुझे भी ऐसी दिक्कतें फेस करने को हो रही है जिसकी वजह से मैं 2 साल से परफॉर्म भी नहीं कर पाई हूँ। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर ये सपोर्ट मिलेगी, स्कॉलरशिप मिलेगी, तो हम लोग भी आगे जाके आपको और मेडल देंगे और अपने देश को और आगे तक लेके जाएंगे। तो ये सपोर्ट होना चाहिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है।
Correct. The role of, I think, just the role of support in any way, financial, be it emotional, I think all of that adds up to the success that we're talking about for sure. तो आप बताइए शौर्या कि what is it like to be such a young athlete? How would you like to inspire younger athletes? जैसे ने बताया कि गांव से छोटे छोटे लोग, how would you inspire them to take up athletics and look at it as a serious career option and not just something कि उसमें कुछ नहीं होगा? How would you like to do that?
I think currently women's sports are doing really well. We recently won the Cricket World Cup. Correct. And even in my own, Asian Youth Games contingent, the athletics, we won a total of 9 medals, and 7 of them were won by the girls.
Wow.
So I think that's really appreciable. And even overall in the Asian Youth Games, we won, I think, 4 gold in boxing, kabaddi, and wrestling. So I think women are doing very well. And all the girls out there, they really do face a lot of hardships and all. So I think they really do deserve the support. And I think the support that cricket gets, if athletics gets even like a little percent of it, I think we can produce not 1 but 10 Neeraj Chopras if we get the same support, the same respect as cricket gets.
Yeah, for sure. I think आप बोल रहे थे।
मैं एक बात बोलना चाहूँगी, जैसे कि मतलब कि हम जब गेम करते हैं, जब स्टार्ट करते हैं, जब आगे जाते हैं, तो जब शूज़ वगैरह नहीं होते, जब फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है तो काफ़ी लोग एथलीट ड्रॉप कर देते हैं। मैंने भी ड्रॉप किया और अभी भी मुझे ऐसा लगता, मैं कभी कभी फील करती हूँ कि मैं ड्रॉप कर दूँ, क्योंकि फैमिली प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है काफ़ी, या फैमिली देखें या फिर मतलब कि अपना गेम डाइट वगैरह। तो इसलिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर ऐसी चीज़ें होगी तो हम लोग आगे जाके अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे, इसलिए मुझे इसमें ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट है।
Yeah, so I think talking about like the multiple roles of women as well, I think we brought that up a couple of times. I mean, women do have multiple roles that we always talk about. She spoke about that as well. All of y'all are studying, right? So can you all tell us how you all manage multiple things, academics, sport, personal life? You all are very young. How do you all manage all of that?
For me, so when I joined athletics, the first condition was that you will not leave your studies. That time I was like, क्यों करना है? And I used to score well, but I used to love my sport more. But then my parents kept pushing me, and that is how I kept going. And now I'm pursuing my MCom Business Management. And right now I realize how important it is to have a backup, because being at the lowest because of injury, like if you've chosen your career in sports, your career, it's very fluctuating. Anything can happen. So you should definitely have a backup plan. It's a myth कि अगर sports करना है तो पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ती है. It's a myth. I think people abroad do it. Olympians do it. I am doing it. I know so many athletes in India who are doing it. So ये जो गलत फहमी है कि स्पोर्ट्स करना है तो पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ती है, तो आई फील लाइक वो तो इराडिकेट करना चाहिए वो चीज़ को। तो
sports and academics, they quite literally go hand in hand. You cannot do one without the other because it is impossible. I'd like to share my own experience. I was in 10th standard this year. In March, I had my board exams in March, and at the same time, I had my national trial, which was for the Asian Youth Championship, and my history and geography paper were coinciding with the date of the trials. So my coach, my parents, and we all had a conversation, and my parents, being as supportive as they are, they took a really bold decision, and we decided to miss the 2 board exam of 10th standard, which is nearly impossible. So I went to Patna where the trials were. I won gold medal in 100 hurdles, and I qualified for Asian Youth Championship. And my school, Universal High, they're very supportive. My senior principal was continuously in contact with the ICSE board. And when the ICSE board found out that I was representing my country, they allowed me to take a re-examination of the board exams, which is the very first of its kind. So I believe if you want to achieve something, everything, all the obstacles will fall in line. And I soon went on to win my first ever international medal in Saudi Arabia. And I came back, and in I think 2 to 3 days, my board results were out, and I scored 90.4%. Wow. So sports and academics really do go hand in hand. If you believe in yourself, you can achieve anything.
Yeah. I would actually like to add in something because I have experienced this. I moved to Bangalore where I was not going to college. My college is in Mumbai. So I used to train, I used to come back, and then rest of the day I used to do nothing. So when you don't have when your brain is not functioning in that way, I feel like you start getting into wrong things also, like so using social media or just not sleeping, doing nothing productive. I think having giving attention to a much productive thing that helps. Like I have had a hobby of having new hobbies. So right now I'm doing crochet. So that is how you keep yourself engaged in productive things so that you don't get bored. So that is what I would like to add.
Yeah, I think it's all going hand in hand, like how she said, because if you're studying, you do better at sport. For some reason, you get more inspired to put in more effort, and you're just sort of, it's just so interconnected, and like you all are doing so many things at the same time, but doing it so well. So I think that's the future of Indian sport that we're talking about, that we're not only going to be doing sport and not worrying about, say, a backup career, like you said, right? Like if you don't make it even in the next 10 years, if you don't want to do sport, what is your backup option? You need to have some sort of education that you come with, which is very important.
And that doesn't mean that you give half in your sport.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean you do giving all out in every aspect. That is, of course, that's the condition.
Ma'am, what you said, sports is important because it actually enhances, both your academics and sports. So when you're educated and you understand everything, especially when you're doing technical events, I think we have two legends here, Tejaswin sir and Javier sir, both doing technical events. So I think being as a hurdler, what my coach is trying to tell me, I have to understand and I have to execute it perfectly. So to understand it, I think education is very important. And same, Tejaswin sir, I think he was studying in America.
Yes.
So that's why, he was able to understand what the coach was trying to say, and he executed perfectly, and now he's a national record holder. And I think same goes with the world record holder.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm just happy to say that the future of Indian sport is in the right hands, and it's all headed in the right direction for sure. So yeah, we're good to go for now at least. आप कुछ message देना चाहेंगे to the younger lot of your village where you come from, just to encourage them to start sport and reach where you are, but obviously go higher and higher as well.
मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगी कि जब मतलब कि इंसान लड़कियां जो होती हैं जो काफ़ी ज़्यादा उसमें दब जाती हैं कि हम बाहर नहीं निकल सकते या जो भी, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उनको ऐसा नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि आज ज़माना बहुत आगे आ चुका है, तो आप इतना अनमोटिवेट ना फील करें और इतना अनकंफर्टेबल भी नहीं फील करें, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बोथ आर इक्वल, दोनों को मतलब इसमें प्रायोरिटीज़ मिली हुई है. आप अपने अपने एफर्ट्स लगाएं, हार्ड वर्किंग, अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दें, सब कुछ करें, हर चीज़ में सब लोग आगे निकल रहे हैं. और जो गांव के जो लोग हैं उनको मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जाकर हमें मोटिवेट करना चाहिए उनके, मतलब कि वहाँ से काफ़ी ज़्यादा सब चीज़ में ग्रेजुएशन से लेकर, मुझे कोई गांव होते हैं वहाँ पे पढ़ाई को नहीं, एजुकेशन वगैरह भी नहीं करते, स्पोर्ट्स तो दूर की बात है, छोटे कपड़े नहीं पहन सकते ये, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर ऐसी चीज़ें काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग जाकर मोटिवेट करेंगे लोगों को, या फिर ऐसे लोगों को स्पोर्ट्स के लिए या किसी भी चीज़ के लिए आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा आगे इंडिया भी ग्रेट तरक्की भी करेगा, और मुझे ये चीज़ ज़्यादा मायने रखती है.
Purva, any message from your side?
The only early on I did not have anything to say, like early on in life. But at this point that I am right now, I honestly feel everything's in the mind. Second of all, you should do what you love and you should love what you do. I honestly believe in that, and that is the only reason why I'm here. The other reason is because I've got a very good backup from my coach, from ABSF, from my college Somaya, from my school Udyachal, and my family, of course. And just I believe in giving back. So whatever it is, it's because of, it's not just because of you, it's because of everyone who has supported you. And just do not, I feel like you should never forget anyone's efforts that they've put in. That is the message that I would definitely give.
आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे to anyone?
I think they've both covered the basic points, but really you cannot change the mindset of what the rural areas have. But you know, if we can spread from our side, I really would like to, you know, from the bottom of my heart, I would hope that all these children get into sports and do very well.
Thank you so much for this session. I'd just like to say a couple of wrapping up comments, but the future of Indian sport that we're talking about again and again, it's also our responsibility to shape these young minds, because let's not forget that they are still only 16 and 23, and the really young minds that we're talking to, they sound really matured and they sound really, really responsible for the age that they come with. But I think ultimately it's the roles of the coaches, the institutes, the colleges, the parents, all of us to sort of help them to achieve their dreams and make it bigger for them. So I think it's on us as well, not just them. But it was lovely chatting with all of you all.
It was lovely.
Thank you so much for this.
Well, we have a lot of questions from the audience here, and I have one question. My question is to you, Purva, because I was going through your Instagram account yesterday and I saw one of the it was a very interesting post where you had written, "You choose both." In one of the videos, you were doing your thing at the gym training, and in another video, you were giving a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
So my question is that how do you give 100% to whatever you choose at such a young age? How do you decide that in studies also and in sports also, and whatever you choose, you are going to give your 100%? What motivates you?
Honestly, I don't know my life without sports, because I was very young. I was 7 when I started this. This is in my routine. This is, if I don't know what I would do, even if I'm retired, but I'm still moving, I would still, you know, work out and do that. And that is a different thing. That is what I'm loving. But of course, studies was something that I chose for, like, it was supposed to be there anyways. And that was the only condition that my parents gave me to join sports, and I truly understand and I agree to why they did that. Second of all, I honestly am a person who would do everything wholeheartedly. I am not somebody ke I will take it and then leave it, nahi ho raha hai. No, I don't do that. Ye to chalta hai wala attitude is not applicable when you're doing this. And yeah, it's all in the mind. I honestly believe that. You have to believe it first to be able to do it. I have had days where I've just slept for 3 hours. I've finished a competition, taken a flight at 2:30 a.m., written a paper at 7:30 a.m. So those have also been the cases. And it's just the fact of never giving up. And that is the only way I know, because even if I'm sleep deprived, even today, I've come here and I'm speaking. It's okay, because that is how life is. If you don't give your 100%, you're not going to get 110.
Wow,
Yeah.
wonderful. Thank you so much. Do we have more questions?
I have a question for Purva. Purva, what's your take on the current Indian women's triple jump, and what do we expect in the coming years? Like, if we look on the men's side, we have, athletes in men's and long and triple jump reaching the world events, winning events at Asians, also in women's long jump. But, we don't see that level, if I may say, in the women's triple jump. So what do the next 2-3 years look like for women's triple jump?
I surely agree that we are lacking when it comes to the world level of matching other athletes from other countries. because our national record is 13:11, which was like it happened many years ago, and we are still struggling to match that itself. Uh, I've I'm 22 right now. I'm somewhat trying to match it, but there are things that are holding us back. Before I moved to Bangalore to train in ABSF, I barely knew anything about triple jump, which is 3 years ago. So after going there, I actually learned the basics and how I got in. So if we have triple jump is a very unique and a very not so known event. People do know about long jump and everything. Compared to the men, yes, I agree. Women are lacking behind, but right now I would talk for myself. Right now I am trying to qualify for the Asian Games, the Asian Indoors, and the Commonwealth in the coming year. That's my near goal, and my far goal is, of course, qualifying for the Olympics, and which would involve breaking the national record as well. So I feel confident enough that I can do that, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions?
Do we have any more questions? I think we can close the session, and if you have any questions for them.
No, I think that's all. But yeah, thank you so much once again for
Thank
this
you so much.
conversation. It was a really nice one. Good luck for the future, and I hope to see you all shining at the stages.
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to come up and speak, and for giving us this coverage, because this has been happening lately. It wasn't happening before. I'm really glad for this platform and for having us as guests over here. It really means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Well, this is tomorrow's talent, versatile, ambitious, and ready to be number one in every arena they step into. Thank you so much, you wonderful, lovely ladies, for coming here and sharing your insights. And a time and a number that still define the high jump. Javier Sotomayor, 2.45 meter world record has stood unbroken for 31 years. Sharing the stage with him is Tejaswin Shankar, India's national record holder in both the high jump and the decathlon. The session is anchored by Arup Ghosh, veteran journalist and head of NNIS Sports, the country's only news agency dedicated to Indian track and field. A rare conversation between two athletes who know exactly what it means to live above the bar. Please welcome on stage Javier Sotomayor. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have Tejaswin Shankar and Arup Ghosh in the session.
Hello.
Mic check is okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big moment, and I'm sure you can do better than just sit on your seats and clap. Please stand up for Javier Sotomayor, a legendary figure, a champion whose record hasn't been broken for the last 30 years. Javier Sotomayor. And India's TJ, a great athlete from India, a decathlete. His national record in the high jump stands. And you should see his videos where he's minus his shirt. It's terrific, believe me.
It's pretty cool that Sotomayor is clapping for my high jump achievements, but
It's just I want to give a short intro as to how I am here, because the festival director, Sandeep Mishra, he's made me do a lot of work in cricket for several years. We've done several shows. We've gotten top cricket stars, besides my own personal love for the game. But then, this time he said, Suniye, Javier Sotomayor aa rahe hain, aap wo anchor kijiyega. So initially, I was a bit wondering as to how to really handle a session with such a legendary figure. Then, when I had a look at his video, and please do check out his video, it's so beautiful. It's as if a great athlete comes in, and we've seen quite a few high jumpers of late. There are the top 7, I'll go through that. But it's like a butterfly, a beautiful poetry in motion. A man who comes in and jumps 8 feet. It's 2.45 meters, which has remained untouched for 30 years. It's remarkable. Another round of applause, please. Dil se, thode dil se taali bajayegi. And before I go over to Javier for his point of view, there are just 3 stats I want to read out. His first world record was 2.43 meters in Salamanca in 1988. The second world record was 2.445 meters in San Juan in 89. And then the immortal world record, 2.45 meters in Salamanca in 93, which still stands, which is remarkable. I mean, it's beyond belief. Javier, I don't have too many questions, but I would want your point of view. The first is that what is your personal belief that, how do you analyze the fact that your record still stands after 30 years despite some very fine athletes trying very hard to break your record?
Bueno, antes que empezar, quiero agradecerle a todos los organizadores esta invitación y esta oportunidad de estar acá con ustedes.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be here with all of you.
A ver, para mí un honor, después de 37 años como recordista mundial absoluto.
It's an absolute honor to be the world record holder for 37 years on the go.
Aunque siempre he estado consciente de que algún día alguien me superará.
But I've always been conscious of the fact that someday somebody is going to overcome this mark.
Es un conocimiento para todos, más que todo. El salto de 2.45 es la altura o el récord que más de mí conocen.
So everybody knows me for that 2.45 meters mark.
Pero hay un récord mundial mío que es bien desconocido, pero para mí es más difícil de batir.
But I have also another world record, which for me, which not many people know about, but for which me is more difficult to beat.
El récord mundial para jóvenes, de cadetes, menor de 16, de 17, menor de 18 años, con 2.33. Para mí es el récord más difícil que 2.45.
It's the age group record that I hold, 2.33 meters under 18 years. I think that one will be more difficult to break.
I want to quickly go over Javier's record where biomechanics is concerned, and we will ask him what it actually means, how he breaks it down. So for all of us, including for me, I mean, we're trying to understand what is 8 feet. I mean, a man does a high jump of 8 feet, 2.45 meters, which is in simpler terms, आसान शब्दों में, it is higher than a football crossbar. Goalpost जो होता है, it's higher than that. And it is 2 centimeters above a men's volleyball net. Now, before anyone thinks that was this a fluke, was this a one-off thing, I'll give you some more stats. He's had 192 jumps over 2.30 meters. 192 jumps over 2.30 meters. 80 jumps over 2.35 meters. And 21 times over 2.40 meters. I mean, that's insane. It's incredible. It's unbelievable. But yet he's here. Javier, when you look back at your own record and that particular day when you set the world record, describe for us, take us through that moment, what was going on in your mind, your preparations and your thoughts.
A ver, cada vez que yo hice un récord, lo primero es que yo fui mentalizado de que podía lograrlo.
Every time that I set a record, I first thought about it, I visualized it in my mind, how I could do that, and that I could do that.
Yo digo que el caso de la disciplina nuestra, al igual que la pértiga, dentro de las disciplinas del atletismo, son de las disciplinas que tú tienes que estar mentalmente preparado para lograr un resultado.
I think our discipline, along with the pole vault, it is the most important to be prepared mentally that you are going to exceed that particular height. That is the most important aspect.
No quitarle importancia a ninguna disciplina, pero en 100 metros, en 200 metros, en longitud, en los lanzamientos, tú puedes hacer tu mejor carrera, en los lanzamientos, en el primer lanzamiento puedes hacer tu mejor movimiento, tu mejor fuerza, tu mejor velocidad en cada una de las disciplinas, y ese récord que tú haces es el que vale.
Said I am not downplaying any other discipline, but all the other disciplines like the different sprints, or different kind of runs or throw, you can make a record in that moment that you perform your best, that it can turn out to be the record.
En el caso de nosotros, sabemos qué es lo que vamos a enfrentar, la altura o el nivel que vamos a saltar, a intentar saltar.
But we already know from beforehand what is that target, what is that particular target that we have to overcome today. So it's not a thing of that moment, but we already know that that is our challenge.
Si no estás preparado para hacerlo, no lo logras. Por eso se puede dar el caso de un saltador 2.30, hacer la mejor ejecución, la mejor técnica, la mejor despegue, y en 2.30 hacer el salto muy por encima. Y luego en 2.32, que es solo 2 centímetros, darle con la cabeza.
I'm saying that, so for example, if a jumper is doing 230 with a lot of good technique, a lot of preparation, smoothly, but if you change it, put it up by 2 more centimeters, it can be a different ball game altogether.
Por eso cada vez que intenté el récord, creí que lo podía hacer.
So every time I set a record, I already believed that I was going to do it.
TJ, let me bring you in on this conversation. I know a lot of India's hopes keep riding on your shoulders. You're one of our top athletes. You're a role model, and you speak brilliantly because I've interviewed you multiple times, and I've never ceased admiring your ability to explain the mechanics behind the sport. Can you give us your take of what Javier Sotomayor did with that world record? How was it achievable? And above all, why has it stood the test of time? I mean, 30 years, it's madness.
Yeah, so sitting here, firstly, this place has turned into a classroom for me. I'm just soaking everything, taking mental notes because I have the best teacher in front of me here teaching about the high jump, which is my favorite event. But before I answer your question, I'm extremely thankful for this platform to give me this opportunity to sit with the legend. And I'd like to take you guys back to 2014. That's when I started my journey as an athlete. I started off as a high jumper. And in 2014, we had a high jump bed in our school. So I went, did high jump. I was good at it. And then my coach said, you know who the world record holder in the high jump is? I said, well, I don't know. He's like, well, go look it up. And that was the time before Instagram. So on YouTube, I'd put high jump world record. And the first thing that popped up was this very jump. I saw this jump. Obviously, the jump was really beautiful. All the things were perfect. And coming back to mechanics and all that sort of thing, I think the one thing that really did stick with me was even before the jump started, if you go back to the video, he's standing there for at least 30 seconds, just going back and forth with his eyes closed, visualizing what's going to come up next, what he's going to do. I also saw this video by Olympics channel, which, it's photos where he's talking about his preparations, and somebody asks him, how many times have you jumped to 45? He said, many times. But they said, well, you only jumped it once. But he said, I've jumped many times mentally. So I think that's what, for me, his ability or his high jump's all about is not just how many times he's gone over 240 or 235 or whatever it is, but how many times he's done it mentally, or how committed he is to his craft, where he's able to comprehend all those things mentally. And I think that's something that stands out for me outside of any other athlete, his ability to think through the motions and go out and execute that. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me as an athlete.
PJ, explain to us your point of view on that run-up of his before he does it. And there is a strange languidness. It's very relaxed, and it is quite unlike a lot of the other athletes. So was there anything special in that? Did he conjure up something which was very, very special, which no other person could possibly copy?
I think it just looks like a gazelle, when he's running through that approach. Looks like a deer. And then, I think something else that does stand out is everybody in high jump knows that, the last few steps are extremely important, and that's where a lot of the force is generated. And when you look at that jump, you can barely see his feet. It's just extremely fast, extremely explosive, and the rhythm is just unbelievable. And I mean, I can't sit here and talk about his approach when you're talking to the world record holder. I'd definitely like to hear from him what he thinks about, what happened through that approach. But, looking at those things, these are all things that growing up we tried to copy. We tried to, before going on to jump, it's like, hey man, I'm Sotomayor, and you go and, make a jump, and if you make the bar, like, hey, and then, all that sort of thing. So these are all just childhood memories, and I'm extremely grateful to be sitting here with the legend himself, talking about his jump. So.
Javier, many coaches say your biomechanics were ahead of their time. Now, from your perspective, what specific technical elements gave you an edge that others have not been able to replicate?
A ver, existen para mí dos tipos de saltadores. Saltadores que dependen mucho de su velocidad y saltadores que dependen mucho de su fuerza.
So for me, there are two kind of jumpers. Some who depend a lot on their speed, and some who depend a lot on the force that they generate.
Y yo lo que traté de hacer la combinación de ambos saltadores.
I wanted to be a combination of these two kind of jumpers.
Creo que eso me consideré un saltador bastante fuerte, muy potente, y lo que hice es tratar de, como bien acá decía el amigo, de los últimos pasos hacerlo lo más rápido posible para convertir esa velocidad en potencia, y la potencia, por supuesto, en un buen salto.
So I realized that I was a capable jumper, and what I tried to do, like TJ very well explained here, that in the last few steps, do it as fast as possible to generate the maximum possible force.
Biomecánicamente, en lo que ha estudiado la mayoría de los saltadores, no es técnicamente, en teoría, mi salto no es el mejor, en teoría.
Saying biomechanically, they have studied that way my jump is not the best ever. It's not like the best which can be achieved.
And he wants us to believe that.
El último paso mío es demasiado amplio.
But his last step is very long. That's what they have studied. Yeah, it's massive.
Para poder salir de ese paso muy amplio, tenía que combinar esas cosas, la fuerza con la velocidad.
But to get that last step, that massive last step, you have to combine these two aspects, the speed and the force.
Y en la teoría no es lo mejor, pero en la práctica para mí sí lo fue.
He's saying, yeah, theoretically, yes, possible to overcome that.
Research indicates that the force on his takeoff ankle at the point that he takes off over the bar, that force on his takeoff ankle is roughly 500 kilograms of pressure. 500 kilograms of pressure. Is that correct? And if it is correct, then how is that ankle taking that kind of heat?
Bueno, con mucha preparación, mucho entrenamiento, mucho estiramiento, mucho ejercicio igual de fisioterapia también hacía para prevenir lesiones.
With a lot of training, with a lot of preparation, with a lot of physical therapy, with a lot of jumping practice, so I prepared that ankle to not be injured with that.
Yo ya mecánicamente, estando fuera de las pistas, me pasaba mecánicamente me salía, me ponía a hacer ejercicio, hacer más que todo estiramiento, fortalecimiento para los tobillos, porque de la forma en que yo saltaba, sufría mucho.
Saying I always, even outside, when I was outside the track, I always had to work on my jumping, on my ankle, because otherwise I would have suffered a lot.
Javier, what interests me a lot is that you have TJ sitting next to you, who is a star athlete. You have the ladies there who are phenomenal athletes of India, all striving to leave their mark. You mentioned a very important point on mental strength, that it is very, very important to be mentally strong. How do you harness mental strength? How do you increase mental strength? And how do you maintain consistency of mental strength?
Lo primero que tiene que hacer un atleta es ser apasionado con lo que hace. Es lo primero.
The first thing which each athlete has to do is to be passionate about what they're doing.
Ser muy disciplinado, porque los resultados no se alcanzan un día, se alcanza en muchos días de trabajo.
And the second thing is discipline, to be constantly disciplined over a long period of time, because the one day of results is based on many, many, many days of preparation.
Y tener sueños y propuestas, pero siempre ambiciosas.
You have to have dreams and you have to have your projects and have to be very ambitious.
Pero una ambición real que sepan que puedan alcanzar.
But also it should be an achievable ambition, that you know that you will be able to do it.
Por si no lo logran, no se vayan a sentir frustrados.
Because then if you can't make it, you won't feel too frustrated.
Pero sobre todo tienen que tener una mentalidad y un espíritu de superarse a sí mismo siempre. No puede estar el mismo año saltando lo mismo que el año anterior, más cuando se es joven.
Most important is to you always tell yourself that I'm going to do better than myself. Every year I'm going to reach a higher mark than the past year.
Y cada año trazarse objetivos bien altos para tratar de lograrlo.
And every year set higher goals to be able to try and achieve them.
Javier, take us through the process of training. Particularly, you always had the height, 6 feet 5 inches, if I'm correct. Also, the fact is, core strength training, keeping your weight down, all of that is important. There are, in a while, I'll go through the top 7 high jumpers in the world who are pushing to break your record. And they are all very good, it seems. But why is it that, what is the most important key element in strength training?
Pero también existían muchos otros atletas que estaban en las mismas competiciones. Entonces, ¿cómo pudo mantener esta forma sobre la preparación? ¿Sí?
A ver, yo creo que fui un atleta el cual siempre se motivó en los entrenamientos para hacerlo bien.
I think I was always an athlete who was very driven for training, and that was the basis of my whole career, that I was very enthusiastic about training.
Los resultados se reflejan en las competencias, pero donde realmente se alcanza es en los entrenamientos.
And the competitions reflect the results, but where you actually get them is during the training.
Y hay que ser ante que todo muy disciplinado.
First of all, you have to be very disciplined.
Tener mucha motivación mental para hacerlo siempre bien.
Have a lot of mental motivation to do the best.
Y ser consistente. No entrenar bien un día, mañana no. Es ser consistente. Los entrenamientos tienen que ser fuertes o hacerlo bien cada día del año.
And you have to train every day of the year. You cannot train one day and not train the other. You have to be consistent throughout the year in training.
Y por eso creo que me ayudó mucho el físico mío o las condiciones natas mías. Ayudó mucho la disciplina mía y me ayudó, aparte del físico, me ayudó también mucho la mente.
So I think I was really helped by my physical condition, but which I honed by training, and then finally with the mental strength I was able to complete it.
Y haber tenido la oportunidad de tener a mi lado grandes entrenadores.
And also I had the opportunity to train with great coaches.
I'll now toss it over to TJ. He has a couple of questions to ask of Javier. I also see a table full of very senior journalists, very experienced, who've been to multiple Olympics. I'll ask the organizers to give them a mic also. In between, I'll toss it over to them for a direct interaction with Javier. But first, over to you, TJ.
Thank you. I had one question since we are in this classroom. The biggest question that I had was you just mentioned pole vault, you mentioned high jump, you talked about mental strength, and this question ties back to the one prior to this. When you look at these two events, these are the only events where you can see what you have to actually jump. You know, in the pole vault and the high jump, you have the result in front of you, and then you have to make it. And only in these events, you have exceptional characters. You have somebody like a Bubka, you have somebody like a Mondo of the modern world, and the third person is yourself, who, in spite of competing with not just your other competitors, after a point, it's a competition within. So how are you able to motivate yourself to get over that bar? What's that mental makeup that you have to be able to do that, not just once, but time and again, be able to break that barrier, which people don't expect of you, but you yourself have, you know, for yourself. So that's my question to you, Soto.
Yo digo que también ayudó mucho haber vivido la mejor época o la mejor etapa del salto de altura a nivel mundial.
I think what really helped me also was to live in the best era of high jump in the world.
Porque tuve a mi lado muchos saltadores de un nivel bastante alto.
Because I had a lot of competitors of a very high level.
Y no es que saltaban bien una temporada, ni un día en la temporada. Saltaban muchas veces la temporada bien y por muchos años bien.
And they were not just flukes, like we were not just jumping very well one day of the season, 1 year, but consistently over multiple seasons.
Cuando yo tenía 15 años, yo me di como mi primer objetivo ser el mejor del mundo a nivel de joven. Cuando fui joven, quise ser el mejor del mundo a nivel juvenil.
The first time I really thought that I want to be the best in the world was at the age of 15, and that time my target was to be the best in the young category, in the youth category.
Y después que logré ser el mejor juvenil, entonces mi tarea era ser el mejor absoluto.
Once I achieved that, then I was like, yeah, now I want to be the best in the world.
Y en aquel entonces había un hombre llamado Patrick Schober que saltaba 2.42. Si quería ser el mejor del mundo, era necesario saltar 2.43.
And by then somebody had jumped 2.42, Patrick, I didn't get the name, but he said, so I was like, okay, so if he's the best in the world, I have to do better than him.
Ya después que logré ese mi primer récord absoluto, mis intenciones siempre fueron de seguir superándome.
But even once I was the best in the world, I always wanted to do better than myself. I always put the bar higher.
Aunque no haya saltado 2.46, pero siempre mi objetivo fue haber saltado 2.46, 2.47. Creo que me quedé, para mi pensamiento, para mi objetivo, para lo que realmente yo quería, me quedé un poco corto.
He said, even though I was never able to go beyond 2.45, in my head that was possible, that was a target. I always wanted to do 2.46, 2.47. So by my own assessment, I actually fell short a little bit.
Por eso digo que me ayudó mucho lo que yo siempre comento. El nivel que tiene que tener, la motivación que tiene que tener cada atleta de superarse a sí mismo.
So that's why I again repeat that the most important thing is in the mind of the athlete to do better than yourself each day.
I now toss over to my journalist friends there. Please go ahead and ask your questions. You have to put on your mic, please. Kindly take a mic. Kindly take a mic.
What do you think it was about?
Please, just change the mic.
Mike Powell and Carl Lewis. Mike Powell and Carl Lewis in that fantastic duel in the World Championships, each one breaking the world record, set in 1968 by Bob Beamon. Then came yours in 93, the high jump, and then came in Gothenburg in 95, Jonathan Edwards. All three, 91, 93, 95, unbroken for over 30 years. What do you think was special in that era?
Yo puedo hablar exactamente de la longitud, pero lo mismo sucedía del salto de altura, pero igual sucedía en la longitud, sucedía en el triple, aunque en triple también se mantiene a un nivel alto, y creo que siempre ayuda. Cuando hay grandes competidores viviendo en la misma época, siempre eso ayuda a que los resultados sean mejores.
So I can only speak fully of the high jump, but I'm sure similar things were happening in long jump and triple jump also. It always helps when you have really high level competitors in your discipline, they end up pushing each other.
Hace unos 10 años atrás, el salto de altura tuvo un nivel bien alto, porque habían dos saltadores, Barchin y Bodarenko, que los dos tenían un nivel bien alto, y eso hacía, por supuesto, que en cada competición que se enfrentaran tenían que rendir al máximo.
And about 10 years ago in high jump also there was this movement where there were two jumpers, Barshim and the Ukrainian one, Bondarenko, and they were pushing each other up, and that's why the level of competition went really high.
Y creo que eso ayuda. Por eso yo digo, no sé hoy en día cuánto yo hubiera saltado. Por eso no me arrepiento de haber vivido esa época del salto de altura.
So I also don't know if I was jumping today, if I could have done what I did. So really I don't regret. I feel like it was good that I was jumping in that particular era.
Swami.
Shaved, every world record is actually an evolution. It's not like one person jumps to a certain height, like 245 suddenly. What would you say, two of the great jumpers before you, Richard Fosbury, who got the flop, Valerie Brumel, who was almost like poetry in motion, and then you were like a bird soaring. What would you say that you actually learned from how Fosbury to Brumel to Sotomayor? And since what was the evolution process, or what did you see in that?
Bueno, tuve, antes de empezar yo a saltar, conocimiento de los antiguos saltadores, los saltadores que me antecedieron, como Valerie Blume, Dwight Stone, Jeff Welching, varios saltadores que saltaron antes de mi época.
I knew about all the high jumpers, all the great ones who had come before me and what they had achieved.
Pero ya tuve la suerte de empezar a saltar con otros grandes saltadores desde los 16 años.
But I had the good luck to start jumping with other champion high jumpers from the age of 16 onwards.
Yo llegué a saltar con Dwight Stone y Jack Wasola.
Dwight Stone and Jack Wasola.
Que fueron saltadores de la época de los 70, pero todavía en los 80 saltaban.
Who had started jumping in the late 70s, but they were still jumping while I started.
Y por supuesto, de todos ellos aprendí mucho. Yo era muy joven, pero yo fui un saltador o un atleta que siempre me gustó estudiar el evento.
So this helped me a lot. I was very young at the time, but I was always studying the other jumpers who were there before me.
Just one more quick question and I won't take. In that period, there were so many Cuban athletes, right from Juan Torino, Alessandro, the hurdles, etc. Is there still another lot of Cuban athletes coming up? We also had a lot of boxers at that time. Does now still have the same kind of a reservoir of athletes?
En diferencia a los años 80, 90, principios de los 2000, donde en cada uno de los Juegos Olímpicos nosotros ganamos grandes cantidades de medallas, como ejemplo en el año 92, donde ganamos 34 medallas en los Juegos Olímpicos de Barcelona. Hoy en día, para tan mala suerte nuestra, no contamos con la cantidad de atletas de ese nivel de aquel entonces.
Saying, we had a brilliant period around then when we used to win multiple medals at each Olympics. In Barcelona, we won 34 medals. So, now we no longer have that quantity of athletes, those numbers at that highest level.
Algunos atletas están representando a otros países.
Some of our athletes are now representing other countries.
Y algunas condiciones internas, más que todo en la infraestructura deportiva, que no contamos en la actualidad.
And there are certain elements in the sports infrastructure also that we don't have right now.
pero nos falta la capacitación de los entrenadores y el talento de los cubanos para en cada una de las Olimpiadas seguir estando con algunos de nuestros atletas en los podios.
But we still have, what is not lacking is the training and the coach level support and the athletes, their inspiration, their passion, so that each Olympic we still have Cuban athletes on the podium still.
Just a hypothetical question, Xavier. Suppose like today when Mondo Duplantis breaks the world record by 1 centimeter, he gets 100,000 incentive. I don't think you ever got an incentive. And if you were jumping now, how many times do you think you would have broken the world record?
No, la verdad que, a ver, siempre es una motivación la parte monetaria, la parte económica, por supuesto. Pero yo creo que tuve otras motivaciones que me hicieron superarme. De hecho, a mí me ofrecieron dinero por no romper récord mundial.
He's saying that, of course, monetary considerations are always an inspiration. They also push you. But I think I had other very important motivations for me even in that time. And in fact, I was offered money to not break the world record also.
And still you broke them.
Coincidentemente, cuando iba a intentar un récord fue que vino esa oferta. Pero lo único que puede salvar esto es que no lo salte.
TJ, coming to you, it's a question for a modern athlete that across the last decade, no athlete has consistently challenged even the 2.40 meter barrier. And why do you think this the men's high jump has plateaued at the elite level, or it hasn't, particularly in India?
I mean, I think they have. I mean, if you go just back 10 years, 5 years, somebody like a Bashima, Bondarenko, Drew in, all these guys jumped 240. So it's not that nobody hasn't jumped it in a while, but the 45 is, like you said, is extremely extraordinary because over the last 30 some years, nobody's ever crossed that barrier. But like I think Soto mentioned, it's the pocket that extremely more important. Every time somebody's pushed that vertical barrier, there's been a few around that jumping mark who have helped them achieve that particular goal, and in that process, they themselves have been able to jump extremely high. So I think it all depends on the level of competition that you get, because I personally think it's extremely mentally grueling when you alone are trying to try and achieve a certain barrier and you don't have anybody around you to push you. So I think they were lucky to have that era where they had the opportunity, they had the competitors, and obviously even if you have everything, you still have to make the most of it. So they did.
A quick word from you analyzing the situation in India currently.
I think similarly in India, Sarvesh and I know we kind of crossed paths a little bit, but I feel like he would have benefited a lot more had I still been high jumping at a very high level, or maybe I would have benefited a lot more had he been jumping at a very high level when I was jumping. But again, I mean, I still think that there's a lot that we can do, and Sarvesh has a lot of opportunities in front of him. He's done extremely well at the World Championships. Recently held World Championships in Tokyo, so I feel like it's just the beginning of something new.
What about the level of training available in India compared to the athletes internationally?
I think that's a very touchy topic because coming from Cuba, back in the 90s, 80s, I don't think they had a lot more than we have right now. So, if they were still able to do what they did, there shouldn't be a lot of excuses. But I do think that the level of coaching education that they had in Cuba at that time was unparalleled. And if we can try and push ourselves to not just worry about the athletes, but also the quality of coaches, the quality of people who are helping such athletes, I think that's extremely important. An athlete can maybe win 3, 4, 5 medals, but a quality coach can produce 10 such athletes who can win so many other medals. So that's what I think of.
Swami?
Shavar, we talk about equipment in sport. We talk about a lot about equipment in sport. But say in sports like, in disciplines like high jump and possibly pole vault, shoes play a very big role. The kind of equipment that is now available and the kind of shoes that they're available with, almost like, they're bouncy like this, you can bounce. How much would an effect, positive effect, could you have had if you had the shoes that we have now?
diapositivas. Si usted hubiera tenido este tipo de
Would 250 have been possible?
o otros equipos especializados.
A ver, no solo el caso de los zapatos, que por supuesto sí ayuda. Los zapatos de hoy en día, lo que es el par, pesan igual o menos que un solo par de zapatos míos.
Yeah, so saying it's the shoes are like today both the shoes weigh. Only one of my shoes would have weighed that. Yeah.
Pero igualmente las condiciones de entrenamiento hoy en día, hay muchos estrategias alrededor del deporte, equipos que a lo mejor te hacen sin tener que, nosotros teníamos que casi estar inventando para fortalecer ciertos planos musculares. Hoy en día hay ejercicio o aparatos que te ayudan a fortalecer cada uno de los planos musculares de tu cuerpo.
Saying, even in terms of strategy, in our times, we had to basically invent strategies to strengthen different muscles of ours. Now there is not just the shoes, but there is various type of equipment, technology, especially about training, muscle training. So there is much more specialized knowledge available.
Igual que el caso de la medicina, que digo que es algo más que a lo mejor yo le hubiera sacado provecho. Es que cuando yo tuve una lección, a lo mejor tuve que estar 6 meses alejado de las pistas. Hoy en día, con esa misma lección, estoy 1.
So it's saying even in terms of medical support, we had injuries which would have put us out for 6 months. These days you can recover from those in maybe 1 month.
No es lo mismo perder un mes de entrenamiento que perder medio año.
What 1 month in training today would have been 6 months for us back then.
Porque yo creo que las veces que yo tuve un nivel bajo fue producto de esas mismas lecciones, que no llegué a las competiciones en mi mejor forma, producto de estar alejado de las pistas mucho tiempo.
So I feel like some of my not the greatest performances were because of these factors. Like maybe I was not arriving at the competition in my best form because of reasons which were outside the track.
Pero igualmente los estudios estos biomecánicos, bioquímicos, en mi tiempo cuando yo empezaba, imposible yo ver a ningún saltador del mundo porque no tenía forma de verlo. Hoy en día es nada más poner YouTube y por YouTube puedes ver a cualquier saltador del mundo en cualquier lugar en cualquier latitud de este mundo.
And the biomechanics, the other technical parts, in my time we did not have all those knowledge about other jumpers, right? Today you can just put somebody's name in YouTube and you'll have the whole analysis come up about your competitors.
En los años 80 me recuerdo, mi entrenador tenía una camarita que había que estar dándole con la mano para recargarla y eran pocos minutos lo que tenía de grabación.
And I remember in the 90s there was I had to record for 1 minute and it was like a hand held device, so it took a long time to produce 1 minute of video.
Y a la hora de verlo no había cámara lenta ni nada.
There was no slow-mo, no special cameras back in the day.
Hoy en día mismo mi hijo, estando yo en Cuba, hay veces que tiene días de entrenamiento, quien nos ayuda, hace su grabación, me lo manda y yo desde Cuba, él estando en España, yo puedo corregirle.
Saying today my son is training in Spain, I can help him from Cuba. I can just look at his video and I can tell him where he has to do better.
En aquel entonces no teníamos nada de eso.
At our times, we did not have any of these facilities.
TJ, you want to come in?
Yeah, so I want to ask you about disappointment, despair. That's also part of sport, equally important. We have a young audience, a lot of athletes. Going back to 1992 in Barcelona, great Olympics. Going up to 2000, another really good performance. But in between 1996, that's when Charles Austin broke the Olympic record, which is still the Olympic record, and you were not there. So in spite of being in the best shape of your life, not having that opportunity, or maybe it being taken away from you, can you please reflect on that and maybe give us your insights on disappointment, how you dealt with it and came back in 2000 and were able to go and win gold again?
Salió exitoso. Entonces, ¿cómo manejar esta desesperación?
Yo fui a 3 Juegos Olímpicos.
I went to 3 Olympic Games.
En el 92 cogí oro.
92 I got gold.
En el 96 estuve con una lección.
En 96.
En el 96.
Sí.
Una lección en mi rodilla.
He had a knee injury in 96.
Y en el 2000 estuve 1 año sin competir y luego en 232 empezó a llover muy fuerte y yo con la lluvia por mi mismo sistema, por mi misma técnica, Con lluvia yo no saltaba muy bien.
And then 2000, the next time, 2002, I was out of training for 1 year, and then it started raining a lot. And in my own technique, in my own assessment, I did not jump very well when it was raining.
Teniendo en cuenta también que el año 84 y año 88, más que todo año 88, que era uno de mis mejores momentos, Cuba no participó en los Juegos Olímpicos.
And we have to also remember that in 84 and 88, when I was in peak physical form, Cuba did not participate in the Olympic Games.
Quiere decir que en Juegos Olímpicos, aunque haya tenido 2 medallas, no fueron mis mejores momentos, aunque tuve 2 medallas olímpicas.
So even though I have 2 Olympic medals, Olympics were actually not my best sporting moments.
Pero de las 3, ya dije, la del 96, mis entrenadores y tal no querían que yo fuera, porque yo estaba muy lastimado.
Saying in 96, actually, my coaches did not want me to go and compete because my injury was I was very badly injured.
Pero lo intenté y no me salió. Solo pude pasar a final, 2.29, pero los resultados no fueron los mejores.
So I could not do my best. I managed to jump 229, but it was not one of my better moments.
Y creo que eso a lo mejor fue una de las cosas que no pude lograr, un récord olímpico.
So that is the only thing I could not achieve, which was an Olympic record.
Pero igual, siempre cuando tuve alguna frustración, más que todo en el año 96, al otro año, ese año cuando yo no cogí ningún tipo de medalla, en el 96, yo hice un compromiso con mi entrenador y con mi familia, que si el próximo año, en el año 97, en el Campeonato Mundial de Atenas, no ganaba, me retiraba.
So, but then in this entire year, 96, when I did not win anything, I promised myself, my family, and my coaches that next year in the World Championship, if I don't win anything, I'm going to quit.
Mi entrenador decía, pero mira, puede pasar algo, coge plata, no, si cojo plata, cojo bronce, termina mi carrera.
It's like, they were like, no, but you can get anything, like maybe a silver, a bronze. I was like, no, if I'm not getting gold in the Worlds, I'm going to quit.
Y después de no haber tenido ese gran resultado por la elección en el 96, mi objetivo fue ganar el Campeonato Mundial en Atenas y lo logré.
So after not doing well in the Olympics, I set my target as the World Championship and I managed to win it.
Y la mente, como decía, la mente es muy buena y muy mala.
So it's all in the head. It can be very good or it can be very bad.
Austin, que ganó en el año 96, yo en el año 97 hice una cosa en Atenas para que me viera y mentalmente lo logré.
So I just put one goal in my head for the next year and I just focused completely on it and I managed to get it.
Quiere decir que no que Austin no perdió, pero creo que tuvo que ver una cosa nada más que yo hice delante de él para que él se preocupara.
So you have to focus on one thing which you put in front of yourself and then focus on that and then you have to chase that.
Arup, may I? TJ, you have a couple of questions for Javier.
I think there's other people there, so I think Rajas is waiting. I'll let him take over.
TJ, thank you so much, Javier. But before all the formal thanks to the translator. You've been fabulous. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I want to know from the champion, the first thing he spoke about was about visualization. Can you take us through what that process was? Who taught him? How did he refine the art of visualization? I think it is one of the most brilliant learnings from this session today. How did he arrive at visualization?
Mira, en el tiempo en que yo hice ejercicio de visualización fue en el año 96. En el año 96, después de los Juegos Olímpicos, yo estuve 6 meses sin poder dar un salto.
Saying when I learned the art of visualization was in 96 when I spent 6 months without having jumped a single jump.
Y aunque yo lo hacía periódicamente, esos 6 meses fue cuando más lo hice.
So I had been doing visualization earlier also, but these 6 months were when I did it every day.
Porque lo hacía con mi psicólogo, ya no lo hacía solo, lo hacía mi psicólogo y yo.
And this time I was doing it with my therapist, with my psychiatrist, not on my own, but with my therapist, how to visualize.
Y mi psicólogo y yo teníamos todo contabilizado, el tiempo de concentración, el tiempo de la carrera de impulso, el tiempo de vuelo, cada una de esas cosas tenía su tiempo Y yo con los movimientos de los dedos tenía que ir haciéndolo para que él fuera teniendo el tiempo de cada una de las cosas que iba haciendo en mis saltos mentales.
And my psychologist helped me map the whole process, how much time it takes, the run up, the jump, the final motion, and we traced that for the same amount of time with my fingers. So we visualize the whole thing as a process in the same time which it takes for a jump.
Por eso dicen en la parte esta del canal olímpico que yo llegué a saltar más de 2.45. Porque en esa visualización nosotros poníamos altura. No es que era visualizar 2.30, ahora pusimos la altura en 2.35. Quiere decir que visualizábamos hasta las mismas alturas.
So that's why in the Olympic channel it says that I made 245 because I visualized that particular height. So even in our visualization we had heights. Like this visualization we're doing for 2.30, 2.35, 45.
Creo entonces que también mi psicólogo en ese tiempo también tuvo que ver mucho con mi resultado.
So my psychologist, my therapist had a lot to do with, my mental coach had a lot to do with my success.
TJ, take us through the conditions available in India. What do aspiring athletes who hope to emulate Soto here, emulate you in this particular sport, what can they hope to achieve? How do they achieve that mental strength? And the absolutely elite level coaching, is it really available to your satisfaction?
I think over the course of time, slowly and surely, a lot of things are, getting available. We have a sports psychologist here with us. We have so many qualified therapists, coaches. Slowly that's also developing. But whenever I've had the opportunity to interact with, elite athletes, somebody like a Soto or maybe Barshim, all these people, the one thing that separates them from the rest is they're able to, one, identify an ecosystem, but then two, be able to stick with that ecosystem for a long period of time, and that's when you find results. Just because you have the best coach in the world and you go train with them for a couple of years and then you jump here, jump ship there, I don't think that's going to yield the results that such legends were able to get over the course of their long careers. It all comes down to identifying that right ecosystem, but then also having the trust that this is the ecosystem that's going to take me to that level, and then just being committed and being able to put in the work every day for years and years and years, and that's when you still might achieve the result. I mean, there's always that uncertainty, but that's also the most the trend that I've seen among a lot of such champions is they're able to have that consistency.
Also, if you can briefly explain to us the system of private companies coming in to the sporting arena and helping athletes, adopting the athletes, providing them conditions, also taking them overseas. To what extent has it helped, and do you see any gaps?
Yeah, I think it's huge. It's much needed, having private players come in, help out athletes. Again, it has to be a team effort, right? If you're looking to make India a sporting ecosystem, we can't just rely on the government, or we can't just rely on coaches. We can't just rely on, one or two people. And if it's a dream that everybody sees, then I feel like everybody should chip in whatever way possible. And I feel like it's always a welcome, help that whatever we are getting. But at the same time, I feel like having a structure, having goals that are predefined is extremely important. If you don't have a captain in a ship, then it's going to go anywhere and everywhere. You can have the best ship in the world, but it's still going to keep drifting. So you have to have that person or that ecosystem, that group of people who are able to, guide you, or if it's yourself, that's also fine. But you should have a goal, you should have that mapped out, number one, and then you find the path. You can't just find the path and then decide, okay, if not there, then I'll probably jump here. You have to identify the goal first, and then you kind of, chalk a path. And I feel like that's something that once we're able to identify, then irrespective of facilities, irrespective of, what all we might not have, we might still be able to achieve that goal like Soto and crew did, the Cuban crew did back in the 70s and 80s.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but your national record in India in the high jump still stands. And why did you make the transition to decathlon?
So, that's a very interesting question, because I personally think there's two kinds of athletes. There's one that's like, Sotomayor. There's one that's like Neeraj Chopra, who are in the pursuit of trying to achieve something, maybe that 0.1%. They're already at 99, and then they're trying to go to 99.3, 99.5. And then there's somebody like me, after a point, I've probably hit like a 88, and then I try for a few years, I'm like, I can't get to 90, but that doesn't mean my career is over, right? I might be good at certain other things, and I have my own way of doing things, and that was the reason why, in spite of jumping 229 and jumping above 226 numerous times, I still wasn't able to crack that 230 barrier. So for me, it was more psychological than, I guess, physical. I was ticking all the boxes, I was strong, I was fit, I was fast, but I just wasn't able to jump 230. So at that point, it was nobody else's expectation, but just my expectation of me that in spite of doing all these things, why am I not able to jump 230? So then I decided that, okay, fine, this is not going to define my athletics career. Just because I haven't lived up to my one expectation, that doesn't mean I'm a failed athlete. So then I was like, okay, what else can I do to still be relevant in the field and still be important in my own eyes? And that's when I started doing other events, and they started to click. Obviously, I had the raw ingredients. I was strong, I was fast, so I was able to show that in the hurdles. I was able to run a fast 400. And lo and behold, I probably have more medals in the combined events than in the high jump. So I really think there's two kinds of athletes, and there's no one path to success.
I'll toss over to my colleague Arpit John. He has some videos of the top 7. Let's hope we are able to play that. And I'll just keep naming them and their key stats and take a reaction from Javier Sotomayor, who's here. So the number, and these are the people in the best in the world, the top 7 in his sport. The first is Hamish Kerr from New Zealand. And why he matters is he's currently the dominant jumper in the world, marrying consistency and peak performance. The key stat is personal best 2.36 meters. Javier, your word on him, on Hamish Kerr.
Hamish es un saltador que, aunque no veo que es un saltador como para récord del mundo, pero es un saltador que sabe competir a más alto nivel y siempre logra sus objetivos en mundiales y olimpiadas. Para mí es uno que tiene una mentalidad bien fuerte.
So I think he has a very strong mentality. He knows what level he's competing, and with this targeted approach, he's been able to do to win at the Olympics and the World Championship. So I think he is strong and he has his goals clear.
Number 2 on this list is Barshim of Qatar, a very big name, and his key stat, personal best, is 2.43 meters. Why he matters? The only jumper consistently near the all-time mark of 2.45 meters, still a headline threat when fit.
Bueno, sí lo fue un gran reto. Fue para mí el que más cercano estuvo. Y que lo intentó en varias ocasiones.
Yeah, he was a real threat, and he was the closest to me, and he tried to actually make 2.45 various times in his career.
Next one is Tamberi. A quick word on Tamberi, personal best 2.39 meters.
Igualmente, aparte de ser un show, también es un saltador de una mentalidad bien fuerte.
Again, being a top athlete, again, very mentally strong, I would like to say. Like somebody who's out there mentally to compete.
Next one is Woo Sang-hyuk from South Korea. His key stat is 2.36 meters.
Es de los saltadores hoy en día que igual mantienen un alto nivel y eso le ha dado la posibilidad de estar entre los mejores del mundo.
Yeah, he's also one of the current batch of jumpers who maintains a high level, and that will give him the opportunity to be the best.
Number 5 on this list is Jan Steffela from the Czech Republic. Personal best is 2.33 meters, as recent as June this year.
Un saltador joven que todavía tiene la posibilidad de seguir mejorando sus alturas.
Yeah, this is a young jumper, so he has a lot of opportunity to keep improving his mark.
Number 6 on this list is Ole Doroschuk from Ukraine. Personal best 2.34 meters, is known for his consistency.
De los saltadores del salto que en estos últimos años más se ha mantenido a un nivel alto por mucho tiempo, por muchas temporadas.
Yeah, he's also one of the ones who has recently maintained a very high level over the years.
And number 7 on this list is Daniil Lysenko, Russian but authorized neutral. Why he matters? He's, when eligible, and in form, a serious contender. Personal best 2.38 meters.
Lo mismo que el saltador anterior. Lo que ahora, desgraciadamente, anda un poco limitado por no competir por su país.
Yeah, he's also the same as the last one, very talented jumper, now a little bit limited in his ability because not being able to compete everywhere.
And would Javier be kind enough to say that out of these 7, who can beat him?
Entonces, si alguien de estos 7 puede romper su récord, si en su pensamiento.
A ver, quien más pudo haberlo hecho era Barchín.
Saying if anybody could have done it out of these, it would have been Barshim.
Ahora mismo no está en sus mejores momentos. No puedo decir que no, pero no está en estos últimos 2 o 3 años. No ha alcanzado sus mejores resultados.
Now he's not in his best shape. He's still doing very well, but last 2-3 years he's not at his all-time best.
Y en esta disciplina los años cuentan.
And in this discipline, the age matters.
And before we wrap up this very, very interesting and wonderful session with Javier and TJ, a last line from Javier for any contenders from India in the high jump. What would his advice be?
Salto de altura, su sugerencia para nuestros saltantes.
A ver, mi sugerencia es lo mismo que casi dije al principio, que tienen que ser muy disciplinados, entrenar con mucha dedicación, mucha voluntad, y si este año están saltando 1.90, el propósito el año próximo tiene que ser 2 metros.
My advice is the same that I gave in the beginning, that you have to be very focused, very dedicated, very disciplined, and always want to do better than what you did last year. Like, compete against yourself and better yourself continuously.
Well, we'll wrap this session up. A very special thank you and a big hand for Javier Sotomayor, for TJ, and also for Iqbal for the brilliant way he interpreted and kept us engaged. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Javier. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Javier, for giving us a chance, an opportunity to celebrate you. Thank you, TJ. And thank you, Aru, for the wonderful session. And a huge round of applause for Iqbal for translating it so brilliantly and making the conversation so interesting. Thank you so much, gentlemen. If you could please step here for a photograph. Thank you.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോയി. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഇമ്പോസിബിൾ.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before, and no car has ever dared to. Until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
Odisha, not just a place, but a feeling. A land where every journey is a discovery and every experience a story waiting to be told. Here, time bows before devotion. Ancient temples rise from the sands of history, their echoes carried by the sea breeze. Hymns whisper through sacred stones. Where the past isn't forgotten, it lives. Boundless horizons, golden shores, tides that heal. Travelers and birds alike find sanctuary in Odisha's embrace. Sail, surf, soar, Odisha's waters call, and at eco-retreat, luxury and nature come together in perfect harmony. Venture into the wild, where nature roams free, untouched and untamed. Every step is an adventure. Every path leads to wonder, crafted by hand, woven with tradition. Every piece of art, every brushstroke, every thread, not just souvenirs, but pieces of Odisha's soul. Deep roots, vibrant lives. The guardians of an ancient way of life, where time stands still, yet speaks to tomorrow. A feast of flavors, a taste of love. Savor Odisha's culinary treasures, where each dish tells a story of heritage and warmth. At Nimatran, dine above Puri's blue wave, where every meal is a memory in the making. When dusk falls, Odisha awakens. Music, art, innovation, woven into one. A land where past and future dance as one. Where every festival is a celebration of life. Feel the rush. Hear the roar. In India's sports capital, where legends rise and the world watches. From heritage trails to adventure gateways, wellness retreat to eco-tourism, Odisha is ready to redefine the travel experience.
भारत को समझने के लिए ओडिशा एक बेहतरीन डेस्टिनेशन है। यहाँ हजारों वर्ष की हमारी हेरिटेज है, हिस्ट्री है, आस्था, आध्यात्म, घने जंगल, पहाड़, समंदर, हर चीज के दर्शन एक ही जगह पर होते हैं। ये राज्य विकास और विरासत का अद्भुत मॉडल है। यहाँ की 500 किलोमीटर से लंबी कोस्टलाइन, 33% से ज्यादा का फॉरेस्ट कवर, इको टूरिज्म, एडवेंचर टूरिज्म की अनंत संभावनाएं आपका इंतजार कर रही है।
Some places you visit, others change you forever. Odisha calls. Will you answer?
So what's stopping you?
Visit Odisha, India's best kept secret.
Welcome to the Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, the world's largest celebration of sport and storytelling.
From Olympic gold medalist Neeraj Chopra to wrestling icon Vinesh Pogart, cricket legends like Ajinkya Rahane, Jeff Thompson, Monty Panesar, and authors like Shehan Karuna Tilake and Andrew Downey, Ekamra brings the best of sport and books together.
The Ekamra Sports.
Ekamra Sports.
The Ekamra Sports.
The Ekamra Sports.
Ekamra Sports. The Ekamra Sports Literature.
Literature
Festival.
Over 6 editions across India and Canada, we've hosted hundreds of speakers, launched game-changing books, and honored outstanding sports writing with the Sports Book of the Year awards.
Whether it's memoirs, investigative journalism, or sports fiction, if it's worth reading, you'll find it at Ekamra. Because here, we believe sport is best read.
Every game has a story. Every victory has a voice. The Ekamra Sports Literature Festival returns, Season 7. Featuring world-class athletes, best-selling authors, and acclaimed sports journalists. One day, one stage. Infinite stories. Ekamra Sports Literature Festival, Season 7, where sport finds its voice.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ പാറ കണ്ടിരുന്നോ? ആ പാറയുടെ മേളിലേക്ക് കാർ കയറിപ്പോയി. It's impossible.
That's not a trail. That's a raw, unforgiving rock face. One slip, you're rolling back to nothing. No one has ever done this before, and no car has ever dared to. Until now.
ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തൊക്കെ സേഫ്റ്റി പ്രിക്കോഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്ന് തെന്നി വീണാൽ മരണമല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാനുള്ളത്?
We don't follow the road, we delete it. Harrier.ev. Delete impossible.
आविष्कार करो आध्यात्मिकता, आविष्कार करो विस्मय, आविष्कार करो आस्था, आविष्कार करो कला एवं कारीगरी, आविष्कार करो ओडिशार ऐतिह्य। ओडिशा, India's best kept secret. We wage wars both far and wide. With wounds unseen, hearts torn inside. But to build a future bright and strong, we must end the hatred we have harbored so long. By shaping ourselves with compassion and care. We can plant the seeds of peace everywhere. When love for power fades and hearts relieve. The power of love will let the world find peace.
We'll start with our next session now. If you could please take your seats back. I'm sure everyone had a chance to have a cup of tea, coffee, and now we'll start with our next session. Gun Down, the murder of an Olympian. Sandeep Mishra, the driving force behind the Ekamra Sports Lit Fest, returns with his fifth and arguably most powerful book, Gun Down. The Murder of an Olympian, a rare entry in the world of sports crime writing. He is joined by Jupinderjeet Singh, author of Who Killed Moosewala, whose reporting and investigative work have made him one of Punjab's most respected crime writers. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please, I would like to request Sandeep and Jupinderjeet Singh to please come on stage and start the session. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sandeep? Sandeep is the driving force behind Ekamra Sports Lit Festival. And Sandeep, I really want to congratulate you once again for season 7. Thank you. Looking forward to this session.
Hello, good afternoon. We had a scintillating session, and I hope the tea break has helped you freshen up again. It's a delight to be here. It is an honor to be here. And Mr. Sandeep Mishra, an amazing sports journalist, author, and the festival director. His book, Gun Down, has been very well received. And I must start with a confession. I am a crime reporter from the Tribune, Chandigarh. I am a deputy editor there. And you know, when I was given that book for review in our Sunday magazine section, I was really jealous of him because I am a crime reporter and I am supposed to do that investigation and I am supposed to write that book, which he did, and he beat me on that. So that was my admiration for him. And Prithipal, 3-time Olympic medalist, hockey champion, a great player, a great name. We in Punjab knew about his exploits on the field. We knew that he was killed, but it was not known to many, including me, that no one has been punished for his murder. In Punjab, as you know, violence, grenade attacks, drone attacks from Pakistan, drugs. Even today morning, 50 kg of heroin has been sent from Pakistan. So it's like, killings and murders and gangsters is a normal thing for us. But here is the murder of an Olympian. And it took someone like Sandeep Mishra, who has been covering sports, to write that book. And I think he was the only person who could do it. So my first question is that, how did you think about writing that book? And if you can briefly touch more about Prithipal Singh.
No, I think Prithipal first came in, and we've had a chat on this, a pretty long chat, much before. I was in school when, me and my father, we used to constantly play this sport game, if I can call it, where some evenings we would sit down, he'll say, okay, let's make a top 10 in cricket, let's make a top 10 in football, let's make a top 10 in hockey. And while we were doing this, there were some names like Balbir Senior, Dhyan Chand, Roop Singh, all of these were known names. But suddenly he came up, and when I made my list, he kind of said that there's one name missing here. And that name, he said, was Prithipal Singh. And I never actually had read anything about him, honestly never had, even seen anything, no pictures, no nothing. But all these names are because you always grow up with certain stars. Dhyan Chand and all these were certain stars that you grew up with in history. But Prithipal wasn't there. And it kind of remained in my, and later on when the murder happened, that's the time when I actually realized the impact of a Prithipal Singh on Indian hockey. And as it happened later, I became a journalist. And as it happened, coincidence or whatever, I started covering hockey. And since 1990 or probably even 1989, when I was an intern when I went to the 90 World Cup. And that's where a lot of people did tell me about in detail about how good a player he was and what kind of person he was. But it was much later, around 2012, 2011, when I thought I should write something, move beyond the 1500, 2000 words. And that's where it took. It took a little bit of time, and maybe during the conversation I can explain why it took a little bit of time. But it took 7-8 years, and finally, I got a book on him.
Well, that's a phenomenal work. And we have with us in the audience Mr. Ajit Pal Singh. We must have a special round of applause for him. He is the last time India won a Hockey World Cup. He was the captain of the team, and that was 1975. So the only time, and we have senior journalists correcting me here. And welcome to the festival, sir.
Also, Ajit Pal ji played with Prithipal in '68 in the 68 Olympic Games, and that's the time when India won a bronze. Prithipal was captain, so here is a man who's played under the captaincy of Prithipal. And 75, Prithipal was also chairman of selectors in a way. He was selecting the team, and Ajit Pal was captain when we won the World Cup.
Wow, sir. I'm sure he will have some insights on the subject. So, sir, as you talked about it, your book comes into a rare genre. I think it's a new genre which you have introduced, this sports crime genre, and so how tough it was for a sports journalist to investigate. Every field has its different art, the different kind of experience, research, getting information from police, from family. Like family is still forthcoming, but from police, the judiciary, the legal system, the documents, how tough it was to have this transition from a sports journalist to an investigative journalist.
I wouldn't call it tough, but yeah, it was extremely challenging simply because, you've gone through the paces of it. You understand what is police procedure. You understand the amount of times you need to go to a cop station to even get an FIR, that, okay, fine. I mean, can you give me something which was, what that happened in '83. So that was the big challenge for me. I mean, getting to the family also was a challenge because none from the family were willing to talk about it, Honestly, not many people, even in the team, were willing to speak about Prithipal. And Prithipal as a player, they were willing to speak about. But Prithipal as a personality, as a character, it was very difficult to get anything out of them. Because a lot of people feel that it's controversial. A lot of people feel that maybe something might happen if we say something right now. And I think in a conversation with you, you said the case also does get reopened. So a few people were afraid that the case just might get reopened at that time. But the challenge came across when you really want to understand who killed him. That's the time when
that's the big question.
That's the big question. That's the real challenge that happened to me. And for that, I did a decent amount of travel. Canada, the US, a couple of people even in Malaysia. And then you start looking at, because if you want to write a book on him, if you want to write the controversial part, if you want to write the murder part, if you want to write the player part, it's largely easy. It's not too difficult to put that because you certainly have an imagination. You certainly know what hockey is all about. You certainly know what happened during that period. The Punjab Students' Union, all of that, whatever happened. But you also want to know what happened on that day. You also want to know what happened 30 days before that. You also want to know the planning of what happened in the 15 days before Prithipal was shot dead. And then you also want to know who killed Prithipal. Now that was where I got stuck. And that took me almost a couple of years, 3 years, where honestly I gave up. I said, I cannot find this man. Nobody's willing to open those doors. They were willing to say that, okay, this is what happened and this might have happened and this person probably did it. But nobody was willing to open the door completely where I could walk in and ask and, question. When that happened, that's the time when I felt that maybe, now, I can get it off my back. I can probably finish the book. And till now, I don't know, the people who have read it, I don't know about my publisher, Manish is here, you know, what a lot of people do feel that maybe much more could have been added. Honestly, much more can be added to any book for that matter. But the day I realized that I had found the person, that's the day the closure came in a way.
Well, so that's why we have second edition, so you can bring a lot of updation on that. Sir, coming back to, I'm going to come back to the killer where you ended your response to my question, sir. This title, Who Killed Prithipal, I mean, we need to understand what was the setting in Punjab Agriculture University on the campus on which he was killed. What was, he had retired from the game. What was his little game, and what was the situation in Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana? Because 83 was when terrorism was getting bigger and bigger in Punjab. So is this murder linked to terrorism? If you can briefly touch upon these points.
No, not at all. A lot of people do ask this, whether there was any link to terrorism, and many in fact have written pieces on it, which is completely false. There was no link to terrorism. There was a direct link to the huge personality of Prithipal with the PSU, the Punjab Students' Union, and how he couldn't counter them in a way. But the main thing was Prithipal as a character, one needs to understand, very rigid, not at all flexible. I don't know what Mr. Ajit Pal thinks of him as, in the team. But even in the team, when I spoke to Charanjit, the 1964 captain, Charanjit is no more, but I had spoken to him during that period when I was developing the book. And Charanjit, that's the time when we won the gold medal in Tokyo in 1964. He did say that, if Prithipal thought that he's got to do this in the match, he will do it, irrespective of whether the coach wants it or doesn't want it. Now, that's a small part. But as you develop the character, and we all develop characters in books in various ways, but as you develop the character, you understood that the students either hated him or loved him. And when I interacted with PAU students at that time, when I interacted with a lot of people in the PAU, they said ki ya to ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ embrace ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ as a player, as a person. And a couple of them, not even a couple, a decent group of them said that we really hated him for the rigidity that he had. So either you were a good player or a good student, and you cannot be something else, which is becoming a part of the union. So the PSU, the union, the students' union trouble actually hit Prithipal, and he didn't want unions in the university.
So why was he in conflict with these students?
At the time, 1979, Prithipal Singh Randhawa. The names are similar except for the Randhawa.
A student leader.
Yeah, he was a student leader, a massive orator, a guy who was loved by most of the students at that point of time, even across the state, in the PSU. He was abducted and killed. Now the problems with Prithipal had started because he didn't want any union stuff happening in the university at that time.
He was the administrator, the dean students?
Yeah, he was dean of the students' welfare at that time, so and also for sports director for a period of time.
So directly affected by these students?
There was a direct conflict, there was a personality clash, there was an ego clash, all of that happened. Prithipal Singh Randhawa gets killed. A lot of that blame comes to Prithipal, but over a period of time, people forgot. When I say over a period of time, let's say 2 years, people forgot. They kind of said, okay, fine. There was no direct connection with Prithipal Randhawa's murder and Prithipal Singh at that time. But Pyara Singh happens.
Another student leader.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you have a lot of journalists who've covered the 82 Asian Games. Pyara Singh was part of the handball team. He was a standby. Pyara was massively loved in PAU. As a student, he was a topper. As a player, he was part of a national team. So you can understand the parameters from where Pyara was going. But Pyara was also an integral part of the PSU, which Prithipal didn't like. So the clashes had started. Again, the ego clashes had already started with Prithipal and Pyara. Prithipal wanted that if you are such a good student, if you are such a good player, then why are you going into student unionism? He didn't like that aspect. And then in 83, early 83, Pyara gets killed. This is a skirmish that happens in the hostel. What the book says is slightly now different from what I got phone calls on after the book got published. A lot of people on the phones, even from Bangkok, even from Australia, even from the US, even from Canada, even from UK, even parts of Europe, they all called up and they said he was not killed in the university hostel. Their version was that he first told them that ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਦਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਗੋਲੀ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਓ. So one of them hit him on the head. He falls down. Then they drag him to the lawn. That's where they shoot him. Now that death rattled the entire PSU, rattled the PSU as well as the PIU. The direct blame came to Prithipal. And a group of PSU then sat down and decided that within 30 days of the Bhog ceremony of Pyara Singh, Prithipal will be shot dead. Now this was known by everybody in PAU, everybody in the police force, everybody in the state of Punjab who had a link with Prithipal or who had a link with the PSU or who had a link with the PAU. Everybody knew that.
That he will be killed.
He will be killed.
Within 30 days.
Within 30 days. Prithipal knew that he would be killed. So the police gave him 3 security guards. And they said, please stop taking your 350 bullet motorcycle and going for work. He was in the campus. And on the day of his killing, everybody in the PAU knew he's going to be shot dead. Yet he takes his bike, goes off to Thapar house, parks his bike, and that's where they kill him.
So it's just like Musewala's, sir. Everyone knew that he will be killed, you know. So, and sir, so one of the amazing part of your book was this meeting which decided that, you know, we will kill him in 30 days. So you have written that the police had recovered a list of suspects from Prithipal's pocket. I think it is a very rare case anywhere in the world where a murder victim carries the list of his probable killers and he is killed and still no one is punished.
The university officials didn't believe that there was a list. In fact, when the body was going for the postmortem, they found that list on him. It was put into the police records. And then a week later, it vanished from the police records. There was no list after that.
But never came up during the court trial.
No, it never came up during the court trials because there was no list. Because the person who saw the list, who took the list out of Prithipal's pocket, then finally told the police that, told the court that there was no list like this. But the truth is that there was a list. The truth is that even the VC had a list. The truth is that even the governor of Punjab at that point of time had a list. Prithipal went to everybody that these students need to be rusticated because they are indulging in something which is not studies. They are indulging in which is extracurricular activities of a different kind where they're bringing people from outside here, and that is where the PSU needs to be taking the blame for that. But the PSU thought that Prithipal was totally against them because of other factors. And I think that is where I think Prithipal should not have been, and this is something that you kind of think when you finished a book, when you want closure from the book, that he should not have been rigid. He really should not have been rigid. He should have stepped back and not taken on the students. He should have stepped back and probably gone on leave when they asked him to go on leave. He should have probably taken a car to Thapar house and not taken the bike and say at the same time that there is nobody in this world who can kill me. These are exact lines of Prithipal. वो जन्मया नहीं हैगा जो मैंने गोली मार सकता है.
That's a Punjabi's hyper masculinity talking, sir. को जन्मया नहीं जड़ा मैंने मार सके. Sir, I mean, I read this book in less than 2 days, and it was like a really gripping crime story. And you know, every page, every other page would like you give me a shocker. And one shocker is that he actually met the killer. Mr. Sandeep Mishra actually met the killer. And he has mentioned it in the book. Please share that experience, sir.
No, I first met the go-between in Calgary first. Then
Go between the murder.
the person who was supposed to introduce me to the killer, and then I met him in Toronto. And he first took my phone and he said, "You got to switch off your phone and all of that, because I don't know what you want to ask me. I don't know what I'll reply. I can't trust you straight away because I don't know where all of this is going to go. I don't even have a inkling of what the book is going to be all about." And he spoke for around half an hour. And what I carried away was not only portions of how they planned it, but I just asked him one thing. I said that if Prithipal comes back today in a similar situation, what are you going to do? I said, forget what happened then. What if he appears today? So he says, I'll pump in 6 more bullets. That is the level of hatred that the man still had, and it shocked me out. It completely shocked me out.
After more than 4 decades.
Yeah. And then when I met him in Patiala, I went to his house. He called me to the house, and I remember it so clearly because it was tea and Good Day biscuits. So I told him ki Good Day biscuits tusi mainu de rahe ho to sweeten me up, you know. So he laughed. He said, "No, I'm not doing all of that." But then that's the time when I asked him, "Did you kill Prithipal? Were you the man who shot him?" He looked at me and he said, "No, I didn't shoot him. But if I get the opportunity, I'll shoot him again."
That's such a goosebump and chilling kind of experience, sir.
A lot of people don't know that when the book got released in Chandigarh, he called me up.
The killer,
yeah,
the
and
alleged killer.
he said that I'll be sitting at the back. You can't tell anyone. I'll watch it. So, you know, it's all those crime novels and crime stuff that we read, that the killer comes back to the place, you know, and sees it from afar.
And he comes to the book release.
Yeah, he came to the book release. I could see him there, right there. Arup was sitting with me. You were anchoring that session. I mean, I could see him. I mean, but there was, I mean, you know, after a point, you really can't do much about it. You can't think too much about it, because that's not the reason I wrote the book. For me, the reason was Prithipal Singh. For me, the reason was to figure out what really happened. You know, who Prithipal was, what kind of personality he was, what kind of a character he was, and what led him to this path. And there are times when you want to blame him, but there are times when you really need to look at the story of Punjab at that time, like you were saying. Like, why does this happen? And it's still happening in Punjab. I mean, you write so much about it. But there's one thing that still stands out when Pargat told me. I wrote a piece on India Today in this. He said that, you know, the problem is not Prithipal. The problem is that when these players get gold medals and silver medals and bronze medals at the Asian Games, at the Olympic Games, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ हैं ना, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ police officer ਬਣਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ हैं. We give them such jobs which they are not supposed to be, or they don't kind of get acclimatized to the job. They can't understand the job, but they got the job because they are Olympic medalists or they are Asian Games medalists. So he says the problem is 2-3 might get fit into a job, you know, for them it's a natural. But a lot of them should get into coaching. He says the lure of uniform in Punjab, especially for hockey players and other players, is so much, and they don't fit it. And that's why he says Prithipal never fit into the university system, where you had youngsters coming up against him, where youngsters fought against him. Prithipal never understood that age group. Prithipal never understood what the PSU was standing for. Prithipal never went to the PSU. He expected the PSU to come to him. He expected the students to come to him. But no student does that. You know, you got to understand that age group. Prithipal read the situation wrong. I'm not blaming Prithipal, because what you leave with the book after you've written is such an immense amount of sadness, that here was a man who could have contributed for another 20, 25 years. And believe me, I don't know if Mr. Ajit Pal has an opinion on this, or whether he can even probably say anything on this, but Prithipal's penalty corner conversions, he's so much better because he saw it, were out of the world, and that's the reason why we were winning at that stage. Of course, there were other great players also, I'm not denying that. But Prithipal's contribution to us not getting into the PC area over a period of time because of his death, I think was lethal for Indian hockey, because we really slid down. We really, really slid down because of that. A man of that stature going away at that point of time is like a death blow to a sport. That is the sadness about Prithipal's death.
And so what lessons can we derive today? It's 42 years since the murder. And how will this book help now to solve the crime, to bring the killers to knowledge, to public light? But how will this help hockey? Will it help hockey?
No, it can't help hockey. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a story. It is a story of a man probably flawed, a great player, in the top 10 legends, probably gets a place anywhere you want to put him. A man who was not a player because of the hype around him, because there are a lot of players in our country who have more hype than talent. Prithipal was not one of them. He was one of those guys who stood at the back. He was not one of those guys who would score a goal and then run a kilometer to celebrate. So maybe we never heard about him too much in that sense, but he was your highest scorer in 3 consecutive Olympic Games. I mean, tell me one player in this country who's been 3 times consecutive highest scorer. No one.
Do you think police or the government would have been more serious if it was God forbidding murder of a cricketer? Because cricketers clearly get a lot more mileage from media, from public also.
Not at that time. I don't think so. Maybe today, because of the way the game is structured, but not at that time, simply because he died in 83.
When we won the World Cup.
No, 83 was the time when he died. 75 was the time when we...
The Cricket World Cup.
Cricket World Cup happened a month and a half after that, if I'm correct. Yeah, in June. We won the Cricket World Cup in June under Kapil Dev. But the problem is that from the day of his death, if you go through the newspapers, and I've gone through all Tribune newspapers, okay, I've gone through all Indian Express, I've gone through all Times of India, HT, I've sat and gone through a whole lot of them. Beyond 5 days, nothing happened in the media. After 5 days, the story was dead. 3-time highest scorer in the Olympic Games, silver medal 1960, gold medal 1964, bronze medal 1968. After 5 days, the story dies out. You don't want to even go near the story. Nobody wants to go to the police station to figure out why. Not a single reporter worth his salt at that point of time. I'm talking of that time. I wasn't there. So, for me, yeah, I can put a question mark on the media at that time. That what really happened? Why didn't you go in? Why didn't you go and investigate what really happened? It's not about investigating Prithipal's death. It's more about figuring out for a lot of other people why he was killed. There are reasons why people die. There are reasons why people are murdered. And you murdered a 3-time Olympian in cold blood. You shot him from the back. You didn't even shoot him from the front. I'm not trying to be filmy here. But they shot him from the back while he was putting the bike on. Because, understand, you would know how he put an Enfield on the stands. One hand was on the handle, one hand was on the back. And while he was pulling the bike, that's the time when they killed him.
Yeah, he couldn't save himself. Well, please do get a copy of the book. We have so many questions, but the time restrictions are there, and I must ask him a couple of questions about this amazing festival he is organizing, and this is the season 7. And I insisted on this because in Chandigarh we have been organizing some festivals, but this is like season 7, and it takes a lot. It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of, 6 months preparation, volunteers team, so many stuff you have to do, as I have been part of some festivals. So how have you managed? And please start with the name of the festival, because a Punjabi guy like me can't pronounce it, sir. It's, what is it, First I thought it was Ekamra or something. So then I may offend someone, so.
No, they've been worse. One actually said Ekamra. So you,
Ekamra, oh God.
So this is not the worst. I mean, Ekamra is that's the pronunciation. Ekamra. That's the
What does it
Oriya
mean?
pronunciation. And we started the festival in 2018 in Bhubaneswar. I always wanted to do a sports literature festival. So a lot of things happened. A lot of things came in. You know, everything fell into the right box. And 2018 we did the first one. And Ekamra is sacred earth. That's the meaning of the word. And I didn't want to change the name if we were going various cities and all. We've gone to Toronto. We've done Bhubaneswar twice. You know, after that it's been Delhi. So that's how Ekamra stuck, and that's how Ekamra will be. I mean, if you want to really think sacred earth in terms of sports literature, fine. If you want to think sacred earth in terms of just Bhubaneswar, I'm okay with it. But Ekamra is a name I like. Ekamra is a name that I feel good about because it's from my state. I belong to Orissa, and I'm half Orissa and I'm half Punjab, so that's okay.
The half Punjabi part, I think, got
Punjabi
you into the
part.
book.
I do my
I'll take
podcast
that
in कई podcasts ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੇ ਹੋਣੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਰੇ
ਹਾਂਜੀ yes ਬਿਲਕੁਲ What are the future plans for the festival, sir? Are you taking it, like you said, it's in Bhubaneswar, in Toronto, so is it going to other parts of, we would love to host you in Chandigarh.
We would love to travel with the festival. That's what a festival needs to do, because if you go to various cities, then you get a glimpse not only of the city, but you also get authors getting into those cities. You try and rustle up the publishing a little. You try and rustle up, and you know, everybody doesn't write. People who write a lot also don't write books sometimes. So it's not necessary that your literature festival is going to be a grooming ground for a lot of authors. That's not the point. But the point, like the Sotomayor session with Arup and all, I mean, it was super, because it, like TJ said, it was like a coaching clinic. It was like, you know, all of
Classroom,
that. Yeah, I mean, there are parts of festivals that need to do that. There are parts of festivals that need to do books like this. There are parts of festivals that you will now hear about the art of batting when, you know, Jared comes over here with Deepa also giving her part of the story. You know, so these are essential stories, conversations that need to happen. Over a period of time, they used to happen, but over a period of time, I think something has died down in terms of conversations. People don't like talking too much. People are very wary of what they want to say, whether it is sport or whether it is anything else. I mean, we in this country at least, we have become very wary about things. So I think if this opens up and makes people speak up a bit, I'm not saying sensationalist stuff. I'm just saying talk about yourself, you know, what it takes to write a book, whether you can go deep in, whether you have that much to dig in and figure yourself out. Because, you know, at the end of the day, you wrote a book. I think it's one of the best books that have ever come out. And, you know, it's just not about a murder. It's about figuring out why things happen. You know, and I was taken by surprise because of the speed at which you brought it out. It's a very American trend. You know, if something happens in Jan, by Feb, March, the book's out. We kind of tend to sit on stories sometimes. And I did sit on this for 7-8 years. And of course, I was lazy, I was trying, there were different challenges in it. But to take the festival to a bigger stage, yeah. We also do the Sports Book Awards. And that's something I think we are all extremely proud of, that, you know, we get those awards because it's important to reward people. It's very important that if you've written something and there's a jury looking at it and the jury feels that this is good, this is, you know, we should be giving something to it. It's not only a motivation. It's almost like an out-of-body experience that, you know, I wrote something and it's been recognized.
Because there is no money in, like very, very rare you make money from books. You have to run after lit agents, the publishers, the distributors.
That's a different story.
Would you like to?
No, that's an elaborate story.
I mean, there are a lot of potential writers here. I mean,
there's a
TJ,
publisher,
spoke
Manish
so well.
Purohit, sitting there. He'll give you more light on it. But Yeah, from next year onwards, we're making a change in the festival, and that is we give the Indian Sports Book Awards right now. But next year we are going international with it. So international publishers.
That's brilliant. We should have a round of applause for this.
I feel not because it's just international book awards, but I think very few sports book awards are there, and the amount of sports books that come out from US, Germany especially, the UK has massive, Australia. There needs to be a platform somewhere, and if those very people are coming here and speaking to us, and we are, having a conversation, I think the only thing that can improve is not only the way we write, but also the way we think.
Well, thank you, sir. And yeah, please. So, anyone who has questions? We would really love to hear from Ajit Pal sir also.
Yes, I'll pass the mic to him. I'm Sandeep Nakai. I'm a sports writer as well. I have one question to Sandeep. Mostly books are written first and then they get adapted into a movie or a serial. You've taken the reverse route. You've done a movie on Prithpal Singh first and then you've written the book. How come?
I think the movie was, I wouldn't say slightly easier, but figuring out the film at that point of time, the production, all of that, understand Prithipal's time was on grass. So we had to figure all those things out, and I think things fell into place very quickly. We had a shoot time of 30 days. The film did very decently well for the amount of production costs and all of that, winning 3 awards. So I think it just happened. I think the movie happened because it was quick. Things fell into place for the production, for the directors, for the actors. So in that way, that came out first. So I kept the book away because you needed to focus on that. I was the executive producer and the joint script writer, so you had to focus on that. So the book took a backseat at that stage.
And you met the supposedly killer, the shooter, and the few conspirators afterwards, after the movie was made?
Yeah, after the movie was made, because at that point of time, the research was going so fast in terms of the film that one really had to do that.
Here. Sir, ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛੋ.
Arumugam there.
Yeah, sir.
Ajit.
Sir, would love to have your comment or insight on Prithipal ji and the book.
Well, first of all, I think I must congratulate Sandeep that very few books come on hockey, and he has taken a very, very good subject, and I hope more and more books would come on hockey in future. Secondly, I would say Prithipal was a very strong character, very strong-headed person. He spoke very little, but whatever he spoke, whatever he wanted to do, he has done it. You see, his performance was so outstanding. He could not even, was controlled by the president of Indian Hockey Federation, Mr. Ashwini Kumar. I am sure you all aware. He always had his own mind because he was a very strong, good player, beneficial for the team. Then we all know that 64 Olympic gold medal. Prithipal is the actually architect of that victory. Whenever we were losing the match, he brought us to the level. Whenever we are playing at level, he gave us the winning goal. So basically, he gave a lot of strength to the team. Every team member had a lot of faith in Prithipal because he was there in the deep defense as well as he was very good in penalty corners. I don't think anybody can match him as far as PC is concerned. He was outstanding. I still remember 68. I was a young college student at that time. We were playing, we lost the first match to New Zealand 1-0. Second match, I was not playing the first match. I was with the team just as a reserve player. But second match, I was given the chance to play. And we were playing a very crucial match that was against West Germany. And West Germany was also equally very strong team at that time and very crucial match. I could feel that his hit was so hard. Though Germans player, if Pritipal would bring the ball towards the right, and their forward line would go away from that. He's going to hit, and we will hit very badly. So that way he was deadly. No opponent forward could face Pritipal, because they knew this hit is very strong, and his hockey stick was so solid with a lot of weight. Pritipal was special player, I would say, in our hockey team. He always gave his best, but very unfortunate that he got into students' politics and got killed. Very unfortunate. He was not. Maybe he thought nobody would kill him, but when he had that mind, very strong mind he had. But you never know. After all, if you get into a wrong position, a wrong situation, anybody can be shot. Very unfortunate. He was a great player. I always respected him. He was my captain, 68, and we all look up to him. Whatever he said, we would, quietly listen to him and do it. Anyway, thank you, Sandeep. You have written a good book. I have not seen properly, but I'm sure you will give me one copy. And more and more books should come on hockey, I feel.
I hope this is not putting pressure on you, but I hope the conversation we had a month back, I think we should sit down someday.
Yeah, of course. Why not? Thank you. Thank you.
No,
Can someone help him, please?
The mic there.
Do we have time for more question, or this is the last one?
This is the last question.
Thank you.
First, congratulations to you for sticking to hockey for more than 4 decades.
You shouldn't have said that.
The hockey was going nowhere, but you are always going the right direction, producing something for posterity. Thank you for that. And this is also a novel experience you have given to all of us. My question is, what next on your plate in terms of book publication?
No, I hope Mr. Ajit Pal Singh agrees to my conversation and his conversation. And I have always believed that, not because that was the only World Cup we have won, 75, but I think he has a story, and I think that story needs to be told. And I'm a big believer that you need to keep something, because otherwise things get erased. Whether it is one person or whether it is 100,000 or 1 crore people reading it, that is immaterial. You need to keep something there, and I think as captain of the 75 World Cup team, he has a lot to say. And I just hope I can convince him over the next 3-4 weeks. I'll try my best. And then maybe that's the next one, probably. Thanks.
Well, thanks a lot for listening to us so patiently.
Well, thank you, Jupinderjeet, and thank you, Sandeep. It was quite a distinctive session on sports crime writing. And if you could please come here for the photo op. A huge round of applause for Sandeep and Jupinderjeet for a wonderful, wonderful session. Deepa Malik's journey from paralysis to Paralympic success is one of India's sport's most defining stories. Soni Sangwan brings the journalist's eye and the writer's craft to telling that story with honesty. Anchored by G. Rajaraman, whose 4-decade career spans every major sporting event. I would like to invite on stage Deepa Malik, Soni Sangwan and G. Rajaraman for the next session. A huge round of applause.
Good evening, and thank you very much to Ekamra, Sandeep especially. And I won't waste too much time. Everybody knows Deepa Malik.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Everybody knows what she's done for India. Everybody knows that she's the first Indian woman to win an Asian Para Games medal for India. She's the first one to win a medal in the Paralympics as well. She's got a lot of firsts. Everybody knows what she's done in the world of sport. I'm not going to stick too much to that world. Sony and I have been colleagues in the Pioneer and Hindustan Times. Thank you, Sandeep, for bringing us together after all these years. It's really remarkable to be able to share stage with two wonderful people who have added a wonderful book to sports literature in this country. Been one of my pet peeves that we don't contribute enough. Thank you, Deepa, for doing that, and thank you, Sony, for helping Deepa do that. I have broken down, sorry to use that word, but I've broken down Deepa into 4 aces. Everybody's played cards, and everybody knows that there are 4 aces in a deck. She's been an athlete. Everybody knows that, A for athlete. She's been an activist. I'm sure many of you are aware of the work she has done to ensure that wheelchair guests are taken care of by airlines, and they're not treated as patients. She's been an activist. She's been a wonderful adventurer, and that's probably why she's here. And now she's added another A to her deck as an author. So let me start by asking you, Deepa, how easy or difficult was it for you to think of this term, bring it on, rather than something else as the title of your book?
I won't take the entire credit for the title, but that's what probably Sony and the publisher felt after going through the first draft. And they said the challenges just don't end. One after the other, one after the other. You try to do one thing and it is a series of obstacles. You want to be a biker, there are disruptions and obstacles. You want to do this, wanted to drive a car. So nothing has been smooth, right? From adapting and accepting paralysis in my life. So whether you take it as the society's perception of disability, the life on a wheelchair, moving on to then craving for all the passions that you wanted to do, not because you wanted to be an activist, to lead a regular life, to still be alive despite being chest below paralyzed, because I always say that my body could be paralyzed, my soul was never paralyzed. I was happy celebrating the festival called life. So I think the story is nothing but challenges and then the solution sought. And at the end of it, I've become such a solution finder to everything that I don't get scared or perturbed or shaken up by any challenge coming my way. And this is the mantra, okay, bring it on, we'll find a solution. And I think that's what came across by the end of the draft when it was ready. And I really thank Sony for streamlining it, because when I speak, I can just carry on speaking. I start on a topic A and then I can jump to B and C, and to get the story linear and to get everything into the given amount of pages and to make it an interesting read. She's really taken my narrations very seriously and helped me out. So that has been...
Sony, we don't want you to be a mute witness here. Just tell us about the process of getting the title right. Bring It On sounds so interesting. It entices the reader to first look at the cover, and Deepa has got all those medals in her hands, and she's telling, okay, bring on any challenge, but tell us about the process of getting the title right.
See, the biggest challenge in telling Deepa's story, apart from the name, was the fact that everyone knew the outcome of the story. Everyone knew her as the silver medalist, as the first woman to win a Paralympics medal for the country. Everybody already knew the ending of our book. So how do you tell the story of a person whose story everybody else knows already? Hence, we had to, when you look at her, when you hear her tell her story, you realize that the smiling Deepa we see here today, the medalist with the medal around her neck, whom we see on the cover of the page, cover of the book, this is not how she started. The blood, the sweat, the tears that went into getting to this stage, every step was a challenge. Every step was somebody told her, no, you can't. And she said, oh, you're saying I can't? Bring it on. Every small thing she had to fight for. She had to fight for something like the right to drive a car. When she's coming from the RTO's office, as luck would have it, her cab driver runs a light and the traffic cops just remove the keys from the car, not even giving a second thought to the fact that this lady's wheelchair is in the boot. The boot can't be opened without the key, and you're walking off with the key saying that Thane aake le jao. From there, I mean, that's just one very, very small instance of where she says, okay, you took away the key, bring it on. I'm going to show you a way that I can get around every challenge that comes my way.
Thank you, Soni. 3 times in her life, she's dialed 100.
Yes.
Just 3 times in her life, but each time she's had the desired result. That motivation in itself, we don't use that number often enough, but you've shown to us through the book that you can actually move every mountain that comes the way. Thank you so much for that. Deepa, I want to stick to writing, and I read this definition of autobiography because this is an autobiography that we're talking about. It is supposed to be a retrospective narrative that someone makes of his or her own existence when he or she puts the principal accent upon his or her life, especially upon the story of one's own personality. How correct is this book a record of what you have faced in your life? Is it all 100%, or are you holding something back?
I was postponing writing a book for the longest time. And I was not finding the right person to sit down and narrate because I had to have that vibing with somebody, because obviously I can narrate, but I cannot correct the grammar. I cannot concise the way it is. So I don't belong to the book world, but I have a story to tell, and I really wanted a lot of people to hear it. And then I met Soni, and I sat down with her, and an army wife. She herself has done a couple of rallies. She has been a part of every news which used to come out when I was on this journey called Ability Beyond Disability. So somewhere we connected, and we come from the same community as well. I mean, we both belong to the state of Haryana, and we understood each other very well. And she said, why aren't you writing it? This story needs to be told. And I said, I don't know if, I don't want to write anything which is not true. And I don't want to drop certain boulders if I write everything. So Soni just sat across me and she said, Deepa, when you step out of the house, everybody knows what a human body looks like, and what a female human body looks like. But you still dress up, right? You wear clothes. You don't walk out naked into the public place or anywhere outside your home. You dress up and you go out. We will make the book a little dressed up, which is presentable. We are not going to hurt sentiments. We are not going to make it a book of complaints, because I wanted my book to sound like a book of solutions and an inspiration to those who probably give up on this festival called life. And I think that's where I felt that yes, I can write a book. It is definitely 100% right. Some emotions and some stories may have been not told in a way that it hurts a particular person's sentiments. Like it is always said that forgive those who probably do not even know what they're doing, because the awareness around para sports, awareness around disability, perception of disability, the gender bias maybe made a few people ignorant, and that's why they reacted the way they did, and certain things became challenging for me. I wanted to focus more on those who have contributed, who have become instrument in bringing about the change that I wanted to see around me.
Thank you, Deepa. You've broken the stereotype, right? When you think of an athlete, you think of a rural Haryana, semi-literate. You've broken all those stereotypes. I think you would have shocked people with the way you speak English and the way you conduct yourself. But one place, again, talking about autobiography, one thing that is very apparent is when people sit down to write a story, they're not just telling their own stories, there are other stories which are woven inside that. I noticed that you made a very conscious effort to leave out a lot of that. Some of those athletes who you played with, some of those coaches who trained you, who perhaps let you down as well at some point of time, you've been very restrained. Just talk to us through the process of restraint in not putting it as a biography of others as well, but focusing entirely almost on yourself.
I think I'll let Soni answer that.
So
Because she has been my guiding light through this process of restraining and yet ensuring that the story is told.
So we broke down the episodes, and we saw we filtered out things that are irrelevant. The outcome of an incident which strengthens her, it makes her move in a particular direction. We focus on the change in her. We don't focus on the person who's responsible for putting her in an uncomfortable situation. See, as a living person writing their own autobiography, you have to realize that there is a huge circle around you, which includes friends, families, enemies, frenemies, all kinds of people. You have a lot. There were days when during the narrations we would have to stop because both of us were in tears, because what she's saying is so moving. But then we both calm down. Next day we say, yeah, we can't put that in because the people involved are still alive. They may have behaved in a certain way at a certain stage and age in their life. By now, maybe they have also regretted,
And a lot of them have changed. A lot
yes.
of them have become my friends over a period of time, and colleagues, and so I think
And
I'm
one
happy,
thing
yeah.
in life which I've learned from her, and which I also firmly believe is, life is too short to hold grudges. It's best to just take the positive lessons. Everyone's there in your life for a purpose. They have taught you something or the other. So you take the learning and just move on.
Deepa, one of the finest autobiographies I've read ever in my life by a sports person has to be Andre Agassi's Open. I'm sure many have read that book. It's very brazen, very open about it. But apparently, he wrote to people and sought their permission to include certain parts of his own life where they're involved. And then he's included that in his book. He says that it would have been incomplete without some of those mentions. Like his rivalry with others, like how he wanted to beat Boris Becker on the tennis court, and all of that. Did you also have to approach somebody to include certain incidents or not, or exclude some of that? Maybe one of you can answer this question.
I think Soni did get in touch with everyone, whosoever I have mentioned and I've written about. And if there are people from whom if we have not taken the permission, then that information is out there in public domain. It's already been written about in the media. It's already mentioned on certain websites. So since the information was already a public information, we probably didn't feel. For example, my court case, the High Court case is there. I mean, it is for everybody to know that before going for Rio Paralympics, I was accused of cheating by a fellow athlete. And it was a rigorous court case that I had to undergo at a time when I should be totally focused on winning a medal for my country. But then it was out there in the public domain, so I really didn't have to take permissions from that person. And if that person is coming out in open to call me out a cheater, then I'm sure and later on I became the president of the Paralympic Committee, and the girl was still an athlete. And the day I took on that responsibility in leadership role, I touched base with all those with whom probably I had had an unpleasant interaction, and I told them that sitting on this chair of president of PCI, I will never use my influence to harm them. In fact, I took extra care that they should not, even in the remotest of their thought process, feel that something is wrong or something is intentionally being done to hamper their progress on their journey of their career, whether it was a coach or whether it was an athlete. And I'm so happy that I have been able to build that faith in the ecosystem.
So at this point of time, may I ask you, why did you not write about your experience as an administrator? What you just told us is fabulous. Also, I find you've had multiple experiences with varying sports administrators, some good ones, some terrible ones. You have very consciously refrained from talking about sports administration. I would have, as a reader, I would have expected you to include at least a chapter on your experience as the PCI president.
So if you read the book, it ends at that medal and me coming home with the medal. And for me, that arrival in India was on 17th of September, which is Prime Minister Sir's birthday. And I said, this is the best gift I could have brought home for the Prime Minister of a country. And I think we can look for a book too.
So that's the next book.
Yeah,
so
that's
we
the
very
next book.
consciously stopped at the medal, and we had a conversation
because
about
it is
was
also
a very, conscious
important
decision.
for an athlete. When the athlete transcends into an administrator, that's another journey of learning, another journey of experiences, and that also needs to be written, because unless the athletes don't acquire the required knowledge to come back into administration, I think our ecosystem and the sporting, country to become a sporting nation will not be an actual dream coming true. So that book is also going to be written someday.
Lovely. We just heard Sandeep a short while ago talk about how the latest book that is written was some kind of closure for him. When it came to Pritipal Singh, he achieved some kind of closure. I don't know if he will ever be able to achieve complete closure, but he's getting there. He's somebody who grew up admiring Pritipal Singh because it was a name that his father had shared with him, and therefore the whole book has come up. Was it a very cathartic experience also for you to write the book yourself, Deepa, to go through some of those emotions that you may have left behind some years ago, but you had to relive some of them?
Yes, I true that. Like Soni just said, there were so many moments I broke down, I cried, and I think revisiting those emotions, revisiting those incidents, and now looking at those situations from a different lens. I was able to forgive a lot of people. I was able to ask for forgiveness from a lot of people. And overall, I think writing a book was definitely a closure to many such emotions and putting them in the past.
One of the learnings from your book, Deepa, and I must confess it's a learning, is that you have this ability to have two worlds in your brain, a good world and a bad world, right? How easy or difficult was it for you to access the bad world?
Deepa was very frank, too frank. I had to often tell her, no, we can't put this in, we can't put this in. I would listen to her, and then we would both talk about it later and say, it doesn't fit in with the story, it doesn't, she was extremely, extremely honest in her narrations. And I had to exercise a lot of gatekeeping as a writer and editor. And when she talks about the two worlds, it's like you said, a learning. It's a process, which it's a way of neurological conditioning, with which is perhaps one of the reasons she's been able to be so positive, despite everything that she went through. Childhood as well as at the age of 29.
Thank you, Soni. Deepa, I want to know from you. Soni is a journalist. Sometimes athletes are wary of journalists. journalists tend to use what we call journalistic license. Did you see that, or did you see her use her journalistic discretion to ensure that the book came out the way you wanted it to?
No, in fact, her being a journalist helped a lot, because there were a lot of incidents, because it's been 25 years and there were so many things which I remembered vaguely and not correctly. Her research helped me a lot, you know. There were incidents, okay, when we were going for that particular competition, I think it was 2006 or 2007, and then she would immediately go in her research mode and take it out and then say, who was her immediate rival? I said, I don't even remember in 2007 and in 2008 who was I competing against, because we were so naive and we were so new in it. Never really kept that kind of a calculation or remembrance or a diary. So she would immediately go and do the research and find out the correct names, the correct distances, the correct. So her being a journalist really helped me a lot, rather than being of a negative kind of a thing.
And another thing was that when we were writing the book, we kept a lot of stuff out of it, also because the aim of the book was not to write a sensational tell-all. I should mention the publisher here also. He was also very clear, you know, he guided us very well. He said that this has to be an inspirational book, this is a motivational book, this is a book not just for sports people. This is a book which has a story for so many different kinds of people in similar situations, or maybe not even in similar situations, but people who can learn so much from her story. Yeah. So keep the book on a positive and inspirational mode rather than a sensational or a tell-all kind of a book.
I think there's something for everyone. There is action, there's drama, there's romance, there is adventure, there is a mother-daughter relationship, a husband-wife relationship. So it's not just story of an athlete.
Also, there's a little bit of social media in it. There is one incident with Facebook, where Facebook in those days was not very widely used as it is now, but she used Facebook to save her life. And I won't tell you more about it. You have to read the book to find out how she did it.
Yeah, when the phone gets out of the reach, Facebook comes in very handy.
Yes.
Yeah, but my final
literally life-saving.
My final question for both of you before we take any questions from the audience is, I have read about the Stockholm syndrome. Of a kidnapper and the kidnapped getting really close. You would have spent a lot of time together. How close has the book brought you together?
I think the fact that we wrote the book together was because we vibed very well with each other. And Sony was never intimidating me, or she was not telling me what to write, rather than she was just filtering the right information in the right manner with the correct research. And when I read the book myself, when it came for the first draft, I was surprised. It was as if it is just replicating my narrations. It's not even changed the language. So that was where, and of course, she could, I don't know why, but we felt that she could relate to every emotion.
Yeah. See,
exactly how I was feeling it.
Because both of us come from a similar background. We are both army kids. We are
army wives.
We are army wives. We've both grown up in similar cantonments. The situations she has gone through, I have been a witness to. I have seen the kind of society
she's
she has
even
grown
done
up
the
in.
rally. I mean, she's done a Desert Storm car rally, and I was like, "Oh, you have?" She says, "Yes, I know what happens in the rally."
We knew the same people in the circuit. So for us, it was not a question of me getting influenced by her or she getting influenced by me, or either one of us being unaware of each other's faults. We are both quite aware of each other's faults.
So Sony was so
also
honest in her writing and replicating exactly because we used to do recording of narrations, and when she was putting the words down, she was just correcting the grammar and getting it linear. And then I told her, I said, your name is going to come with me. She says, no, it's an autobiography, Deepa. Don't put my name there. I said, no, but you've done such a fantastic job, and you have I can't do this book without your name being in the book. So that's in the least way that I could pay my gratitude to her for her not trying to put a Sony there. She has put a Deepa out there.
Well, thank you very much, Deepa and Sony. I must tell you that a couple of days ago, my phone buzzed. There was Deepa online from Kochi, I think.
Yes, I was in Kochi.
They've been very busy doing this literary festival rounds. My challenge today was to try and get something different for you. The book is soon going to be 1 year old. January, I think it completes 1 year. So my challenge was to try and get the author out of you and the sports lover out of you. Thank you so much for doing what you've done. I'm afraid we're not taking any questions now. We will probably, those who have questions, Deepa is going to be around. You can probably have a conversation with her, because I think we are running behind time.
No, but I must thank Sandeep Mishra and the entire team of today's Literature Fest for making it inclusive. This is yet another step of creating awareness for my sports, which has made me everything that I am today. So a huge shout out to all of you. And thank you for making that ramp to the stage, because that is something which I intended to do through my book as well. Thank you.
I'll also like to thank the organizers for this. And I can't leave the stage without saying, you said, bring out the sports lover in me. My husband, who's also Sandeep, by the way, told me that on the stage, from the stage, you have to give a shout out to me, because he's a sports person.
That's your camera.
He's so Sandeep, this is for you. He's also a sportsman, and he has played squash for the services. So this is for you, Sandy.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, guys.
Well, thank you so much, Deepa Malik, for joining us and giving us the opportunity to honor your journey here. And also a huge round of applause for Raja Raman and also for Soni Sangwan. Thank you so much for coming here. That was a really insightful session. And now, moving on to our next session, which is the art of batting with Jared Kimbe. Jared Kimbe will move on to our next session, which is the art of batting. And I would like to invite on stage Sanjeev Mukherjee and also Jared Kimber, because this session is going to be about cricket. We have heard about all the sports here. We've talked about football, we've talked about hockey, and now it's time for cricket. Any cricket fans here? Well, of course. All right, thank you so much.
I think I scared her then. That's a way
Good
to start
evening.
your panel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Lot of hands going up the moment Yashika mentioned how many cricket fans are in the house. So let me, before introducing the gentleman to my left, let me ask him. He's known by the name Jared Kimber, but I believe his books are more in demand in Australia right now as we speak than right here, because the Ashes test has ended in 2 days. Where is the art of batting?
To be fair, Travis Head brought it out at the end, didn't he? So maybe after the third inning, someone gave him a copy of the book and suddenly he's learned about batting. But yeah, it's pretty grim. The last couple of test matches, no one's made any runs. So hopefully I get some royalties in the future.
Right, so Jared Kimber, for all of you who haven't yet Googled him or do not know him, he's a very, very famous personality. He's a famous podcaster. He's a writer. He's one who still manages to speak his minds in cricket circles. He does a fabulous podcast. And most importantly, I'm sure all of you would remember, he crafted a superb film called The Death of a Gentleman way back in 2015. And now, what he's done, he's managed somehow to maybe extrapolate cricket numbers, facts, figures, and a little bit of imagination. And of course, excellent writing skills to put together what I would call his labor of love. He is better, I would say he would be in a better position to describe it. And this book is called The Art of Batting. All of you have read The Art of Captaincy, Mike Braley. Now here comes a man, Jared Kimber, born in Australia, living in England. I don't know how he manages to do that during the Ashes. Right now here with us as a guest of honor. Jared, first and foremost, The Art of Batting. How come? Because when we look around and for all seriousness, you look at Test cricket, the way it's going, you look at one-day cricket, you look at T20, you look at IPL. It's more about the art of battering and not the art of batting.
Yeah, I think this is maybe the moment when it's all changing, right? This is a hinge point in cricket. Politically, financially, cricket was socialist run and is now capitalist run. All these things are changing. And yet, people still have to go out there and face balls, right? Like, you watch what Travis Head just did, and I think that if you don't understand modern cricket, you think, oh, he just slogged and he got away with it. But there is an art and a craft to what he did. And batting has changed so much in the last 20 years that I felt that most of the old books on batting are more about the personalities who were good at it. I really wanted to talk about actually how people make runs, the science behind it, the motivation behind it, all these sorts of things. And so I thought it was almost the perfect time to write that book. It was something that once I got into, I got really obsessed with it.
How did you start off with this idea, and where did it all start?
It actually started with a basketball blog or podcast, which is a weird way for a cricket book to start. But I listened to these guys who rank the greatest basketballs of all time in the NBA. And I thought, we don't really do that in cricket. Like, we have all these incredible players and we talk about them. And, you know, you and I, we work at cricket. We go to an event. Someone finds out that we work at cricket. The first thing they do is come over and tell you who their favorite player is, right? But there wasn't really a system to tell you who should be the best, the second best, the third best. And so I was like, can that be done? Which, you know, arguably can't be done, but I gave it a good shake. And that's what I really wanted to do is tell that story of the greatest players of all time, how they got to be who they were. And then through the writing of that, I kind of forgot completely about the list. And then I just got obsessed with batting, you know, and I was lucky enough to speak to some of the greatest players of all time and just like pick their brains and be like, how did you do this thing that you did? And quite often when you talk to the best players of all time, they give you the worst answers. So then I went and found the batters who were a little bit worse. And I said, how did your friend do that thing that they did? And they take you through it.
Right, so we are all of us sitting here in the audience, I'm sure we've all made lists at some point of time in our lives, be it about batsmen, bowlers, or people from any other walk of life. But the interesting thing, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, about Jared's book is that it's not just about a list. Now, he doesn't claim to list out the top 50 batters of all time. That's an impossible task. That's not what he's done. What he's done is sort of given a rank 1 to 50, but then he also brings in something called range. Now, I don't know how many students of statistics are here in this congregation, but if you could tell us, how did you do that? I mean, you placed maybe a Kane Williamson at number 52, but his range is from 37 to 55. Why don't you break it down for us?
Kane Williamson was higher than 52, by the way, before anyone starts heckling us. Yeah, so what I basically did is I looked at each player and I said, is there a case for a player to be as high as 15? And then is there a case for a player to be as low as 27? So I like certain things. So one of the things I really like is players who can change a game quickly, right? You might not care about that. You might be like, that doesn't matter all that much. I like players who are basically unimpeachable during their peaks. So people like Hashim Amla, Ricky Ponting, Virat Kohli. Other people like consistent batters who are good all the way through. So when you're coming up with the range, you're basically saying, you know, the way that we've looked at this is you could be as high as 18 and you could be as low as 32. We've put them at number 23 in our book, but you could make a claim that we could have pushed them higher or a little bit lower. And I think that's a lot fairer. And also, you know, myself and Sean, who also worked on the book, who's our researcher, we're not, you know, I don't think either of us, don't wave at me. Only talk when I ask you to talk. neither of us would claim to be God, right? All we're really trying to do is put together the best case possible, and then we're saying, if you disagree with us, that's fine, because I'll be honest, the minute I put the list in, I was like, oh, I could change this. I could change this a lot. And that's also, Joe Root kept making runs. Babar Azam stopped making runs. All these different things happened while we were making the book, and you have to factor that in, and so things keep changing. So players will keep changing as we learn more about them.
Right, let's try and make it a little bit more controversial. Let's spice it up, as one would say. Why is Stephen Smith ranked higher than Ricky Ponting? Explain it to us.
I just think he's a lot better at batting. I think Ricky Ponting had an incredible peak, as I said, probably 2001 to 2008. We might not have seen too many people in the history of the game be better than what Ricky Ponting did. But he wasn't particularly good when he was young. And he really dropped off at the end quite a lot. And probably, I think he says in his book, he played on for 3 years too long. You compare that to Steve Smith, who's had more plus years already than Ricky Ponting. And there's a period of time that I think Ricky Ponting put, I think he put his stamp on games, but he struggled in certain locations. There'll be people in this room that are already Googling what Ricky Ponting's average was in India, right? Steve Smith doesn't really fail anywhere. He's just incredible everywhere. And so, those are the sorts of payoffs that you're looking for of maybe Ricky Ponting can change the game quicker than Steve Smith, but Steve Smith's done it for longer and more consistently.
So tell me one thing. When you're researching for a book like this, you put together a list of 50, and I'm sure you've researched many, many more.
84. 84 was the long list, yeah.
So who's the most notable exception who's not made it to your top 50?
Who's number 51? Is that what you're asking? Every player who's not on the list is number 51, because quite often I am asked this, and that's the easiest answer. It's probably between Graham Gooch and Adam Gilchrist. And I explain in the book that I tried to be as objective as you can be. Obviously, we all have our biases, but I tried to be as objective as possible. But I do believe that Adam Gilchrist helped save my life, and that I was going through a really tough time in my life, and I decided to kind of live my life in the style of an Adam Gilchrist innings, which sounds a bit insane, especially late in his career when he was.
Tell us more about it.
Yeah, and so what my theory was, I think I was terrified of failure, and so I looked at Gilchrist and I was like, well, he's not terrified of failure. Gilchrist would play the worst shot you've ever seen, shake it off, and then the next ball play the worst shot you've ever seen again. It didn't affect him the same way. And so the fact he's not in my list, I hope, proves to people that this is quite an objective way of doing things. But also, if you look at it from a cricket perspective, he batted at number 7, and that's basically cheating. It's like really easy batting at number 7. I can't give him any extra credit. Graham Gooch, who you're already upset about not being in the book, is someone who I think any cricket fan from 1970s through the 1990s will have seen Graham Gooch destroy their team at least once. But in between that, he was often quite horrible, and he didn't go very well. I love Graham Gooch as a player, and it hurt me not to put him on it. I think he's got the most runs ever of any professional cricketer. But there's a lot of good cricketers in the world, and sometimes you just don't make the list.
Right. So tell us, how do you, when you sit down to research and make sure that you have a list of this kind to be put in form of a book, what exactly are the parameters you look for? Like generally, if it's just plain Jane statistics, it's about runs, ball faced, maybe quality of opposition, playing home or away, the quality of bowlers, etc., etc., the position of the match where you're coming to bat. What exactly have been your parameters for this?
So we basically started by looking for people who'd scored, I think Cheyenne might need to nod at this, but I think it was 3,000 runs at an average of 44. And what we realized was there were no openers on the list, because openers, that's a real job, opening the batting. None of this batting at number 7 nonsense. And so we had to change it for them. And then we were like, well, this isn't fair to players who played in eras where it was hard to make 2,000 runs. So we had to change it for that. But yeah, what you said before is that's the sort of thing we're looking at. We're looking at how good you were against the best bowling attacks of your time, which is a reason why Kane Williamson is a little bit lower in our list. We're looking at, the median score that you came in. Like, you might have played for a horrible side, and so you kept having to go up the order, like Joe Root had for quite a few years. I think Brian Lara never had a batter in his side who, while he played with him, averaged over 45, right? Whereas you compare that to Sachin, who had, even when Sachin had some bad teams around him, but he still had guys who could make runs. So you're comparing it to that. You're also looking at the quality of the pitches they played on, what other people did in the same games, what other people did in that era. And we kind of put it together. It's not a numbers-based thing, as you would know in the book. we sort of took it away from that, but we used numbers to get to a point where we could make a case for someone. And then you're like a lawyer at that point. You're literally going through going, well, this is the case for them, and this is the case against them. And you end up, and this is what I hate about lists, is you end up nitpicking greatness, right? Of being like, well, the problem with this guy is, he only made 300s in the 4th innings, right? And this guy made 6. And it feels unfair. But when you're comparing the best players of all time to the other best players of all time, it's tough at the top.
Absolutely. It obviously has been a labor of love. And you were just mentioning to me just before we came on stage that Jared intends this book to go out as a message, as if it is his love letter to cricket. Very nicely said. But Jared, tell me something. You've spoken to so many cricketers and you've been able to pick their brains, the sort of access which once you guys, ladies and gentlemen, you read the book, you'll understand immense access which Jared had with regards to these cricketers. Tell us about the things which we don't know. I mean, today in the days of the internet, there are so many backstories which are already available, but I'm sure there are many in this book and many you might not have even written about, which you might as well share with us.
So one of my favorite stories is, I think most people in this room would know who A.B. de Villiers is, and very humble guy. And in the middle of talking to me, I don't think he meant this, but he suddenly went, oh, you got to understand that, well, if I'm seeing the ball, if I'm in my flow state and everything's working well, when Mitchell Johnson's bowling to me, he's bowling underarm. And the blood goes out of my face. I'm like, I've never heard a batter be that honest before. He's like, it doesn't matter who's bowling to me. I could see in the dark. I could see, but I know what you're going to bowl before you bowl, is essentially what he was saying to Mitchell Johnson, who in that series was bowling about as quick as anyone had ever done with the left arm before and was smashing people in the head. And you realise that this is not a normal human being that you're talking to. And there's a great story from this old cricketer I talked to who sadly passed away while we were writing the book, a guy called Bob Knocker White. And I talked to him specifically because he played for Middlesex for 10 years, Nottingham for 10 years, and then umpired for 30 years. So 50 years of standing on the field. He said to me, yeah, I never really had a real job. I just stood on the field. Sometimes I played, sometimes I umpired. And I was asking him about the players that he saw and played with. And he said that he would bat with Garfield Sobers. And he would say to Sobers, how did you do that? And Sobers would be like, it's easy. You just do this, 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 and this. And Bob Knocker White would be like, got it. And he'd go back in the nets and he'd be like, okay, Garfield Sobers told me to do this. Bold. And he'd come back to Garfield Sobers and he'd go, it's not working. And Garfield Sobers would be like, well, you're not me, are you? There's a different level. And I think, one of the things we really understood when writing this book was that Brian Lara and A.B. de Villiers were not the best people to talk to. The best people to talk to were generally the players who stood at the other end to people of that level. So, for instance, we were really lucky to talk to Chris Rogers, who batted a lot with Steve Smith and David Warner, Jimmy Adams, who batted with Shivnarine Chandrapal and Brian Lara, and obviously grew up watching Viv as well. Even Rahul Dravid, who, Rahul Dravid is the only person, I think, who has complained about being too high in this list, by the way. But him talking about not just Sachin, but you get Rahul Dravid talking about Ricky Ponting. You see the fanboy come out of him so quickly. Kumar Sangakkara is another one when he talked about Aravinda de Silva or Brian Lara. And it's the guys who can kind of bridge that gap. Because I think A.B. de Villiers and Brian Lara really find it hard to just tell you how they do the thing that they do. Whereas once you get to the level of those other guys, they're like, this is how they do that thing. I tried to do it. It didn't work for me.
So, in the midst of speaking to all these greats, you must have figured out one thing, that each has or had his own way of approaching the game, of mastering the craft. Maybe a couple of instances of a couple of cricketers who you thought were completely out of the box on the way they worked on their game, on their batting.
Yeah, I think one of the big things I learned during this book was motivation, right? You hear this when you hear young actors talking about acting. What's my motivation? And there's a great story about Aravinda de Silva. And once Kumar Sangakkara took me through the Aravinda stories, I was like, this makes sense why he didn't always make runs. Basically, he didn't care that much, right? But if someone from Australia, and it was generally, sadly for us, a fellow Australian who would say something to Aravinda, and suddenly that would just turn him into a superhero because now he had someone to beat. And you hear these stories of him playing in Sri Lanka, and literally he's got pastries in his pocket out on the field, and he's having a snack, and he's fielding at first slip, and the ball comes, and he gets out the way, and he goes, that's for you guys to get. I don't need to do this. And then someone on the opposition has a go at Aravinda de Silva, and suddenly he becomes Sachin Tendulkar for that day. And what Rahul Dravid said to me was, if you look at the difference between Sachin Tendulkar and Brian Lara, he said, Sachin found that inspiration, that motivation every single time. And Brian Lara was like, maybe not today. Oh, wait, the Australians have sledged me again. Or there's a world record to be had. And you realize that, like, sometimes it takes a lot to get those guys to actually lock in and do the things that you need them to do. And when they do, they take a whole nother level. So someone like Aravinda de Silva is he's not in my book, but we talk about him a lot because he could have been. It's just that he had other things on his mind. He liked cars, man. He liked pastries. You know, he didn't like fielding.
For more of those stories, you need to pick up a copy of The Art of Batting by Jared. But Jared, there's an interesting place in the book in which Rahul Dravid, if I'm not mistaken, mentions that, a comparison to today's batsmen and their days, the days gone by, as one would say. In today's days, even a franchise cricket, a batter has 3 or 4 throwdown specialists of all types. Rahul Dravid didn't even have the Indian medium pacers bowl to him in the nets. All he had was a worn-out Sachin Tendulkar bowling to him. Tell us more about it.
Who probably also had already been batting for 2 hours, right? So Sachin's done his job with the bat. The bowlers have obviously can only bowl so much, so they nick off. And Rahul Dravid has to face Glenn McGrath or Brett Lee or Dale Steyn or, Sean Pollock, whoever it is. And in the nets, he's got Sachin coming in and wobbling the ball at him. And what he was saying is that there was a fascinating thing a couple of years ago where we started seeing professional throwdown people, right? The Indian throwdown specialist, if you guys haven't seen it, it's hilarious. He takes a box with him because he's a little fella and he wants to get higher so he can replicate the height. There's an English guy, a West Indian English guy, grew up in both countries, who literally got a job because he could throw really fast with his left arm, not with his right arm. And so what Rahul Dravid's looking at this as a coach and just go, these guys are spoiled. Like, if I didn't get to the nets at the right time when Dravigal Srinath was bowling, I didn't get to face anyone. And so it's a completely different world now where you can be a professional throwdown person. I'm not sure if that goes on the business card, but that's essentially what these guys are. And so the preparation that a modern player has is so much different. But we have had stories of, Sachin Tendulkar digging up the pitch, right, so he can bowl, so he can replicate Shane Warne, or the great Victor Trumper in Australia, who was terrified of wet wickets, so he would take a hose out and wet the wicket, and then get people to bowl at him and try and hit him. We have had those stories. The difference is now we have like 20 coaches that can help you do that.
Absolutely, and what Jared has also managed to do, let me tell you, before you start reading the book, he's managed to place God at the number 2 position. By that I mean Sachin Tendulkar, because the god of cricket, Sachin is always number 1 the world over. But in your book, he's number 2.
And he's 2 to I'm sorry,
Don Bradman. You can't leave. But here's my question. It's not about Sachin being at number 2.
Stop saying that like it's a bad thing.
It's a list. It's a list. That's the fun part. Okay, he can be between 1 and 5. The range you mentioned yourself.
1 and 2 was his range.
All right, 1 and 2. He's not giving me much choice. But how do you put down somebody like a Don Bradman at number 1 in the sense, obviously, the Don is the Don. He's the greatest, everything. But how do you contextualize numbers, opposition, skill sets? How did you manage to do that?
It's really tough, especially with Don Bradman, because he only plays in England and Australia, whereas Sachin is the first cricketer that really plays everywhere, right? And you have that record. The main difference is that the second best player in Don Bradman's era was George Headley, who's like in the and Herbert Sutcliffe. They're both on the list, and they average around early 60s, late 50s, right? And Bradman averages 99.94, and he averaged 99.94. Whether he actually averaged more in England than he did in Australia. Every time he played, he made runs. We've never seen anything like that before. It's hard historically to understand, but also you have to understand that Don Bradman actually faced a similar kind of pressure to Sachin Tendulkar, just on a smaller scale in terms of the number of people in the country. But Australia was going through the Great Depression. People were really struggling for their livelihoods, and Don Bradman was the thing that everyone in Australia looked up. So any failure he had was a huge problem in Australia. And so, there's the famous newspaper things of he's out when he's actually failed, or, and all these sorts of things. So he carried a pressure that realistically only him and Sachin could probably truly understand what it is like to carry that many, the weight of a nation the way that those two did. But he did it while averaging 40 more than the second best player in the world at that time. And as I said, those guys that were second behind him and third behind him in that era were also all-time greats. We've never seen anyone like Bradman. Without getting to the metrics that we were talking about before, if you were to break through like the top 16 to 20 different metrics of how we worked out who the best batters were, like Bradman is 99th percentile in almost every category that you can look at. Like, he was motivated to make runs every single day. He had a technique that was incredible. He ran between the wickets in a period of time where mostly you had fat English batters who didn't even want to run. They weren't even interested. Like, he did everything. He was a professional almost 50, 60 years before we even thought about that in cricket.
Right. Before we wind this up, I'll throw it open to the house. Any of you have any questions for Jared Kimber? Please raise your hand. Identify yourself. Can a microphone be passed?
Do we have a mic?
As we wait for a microphone to be passed. Okay, just be loud enough. Identify yourself. Be loud enough. Come in front.
Project.
I'm Siddeshwar. I'm coming from Gurgaon. I'm a huge fan of yours. Post IPL, the last few years of Rahul Dravid was he just forgot to play outside off stump. Or like after the evolution of T20, was this the death of the classical batsman truly started?
Do you mean with Rahul Dravid or with all players?
Generally with all players. They just forgot to drive the ball outside off
So what has happened? This is such a boring, nerdy point, so apologies to anyone who's not a huge cricket fan. But what basically happens after Rahul Dravid retires is the bowlers change the angle that they deliver at. So when Rahul Dravid was playing, the idea was to get as close to the stumps as possible and bowl stump to stump, which meant the minute the ball's outside the off stump, you knew it wasn't going to hit the stumps. If you watch cricket now, watch how wide bowlers are getting to. And you got someone like Bumrah who bowls over his head, so even when he's not wide of the crease, everyone is trying to angle it back in. And that is about technology and DRS and Hawkeye. And it's basically changed the game. So you can't be as good outside off stump as you could be before. And to be fair, someone like Rahul Dravid is just a humble person, and he's very honest with that. The other thing he would say is, when he started coaching, he would say to all these guys, use your feet. Use your feet to the spinners. Use your feet. And eventually I said to him, we can't. They're bowling too quick now. The spinners have got quicker. So you can't be Rahul Dravid in this era. You have to be whatever your era allows for. And that's a really important thing for all players to understand. And the great ones do.
Go ahead.
We have seen that from 2000.
Name please. Please identify.
Shashwat Sharma. We have seen that from 2010. England haven't won the series in Australia. What do you can say about that?
Well, they're not looking like they're going to win one now for any of the youth. And big thanks to Sandeep, who put me on late enough that I could watch Australia win that chase really easily. I was a bit worried where it was like, you're going to have to talk on day 2. And then suddenly I was like, the game might be over on day 2. I'm in trouble here. I thought that England picked the wrong bowling lineup for Australian conditions. But if they were going to win the series, they had to win the first test. They should have won the first test and they bottled it. They just put so much pressure on themselves for one series, whereas Australia's much more casual. Australia's like, yeah, we'll beat England, we'll try and beat India, we'll beat South Africa. We don't want to lose to anyone. And England, you watch Zach Crawley in that first over, and you're watching someone go, I have to be really good now, I have to be really good. And Australia's just a lot more relaxed because they don't put so much pressure on themselves. And I think that, I'm an Australian, obviously, who lives in England. You can't go anywhere without anyone talking about the Ashes. Like, they've got this 100 competition. They don't even notice it, right? Everything is about the Ashes. And where in Australia, it's much more about, we want to beat, and I can say this for my people, we want to beat everyone. We want to beat you, and you. Whereas England's like, we might lose to everyone else, but if we win the Ashes, it's great. For me, that's not the right way of doing it.
Anyone else? Please raise your hand.
Yeah, hi. Right here, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Kushagra. So my question is, post 1970s, what do you think is the toughest batting era? I feel it's the 2020s, this one, but I'd love to see if it's the 90s or something else. What do you think?
Do you know, the 1980s, late 1970s to mid 1980s is brutal, right? If you have a look at the best players in the world at that time, if they're averaging 50, it's barely 50. There aren't many of them as well. I think probably 2018 to 2022, I'm just going to look at Cheyenne to see if he nods. I think that's probably the toughest we've seen of recent times. So those are the two eras and you can be really unlucky. We looked at this. So Darryl Cullinan is a fantastic player, and he had two things happen to him in his career. he kept going up against Shane Warne, and he just couldn't understand Shane Warne at all. And he also happened to bat in the 90s when it was really tough on really tricky wickets, and so it could do that. But yeah, I would say probably the 80s, and then the 2018 to 2022. It was tough.
Yeah, a quick follow-up. So why aren't there too many great tall test batters? I mean, there's Zach Crawley. He's not a great. There's Hayden. There's Peterson. But yeah, those are the three I can think of. Top of my head.
We've got Matt Hayden, Wally Hammond, Clive Lloyd, but there aren't many. So one of the reasons
Washington Sundar.
is... you have no idea. We can do... can we do another 40 minutes on Washi?
We're already up.
I don't think he qualifies as tall though. So.
So traditionally, pitchers would start to keep low. So if you're tall, you actually struggle to get there. The other thing is that traditionally, people who were tall were pushed into bowling. And now we understand that the big step forward. So Zach Crawley's not a great player, but his height really helps him because he can step towards the bowler and change the length of the ball. So we're starting to see more and more tall batters come through. But if you go back and watch the NBA, and sorry to talk about basketball again here, if you go back and watch the NBA in the 80s, if you had a guy who was 7 foot tall, that's all they could do was be 7 foot tall. And now we have a guy who's 7'6" who can dribble the ball through his legs and shoot from half court. Tall people are just more coordinated now. Like for the rest of us who aren't at 6'4" and 6'5", it's really annoying. But good, well done to them for finally maturing as human beings.
Right, we are completely out of time. Unfortunately, can't take any more questions. But remember, Jared will be around, so you can just pile on to him. I have one final question, and I expect Jared to give me a very quick and honest answer. Jared, you've done so much of research, a fabulous book. It's already done so well internationally, and I'm sure a lot of us will enjoy reading this as much as I have. But between you, me, and the entire audience here, who's the better tail-end batsman? Is it a Courtney Walsh or a Jared Kimber?
I think Courtney is a lot better than me. He's got a great leave. Do you remember Courtney Walsh's leave?
Of course.
I could do 20 minutes on his leave. Just before we finish, I did have one thing.
I know.
Oh, well, you're going to throw to that.
There's the one.
You're such a professional.
There's the one.
I just wanted to say it's been a big honor to be asked out here. Obviously, I've been to India a lot of times. I haven't spent a lot of time in Delhi until this trip. But one of the reasons I accepted this so graciously was because they paid for my ticket. But the second reason that I accepted was I really wanted to come to Delhi and announce what my new book is. We just signed it with Penguin recently. The new book is on Virat Kohli, and I'm honored to be able to write a book on him. Now they clap.
Finally.
They didn't see where he was in the list, that's why. But yeah, it's a huge honor for me. I've been obsessed with Kohli from almost the moment he came out. I know he's very much a Delhi boy and everything else, so I'll try and do the best job I can. But yeah, so I thought, why not come to Delhi and tell you all that's why I'm here.
This is nothing new coming from Jared Kimber, because he's a person who's a gentleman who's used to barging into the ICC chairman's office. He makes news on his podcast. Now he's made news. He's writing a book on Virat Kohli.
I should say, I did. This is maybe the most nice thing I've ever done. I did actually contact Virat and say, is it okay? And he said, yes, but I'm not going to talk to you, which I think is more than fine. You like talking to me. Most cricketers don't.
Right. That's thank you very much, Jared, and wishing you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Jared Kimber and his hoping. It's not just the applause, but all of you must pick up a copy of The Art of Batting. And as we wait for his next publication on Virat Kohli and what exactly he finds out, or he's able to manage to find out, we'll have another chat about Jared Kimber's bowling average the next time. Thank you very much to the organizers and everyone out here.
Well, thank you. That was a wonderful session, Sanjeev and Jared. It was really nice to talk, to listen about cricket. And this one last question that I want to ask, and I want to, Sanjeev, ask you also if it's appropriate to ask this question, that whether he has actually, or any of the cricketers has strongly reacted to your list. Have you made any upset? Has any cricketer been upset after seeing the list?
As I said before, Rahul Dravid was upset he was that high, but that's just him being humble. And don't you really hate nice people? They're really annoying. I heard that Jeffrey Boycott was told where he was in the book, and he wasn't very happy. But to be fair, Jeffrey Boycott hasn't been happy for 50 years, so I don't think my book was the thing that was going to make him.
That's rubbish.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if that's true or not as well. It could just be that everyone assumes that Jeffrey Boycott is not happy. But yeah, there's a couple of players that have maybe asked some questions about it. But I think once they see the amount of work that I've put in, they still don't care and they still moan.
I think, just to add quickly, I think all the retired cricketers will surely read like Rahul Dravid. The current ones, I'm not so sure.
I'm not sure all the current players actually read. Is that what you say?
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. If you come, please come in the front for a picture. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because this was actually our last session, but we have another session. For this, I would want to, the jury here will come and will tell you that how actually we decide the awards. The Ekamra jury is known for diligence and careful reading, and this year's panel brought that same rigor to every submission. B.V. Rao couldn't join us today, but co-founder Shireen Sethi speaks with the rest of the jury about how the selections were made. Amrita Tripathi, author of 5 books, brings insight into both the writing and editorial sides of publishing. Neil Shah, who has written a book on football, combines academic grounding with his role leading the Dream Sports Foundation. And Dr. Ajit Kanitkar adds policy understanding and the perspective of a lifelong sportsman.
Can we go? Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience, for going through all these sessions. And thank you very much to our guests who've come from various countries, from Palestine, from Italy, from Havana. Thank you so much for being here. One of the things that we really pride ourselves on is the Sportsbook Awards, because we believe that Ekamra and this festival is about authors. It's not about anybody else or anything else. It's about writing. And so ever since these awards came, we've had a jury which goes through the books. One of the things I just want to make clear is that the nominations are always from the publishers. They are the ones who send in the books, and then it is a jury that decides. And this year's jury was making Excel files of what book they liked and they didn't. So first and foremost, thank you all very, very much for making the effort. I'm going to start with you, Amrita. In the entire process of going through these books in these 6 categories, what was it that stood out for you?
I think one is, how the writers themselves have found the subject matter that really speaks to them. So that passion really comes through in most of the books. I also think, I'm the only person who's actually not from the sports fraternity here. So as someone who's, worked on as a writer, who's a very avid reader, for me it was really fascinating to see how much sports writing has changed over the years, because we were looking at books on badminton, we're looking at books on sports psychology, we're looking at children's books. It was quite a fascinating read, and really what does speak is the author's passion, and also the importance, as we've spoken about, the whole process, right? Whether it's the editing, whether it's the curation of the material, and at the end of the day, it has to be a story that's well told, I think.
Neil, you yourself are an author, having written a book on football, which we featured a couple of years ago at Ekamra. And you are an academic. You also understand both sides. When you are going through these submissions, and of course you've been given that there are these 6 categories, does it make a difference that you're a writer? Do you look at it differently?
I mean, I think I have a lot of sympathy right off the bat, because it's not just the writing process. I think the writing process is part of the easy part. It's just getting it published, the editing, the whole journey, kind of getting it marketed and promoted. So I really have a lot of compassion right off the bat for anybody who chooses to go down the journey of getting a book published. Second part of it, though, is I know when I wrote, I've written 2 books. In both books, I always thought about the reader. So I'm always thinking, if somebody picked this book up, even if they're not fully interested in this topic, would they still find it engaging? Sure. So there was a lot of books that were in the bundle of books that you sent us to read that I felt like had a lot of good subject matter, but sometimes, at times I was always looking at it from the lens of, if I was a reader, just a general reader who's picking this up, would it keep my interest? Would I want to keep turning the page? Right. And I think a lot of the choices I was making around, the award categories that you guys provided was from the lens of a general reader who's looking at this from the face of that, because I know as a writer, I'm always thinking about the masses rather
Right.
than just those handful
Smaller
of people who might
audience.
pick up the book.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. Kanitkar, you've been on our jury for 3 years now, and you've seen 40, 50 books. It was a smaller load this year. What, according to you, has changed in the books that you've been seeing?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Two things have not changed. Sandeep calling me somewhere from Tokyo early in the morning or late midnight saying that, Ajit, are you on board this year? I said, of course I am on board. Second thing, I cheat continuously for the third year. I said, I am computer illiterate, so please request the publishers to send the hard copy and not the PDF version. Though I can read PDF, but I find it easy because I can smell the book when it comes through the courier or the post. I think this year has been fantastic because one has seen a range of topics being covered. So we have books on psychology, psychology training. In the morning session, we have a lot of discussion on mental health. So sports is not just fitness. It's all here, and I think that's getting reflected. It's getting diverse. It's just not cricket. Excuse me, the panel members in the earlier session. India is more than cricket, and I think that's also getting reflected. So we have chess, a book on chess, a book on other
Football.
sports, a book on kushti in the Haryana context. So there's a huge diversity, and I enjoy that diversity. And of course, cricket, I'm a big fan.
Neil, one of the things that was very interesting this time was the children's books that came in, and I know the jury loved it. We couldn't particularly find a category for it. What did you like so much about it?
Yeah, there was 2 children's books, and given that I've learned a lot about life skills through sports, and I think a lot of us could say the same, I imagine, who are here right now. And there was one of the books, Kushti Kid, was really interesting because it's kind of like the story of Dangal, the wrestling story, but it was done in such a engaging way that you learn a lot about the struggles of an individual, the struggles of a family, of a female child, a youth that is trying to become, a professional athlete. You understand a lot about some of the district issues and others. So I remember putting that book down, having not only enjoyed it as a reader, but also somebody who works in the sports industry. I actually learned a lot. So for a youth who dreams of being, like one of our medalists, it's good for them to understand that it's not just like a fun ride, like you one day wake up and you're Cristiano Ronaldo or Sunil Chetri, but there's a lot of challenges along the way. So I felt like I wish there was more children's books that aren't just easy and soft, but also giving a little bit of introduction to some of the challenges that exist within the ecosystem without turning somebody off from the journey as well.
Amrita, you're 5 books down, and that's huge by any level. 7 books? Sorry, I got that wrong. Okay, 7 books down. One of the things that Neil mentioned was that he looks at books from the perspective of anybody being able to read, so the readability factor. What we've discussed often, do you feel that, that publishing needs to have better editors, perhaps, to make it more readable? And did you find that in this year's books?
So I just have to give you the caveat that Shireen said she is going to put me on the spot, and we'll get some controversy out of this panel. Otherwise, we're being very polite. No, I think readability is the first thing. I think Neil's absolutely right. And again, as a writer, I feel the pain of every author who's trying to tell a story the best way they can. And sometimes you do need, and I think every one of us who's also worked in journalism knows, you do need a good editor if you're a reporter. If you're an editor, you do understand that that storytelling process requires multiple stakeholders, as it were. I do think a few of the titles could have maybe, you had more guidance editorially, perhaps a little bit more time, because it seems that there's a lot of pressure nowadays. Everybody wants the story like yesterday, right? So I do think there's a ways to go, but again, largely optimistic that we're seeing these stories even be published, and actually even very thankful to Ekamra. Like, I think the young athletes this morning really stood out to me to hear the girls talking about how far they've come, but also acknowledging the challenges they've had. I think we need more such stories and more such platforms.
Sure. Dr. Kanitkar, you're a man of statistics. So one of the things is there were 4 jury members, and there were certain categories, which we are not going to talk about, where there was a difference of opinion. So can you explain that issue that you were talking about reliability?
A person of statistics is a little bit exaggerated statement, but we sit on various panels where different panel members bring different perspectives when we are interviewing candidates, when we are referring, or when we are reading a journal article or something which is sent for publication, and there is something called inter-jury reliability or inter-trainer reliability. So if I give a particular candidate A, then it's possible, or it has to be like that my colleague members also give A, if not A minus, or B plus, or B. But there is a big problem if I give some candidate A and my friend gives C and the other friend gives D, then at least there is some error of judgment in the way 3 of us judge.
or view a particular nomination or a book or a journal article, or for that matter any statistical number that we are looking at. And that's what we are broadly calling as inter-trainer reliability. I'm very happy to say that in the last 2 rounds, the one that was in Bhubaneswar and the first one in Delhi, and this time we are almost unanimous in our kind of, it's a blind review process. Sandeep doesn't share what the other panel members have said. It's a private call, and I give my nominations, and so also Neil, and so also Amrita, and then he does a little bit of a collaboration, whatever you call it. And I'm quite glad that in the morning I asked him, so how has been 3 of us gelling together and Mr. Rao? And he said, you are almost on dot. So I'm very happy about that.
What I liked very much is Amrita is asking me, oh, so who are the final winners?
Yes, who are the final winners? Almost. I think I was an outlier even as a jury member in a couple of categories. But by and large, I think you're right, because you're looking at the similar parameters, right? Like you said, readability, the story, the research. I think we don't talk enough about the amount of research that's required for some of these books.
In fact, that's what we found in the football books, the amount of research. I think that was one thing that impressed you a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few of the books that I felt like, having written books and realizing, a lot of us have full-time jobs and something else, and then we're doing this on the side. It's very difficult to go out to do all that primary research. And there are a few of the books I was so impressed with how much time and energy was spent traveling around the country, meeting people, really understanding the essence of the story, and then talking about it from a way that hopefully the reader gets excited about. So, yeah, I was really impressed with a couple of the books from that perspective.
Last question for you, Amrita, since you have a health collective yourself. 2 of the books which were first-time entries this time were on sports psychology and sports science. Do you think this is a good trend and that we need to? So one of the authors said to me that through the panel discussions, one of the things was that everybody spoke about mental conditioning, about the need for strength, etc. So do you feel we should be seeing more books there?
Yes, and maybe even a new category along with children's sports writing. I think it's a trend that we're seeing broadly since the pandemic in the mainstream, like sort of mainstream society as well, more conversations around it. But specifically around sports, the fact that you have so many sports people and athletes, including a Virat Kohli, including, like you said, every panel here, everyone willing to talk about this being one of the key things. Like you said, so much of sports is actually a mental game. I think it comes down to each of us and platforms like this, though, to remove that stigma and make it easier for people to have these conversations. And again, with books like this in the mental health space, you don't really want someone sitting and giving you a huge lecture on the you should. What you want are stories that will connect with you. And I think what happens when celebrities talk about mental health is it resonates with a lot more, right? They have the potential to have a lot more impact for the good.
Yes, please. No, that's okay. You carry on.
I think things are changing rapidly in our country. We are gunning for 2036 Olympics. I am associated with an interesting project called Grassroot Kridakul. So I think sports at the bottom, and we have heard stories of Australia and European countries where 10,000 people play a particular sport, and there are 5,000, there are 2,000, there are 1,000, there are 50, and there are 20 gunning for the final medalists. I think that kind of thing is happening in our country, and I hope that with this kind of festival, it also happens in Tier 2, Tier 3, small cities, small towns, vernacular places, and then the whole spirit of sportsmanship catches on. Last year, we did a small study on Olympic values among students, among youth, among parents, and we saw some fabulous results. So I think I am thankful to the organizer that this is in 7th year in consecutive years, and I hope this particular festival goes wide.
So you don't mind more homework next year, do you?
I don't mind that till we get a published print copy.
And I'll just to add to that, I know time's up. I do feel like a lot of the next stories will come out of conversations here.
Yeah.
I was just sitting with a gentleman earlier, and he was sharing me his story of how he got into Indian football, and I was thinking this could be a book itself. So what's special about this place, and I've been at a lot of more formal, stuffy sports conferences recently, as of yesterday even, and this has a different vibe to it. So I think every single person has a story here to tell, and somebody has a story to write, or can write that story. So I take advantage of these platforms because I think the next books can come right from tonight conversations.
Thank you very much. And B.V. Rao, who couldn't be here, thanks to him also. And now for the Sports Book Awards. Thank you.
Thank you to the organizers.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, jury. And now it's time for the Ekamra Sports Book Awards. And first up, I would like to invite on stage Franco Nunez to give away the first two awards. Franco, if you could please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, Franco. The first award of the evening goes to the Biography of the Year, The Diary of a Cricketer's Wife by Pooja Pujara with Namita Kala. Receiving the award is author Namita Kala. A huge round of applause for Namita Kala. If you could please come on the stage to receive the award. Well, Diary of a Cricketer's Wife offers a candid look at life behind the boundary, the travel, the pressure, and the quiet moments no one sees. A perspective that reminds us that every athlete's journey is shared, shaped, and supported at home. A huge round of applause for Namita Kala. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming here. Thank you.
Announce autobiography, please. हाँ, यही लेके जाएंगे, चंद्रेश नहीं है.
Ma'am, I would require you to please be on the stage for another award. And the next award is Autobiography of the Year. And this goes to the one, Cricket, My Life and More by Shikhar Dhawan, with Chandresh Narayan and Namita Kala. Receiving the award is, of course, Namita here, because Chandresh is not able to make it. So, another award for you, ma'am. Franco, if you could.
Yeah.
तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. It's no small feat to receive 2 awards. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Franco, for presenting the award. Next, I would like to call up on stage Mohammad Davidar. Suleiman, if you could please come on the stage to give away the next 2 awards. Up next is the Cricket Book of the Year, Fearless by Mohinder Amarnath and Rajinder Amarnath. And to receive the award, we have Sachin Sharma from HarperCollins. Sachin, if you could please come on the stage to receive the award. Fearless by Mohinder Amarnath and Rajinder Amarnath revisits the career of one of India's toughest, most determined cricketers. The book blends personal memories, cricketing insight, and a family's perspective on resilience and conviction. Thank you. I want you to be here because you have to present another award. And the next award is for the Sports Book of the Year. The award goes to Bring It On by Deepa Malik and co-author Soni Sangwan. Deepa ma'am and Soni, if you could please come on the stage. Okay, another moment here. She's just coming. And Bring It On by Deepa Malik, written with Soni Sangwan, traces her extraordinary journey from paralysis to the Paralympic podium. It offers a clear, grounded look at determination, reinvention, and the daily discipline behind her achievements. A powerful reminder that sport can rebuild identity and open doors that once felt shut. A truly inspiring session, and now an award for Deepa Malik and Soni Sangwan. It's a wonderful movement, so please give your best smile, ma'am.
I want to share the stage with 2 very special people who are present here. One, General Sandeep, you please join us. That is Sony's better half. And I want to share this with my federation, because without a Paralympic Committee of India, we would have never been able to play. So can I have the members of Paralympic Committee of India? Dr. Satyanarayana is here from the Paralympic Committee, a representative of the committee. And I want to share this book and this moment with them as well.
That's such a wonderful gesture by you, ma'am, that you're sharing the award with everyone.
HarperCollins, thank you so much.
Well, tell so much about you as a person also, how you want to share the award with everyone around who's helped you reach here, write the book, and your publishers. It's a great moment. Thank you. Next up, I want to invite Soto. If you could please come on the stage to give away the next two awards, the final awards of the evening. Well, the next award is the Special Jury Award, and it goes to Sacred Grounds, a journey through people's football in India, takes readers into the players, communities, tournaments, and traditions that keep Indian football alive. To receive the award, we have with us Sandeep Menon. Sandeep, if you could please join us on the stage. A book that shows how football in India endures because of the people who hold it together. A Special Jury Award recognizes a work the judges believe deserves distinct appreciation beyond the main categories. Well, thank you. And now, the final award of the evening, the Sports Publisher of the Year. And the award goes to HarperCollins. Sachin, I would like to invite on stage Sachin Sharma to please come and receive the award. Through Harper Sport, they've built a dedicated space for athletes, journalists, and storytellers to publish serious, high-quality sports writing. Many congratulations, Sachin. Well, thank you, Soto. Thank you, everyone, for coming here. And it was a wonderful, wonderful day with all of you here. We discussed a lot of subjects, a lot of sports. And this was season 7, but we'll see you soon with season 8, and hopefully it will be bigger and better. Thank you so much.